Tabling of documents, I have the honor, pursuant to Section 38 of the Public Servants Disclosure Protection Act, to lay upon the table the special report of the Public Sector Integrity Commissioner concerning an investigation into a disclosure of wrongdoing.
This report is deemed to have been permanently referred to the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates.
Tabling of documents, the Honorable President of the Treasury Board.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In accordance with Standing Order 109, j'ai l'honneur de déposer dans
I have the honor of tabling in both official languages
the report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates on strengthening parliamentary scrutiny of estimates of supply.
Introduction of government bills. Mr. Baird for Mr. Flaherty, seconded by Mrs. Aglukak, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled A Second Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Mr. Flaherty.
Mr. Baird, seconded by for Mr. Flaherty, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Statements by ministers. Déclaration de ministres. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committee, the Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the fifth report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in relation to Bill S-201, an act respecting a National Philanthropy Day. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendments.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Ritz, seconded by Mrs. Aglukak, moves that Bill S-11, an act respecting food commodities, including their inspection, their safety, their labeling and advertising, their import, export, and interprovincial trade, the establishment of standards for them, the registration or licensing of persons who perform certain activities related to them, the establishment of standards governing establishments where those activities are performed, and the registration of establishments where those activities are performed, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted.
Première lecture de ce projet de loi. First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mr. Pacetti, seconded, appuyé par Mr. Trudeau.
Seconded by Mr. Trudeau, moves that Bill S-209, an act to amend the Criminal Code prize fights, be now read a first time. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Saint-Léonard-Saint-Michel. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the pleasure of presenting Bill S-09, an act to amend S-209, an act to amend the Criminal Code prize fights. This would include provisions to the prize fights under the Criminal Code. This would apply to mixed martial arts. This is a long-awaited change. This is a very popular form of combat in Canada and throughout the world. There are people like George St. Pierre who excel at this sport, and the list of athletes is only growing. So I would like to see our legislation amended because this part of the criminal code has not been updated since 1934.
Practice combat sports. Some of these sports recognized by the International Olympic Committee, such as judo and taekwondo, can be considered to be doing so illegally under the current provisions of the Criminal Code. S209 merely corrects this oversight so that Canada can effectively regulate acceptable combat sports openly. Seeing how this bill is non-controversial and it's a sensible piece of legislation that clearly addresses a blind spot in the Criminal Code, I look forward to seeing the bill passed expeditiously with the support and cooperation of all members. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Comme lecture de ce projet de loi, first reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Motion. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's been consultation with all of the parties regarding the second reading of Bill S11, the Safe Food for Canadians Act, and I would ask unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill S11, an act respecting food commodities, including their inspection, their safety, their labeling and advertising, their import, export, and provincial trade, the establishment of standards for them, the registration or licensing of persons who perform certain activities related to them, the establishment of standards governing establishments where those activities are performed, and the registration of establishments where those activities are performed, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Does the Honourable Minister have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? No, there's no consent. The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley is rising on point of order.
I rise on this point of order because I'm slightly confused by what the Minister of Agriculture just proposed. He suggested in his submission that there had been some sort of consultations that had been agreed to by the other parties. This bill has sat in the Senate for more than 120 days. This bill has also been killed by this government by a prorogation. So suddenly we have said to the government quite clearly that we are looking to expeditiously move this through to the second phase into the committee for study. Allow me this, Mr. Speaker, because I thought the government actually had some respect for the parliamentary process. If they sought some urgency on this, clearly more than 4 months in the Senate doesn't describe urgency. If they had sought some urgency on this, killing it through prorogation in the previous iteration of the bill, it seems like a strange idea that they now come through and say that there have been consultations to do what the minister has just suggested when there have not been. So we will move this expeditiously through while respecting the democratic principles that I thought we all agreed with.
Motions. Motion. Honourable Deputy Hull Elmer.
The Honourable Member for Hull Elmer. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think if you asked the various parties, you would see that there's consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or practice of the House, at the end of today's debate on the opposition motion, in the name of the member for Welland, all questions necessary to dispose of the motion be deemed put, and recorded division be deferred to Tuesday, October 23rd, at the end of the time provided for government orders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the honourable member for Hull Elmer have the consent of the House? The House has heard the terms of the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it? Agreed?
Presenting petitions. Présentation des pétitions. The honourable member for Bakerville Wainwright.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm still getting petitions where the petitioners ask that Canada's 400-year-old definition of a human being be debated, be dealt with in committee, and in fact be changed to reflect the knowledge gained through modern science.
The honourable member for Etobicoke North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to present this petition regarding CCSVI. The Conservative-dominated Senate committee is refusing to hear from those who have MS. Can you imagine a committee silencing a cancer patient, a heart patient, someone living in poverty? Why then are MS patients being silenced, as well as a well-known Canadian CCSVI expert, Dr. Sandy MacDonald? Why is the government shutting down these important voices? The petitioners call for the Minister of Health to consult experts actively engaged in the diagnosis and treatment of CCSVI to undertake Phase 3 clinical trials on an urgent basis at multiple sites across Canada and to require follow-up care.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a number of petitions today from concerned Canadians asking that Omar Khadr be tried for treason under the laws of Canada for his actions against coalition forces in Afghanistan. Thank you.
The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The first, it relates to the use of security certificates. The petitioners from the Toronto area call on this House to note that the use of these provisions really offends traditions of common law and respect for human rights going back to Magna Carta, and they ask for this House to take action against security certificates. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of the Vancouver area calling for this House to take action to ensure that the coastlines of British Columbia are safe from the risks of spills from large supertankers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member for Cardigan.
To present a petition on behalf of a number of Canadians who wish to draw to the attention of the House. We, the undersigned, want fresh water is essential for life and vital to the social, spiritual, economic well-being of Canadians. Canada's experimental lakes area is a unique, world-renowned facility for freshwater research and education. Since 1968, ELA has been a global leader in conducting whole ecosystem experiments which have been critical in shaping environmental policy and understanding the human impact on lakes and fissures. Therefore, your petitioners call upon the House, the Government of Canada today to recognise the importance of the ELA to the Government of Canada's mandate to study, preserve and protect aquatic ecosystems, reverse the decision to close the ELA research station, and continue to staff and provide financial resources to the ELA at the current or higher level of commitment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I ask that all questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, debate on the opposition motion standing in the name of Mr. Alan Welland concerning food safety.
Mr. Alan Welland, seconded by Madame Rousseau, moves that in light of the current contaminated meat scandal at XL Foods, and considering that the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food has not learned the lesson from the 2008 listeriosis scandal that cost 22 Canadians their lives, this House call on the government to restore Canadians' confidence in Canada's food safety system by A. En revoquant le ministre en exercice et en confiant le portefeuille de la...
Removing the current minister from office and assigning the food safety portfolio to a minister who can restore public trust. B. Reversing budget cuts and halting the deregulation of Canada's food safety system.
C. Directing the Auditor General to conduct an immediate assessment of food safety procedures and resources and report his findings to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Debate. The Honourable Member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd also seek consent to split my time with my colleague from Berthier Mascanoki. Close enough. It seems that...
Does the honourable member have unanimous... Oh, he doesn't need unanimous consent, so if he doesn't, he can just tell us. The honourable member for Welland.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak today to... in our opposition day, as much as it has a very serious tone to it from the perspective of one never takes lightly a position when one calls for a minister of the Crown to step aside. It should never be taken lightly, and indeed in this case it has not. It has been with a great deal of thought, a great deal of understanding of what this issue is about, that this side would actually come forward with a motion to this House to seek the resignation of the Minister of Agriculture. And it lends one back to why would one want to do that? And so when we look at, what is this food safety system all about? It is about this chain, if you will. And as it's always known, the chain is only as strong as its weakest link. And in this particular case, the weakest link in the chain was indeed at a processing facility. Cattlemen and producers and ranchers across this country have worked extremely hard over the last number of years and indeed decades to have a first-class industry that's recognized worldwide to be the best in the world. They've continued to do that. And they, just like consumers who bought from the retail stores, have found themselves the unwilling victims of a processor. And so some of the blame lays at the feet of the processing plant, without a doubt, especially those who were responsible for its inspection systems and not allowing it to happen. But as this unfolded, Mr. Speaker, as we watched this crisis unfold over the weeks, in fact, we still see recalls happening. As of just the other night, CFIA put out another one that said that another batch of meat from that facility had to be taken off the retail shelves. It is the minister who is ultimately responsible at the end of the day for food safety and the food safety system. That is his responsibility, his and his alone. And where we believe he failed in the system was not ensuring the Canadian public were treated in the same manner as we would treat anyone else. We decided for Americans on the 13th of September it was good enough to stop meat shipments going to them because of safety concerns, some that they had identified, some that the minister in this House has said we identified in this country. So it isn't just a question of saying, well, the Americans asked us to stop. We decided because we found E. coli on September the 4th. And then within 10 days we said to our American counterparts, we will not send any more of this tainted beef to you. We didn't do that for Canadians. And yet this Minister of the Crown is a Minister of the Crown in this country. He's not in the cabinet in the U.S. He belongs here. He's responsible to this House, to his constituents, and ultimately to the Canadian public to ensure that their system is safe. He failed miserably in that case. Not only do we understand that we have been putting questions on a constant basis, Mr. Speaker, we've seen some of the comments he's made that he's made publicly, and in fact his most recent comment here yesterday in the House that he apologized for, where he decided to describe emergency debates, Mr. Speaker, as silly. I'm not sure why one would suggest that they're silly when you have a crisis of this magnitude. So what has brought on the crisis? Why is CFIA finding itself in the place that it's in? There's an ongoing back and forth, Mr. Speaker, about money and numbers and all of the rest of it. Well, let me just quote from what we do know this minister has done, is that he actually signed the document of planned spending and for plans and priorities for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency for this year, 2012-13, where he said we will decline by $46.6 million. Now, Mr. Speaker, that's not me finding a page somewhere that someone else wrote. This is under the signature of this minister. $46.6 million this minister signed, said will be taken away, will go into decline. He also said in the same report that his signature is affixed to that 314 full-time equivalencies, FTEs in the jargon of the human resources managers, will be eliminated in the next 2 years. It flies in the face of the government's assertions that we have 700 net new inspectors. In fact, when you look at the absolute numbers, you can see in 2012-13 the numbers are actually less than they were 2 years ago. As much as that it pains me to say that. I know it pains the other side, Mr. Speaker, but the difficulty with numbers is they are what they are, and when the minister signs $46.6 million in cuts, it's his signature, not this side's signature that's actually tied to there. So, but if we also look, and today is kind of pathetic, Mr. Speaker, that we're actually getting a new budget, or at least a new implementation piece of the budget. If we actually look at their budget, this government's budget, which we have done and read, when we look at it, we actually can see that $56.1 million will be taken out of CFIA in a go-forward basis. That's also declined. The minister is also responsible for that. But what other pieces and attributes, Mr. Speaker, of the system have gone wrong? We know the compliance verification system is one of the backbones of their safety system. It was a pilot program started in 2005 that continued on right through 2008 when we had a listeriosis crisis. The minister today was the minister responsible then. 22 people died, Mr. Speaker, in 2008 because of listeriosis. And yet we were running a pilot program in CVS that was never verified. There were 2 committees struck, one by this House for a subcommittee of the Agriculture Committee to study listeriosis, what I had the great pleasure of sitting on, Mr. Speaker, and looking at all of that. And, of course, the government appointed an independent inquiry through Ms. Sheila Wetherell, who decided to take a look at the same thing. Remarkably enough, the committee and Ms. Wetherell's recommendations were very similar, minus a couple here or there. One of the things that Ms. Wetherell said had to happen was they had to have an absolute audit, not a review, but an audit of the compliance verification system to do 2 things. One is it was a pilot program that hadn't been proven it actually worked. She said make sure that it actually does what you say it does, and it'll do what you think it will do, and then figure out how much you need to resource it. Because if you don't know how much you need to resource it, it doesn't matter, Mr. Speaker, if it's actually the best system in the world. It'll never work if it's not appropriately resourced. So what do we find out? The government will say, of course, well, we had PricewaterhouseCoopers look at this. That's absolutely true. They did. They went in and did this review. And let me just quote what Carol Swan said, who is the former president of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. She told reporters that Agriculture Canada did not conduct a traditional audit. Quote, they didn't conduct it as an audit, Carol Swan said, close quote. Now, if the president of CFIA says we didn't conduct an audit, I have to take her at her word. She's the president of CFIA. She actually was tasked with getting the audit done. She said, well, you know, we didn't do that. We just sort of did a review. So if that's the case, Mr. Speaker, at the very least, you would think this government would actually want to make sure that that compliance verification system actually does what they think it does. And they would absolutely know that it's resourced to the extent that it needs to be, whatever that resource capacity is. Because it's never been audited, we don't actually know. So we don't know how many inspectors should be in meat hygiene plants. We haven't got a clue because we actually didn't do an audit. We counted. The review counted the numbers. So he just gives you a number. That's why we say, Mr. Speaker, we need to do it from base 1. You cannot wait 5 years to do a review to measure it against what? You don't actually know what you started with. In 5 years, you have the baseline. You need a baseline today that actually tells you what this is all about. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, what is needed here is leadership. And what we have found from this minister is a lack thereof. That's why this House needs to tell this minister it is time to leave the portfolio and put it in the hands of someone who will show true leadership. This is not a first-time event, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, for this minister, and it doesn't give me a great deal of satisfaction to stand in my place and actually ask for it. It is not a sense of, well, this is just a nice, it's what we should do. It's about politics. It's not. It is about accountability. It's about ministerial accountability. This minister now needs to stand in his place and say, I understand what happened, and indeed, I am stepping aside. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Guelph.
Speaker, I want to thank the member from Welland for his remarks. Just earlier this morning, the Minister of Agriculture and Ag Food tried to present a motion before this House fast-tracking Bill S11, what is Bill S11 in the Senate, the Food Safety Act, claiming it to be a panacea for food safety. And yet the current legislation, the Meat Inspection Act, Section 13, gives the CFIA full authority to require whatever documents, demand production of whatever documents may be necessary, including documents relating to testing, and compels the manager or owner of the plant to produce those products and facilitate any investigation. And we've seen now that with the closure of the plant, clearly the CFIA has the authority to enforce its rules. So I'm wondering if the member could comment on this trick, this ruse that's being played by this government over this Bill S11. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Guelph. He's absolutely right about S11. If there was such a real need to push this through, then why did it languish in the Senate for 120 days? Why didn't they shove it through? I hear my colleagues across the way helping me here. But the reality is, they have a majority in the Senate. If they actually wanted to move it by unanimous consent, why didn't they do it over there, if that was the urgency? Clearly, what we saw in this crisis, the ability of CFIA to close the plant to exports to the U.S. was there and carried out. And closure of the plant 14 days later to the Canadian public was executed as well. That authority, Mr. Speaker, was always there. What happened was this minister didn't order his officials to do it. And when it was done on the 13th of September and made sure that actually what happened was that Americans didn't receive any more tainted beef, we were still allowing that beef to head to Canadian store shelves. And when the minister stood in his house and said there wasn't any on the retail shelf, when he stood in his house and said there's none out there, everyone, don't worry, he was wrong. Because that plant was still putting beef out, and we know today, in fact, we know as of just about 30 hours ago, CFIA actually put out another recall from Plant 38, saying, pull this product back. So clearly, Mr. Speaker, that ability has always been there. S11, we will deal with S11 when it comes, and we will deal with it appropriately, but S11 is not a panacea that simply would give them more powers than they have today. It simply codifies them a little bit easier for them.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The Honourable House Leader for the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think at the heart of the opposition motion here today is a question about ministerial accountability and responsibility. This speaks obviously to the role that the Agriculture Minister plays on behalf of Canadians, but also the role that the Prime Minister has to play in holding his ministers to account. I want to pick up on the last point my friend raised, because I remember well being in the House the day the Minister got to his feet and said, no tainted meat will reach the store shelves of Canadians. That was the reassuring work that the minister was doing that day, when in fact that wasn't true at all. And the frustration I think Canadians have when looking to this government to protect them and their families when an incident like this happens is that they get told the truth. And here's my question. Why does this government seem so comfortable with a double standard in allowing meat to continue to ship to Canadians while also being in the practice and engaged in the exercise of preventing that same meat from traveling to American families? I don't understand. I don't understand how a minister of the Crown of the Canadian government can feel comfortable sitting in that role knowing that that is exactly what went on day after day after day.
Member for Welland. Less than a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague from Skeena-Buckla Valley for that question. And he's absolutely right. How can Canadians have faith in a minister that was telling them something that was untrue? Either he, did he know that to be true, or did he not? Either way, doesn't matter. If he knew it, if he didn't know what the facts were, then he hasn't actually taken control of his ministry, and he really doesn't know what's going on around him. That's reason enough to leave, because he hasn't kept control of his ministry. And clearly we've seen that through the things that he said in the first week when he was making statements in Saskatchewan and suggesting that, don't worry, just eat beef, it's safe. When indeed what we knew was this recall was an ongoing piece, and what we saw was a double standard, if you will. One for export to Americans and putting Canadians' health at risk. This minister simply needs to step aside.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to second my colleague's motion, my colleague from Welland, and I want to congratulate him for his actions in regard to this crisis concerning E. coli. In order to prepare myself for today, I looked at the chronology of events. There were so many delays, so many unanswered questions, so many gaps and failings with regard to the Minister of Agriculture that it wasn't easy. We should remember the main events in the crisis. On September 4th, the CFIA in the United States found E. coli in XL Food beef simultaneously. On September 13th, XL Foods American export license is revoked. CFIA took XL off the list of companies able to export to the United States, but it wasn't until September 16th that the first meat recall occurs on September 27th. And it took until September 27th before XL Foods' operating license got suspended. These are long delays when we're talking about the security and safety of Canadians. One of the things that shocked me the most in this entire crisis is the way that the Minister of Agriculture managed it. First of all, he stayed away from Ottawa. And when he did appear to respond to questions, he repeated prepared lines that did not respond to the questions asked by the public. He told us on September 26th that no contaminated meat would make it to the supermarket shelves. Less than a month later, 15 people are sick. How is it that the Minister of Agriculture let tainted beef wind up in the Canadian supermarkets, but intervened to prevent the export of contaminated beef to the U.S.? If the meat isn't good for our neighbors, it isn't good for us either. The minister had the authority to take immediate action, but he did not. He hid, he wasn't transparent, and he didn't take the crisis seriously. Today, we've learned that the United States had warned the CFIA a number of times in recent years of major problems with XL Foods, problems such as poorly kept files, facilities that made cross-contamination easy, equipment held together by duct tape, and let me warn those with sensitive stomachs, animal blood dripping onto consumer beef products. There were major problems with the company. He had to act. Instead of sounding the alarm as soon as he learned that the U.S. had doubts about the safety of the beef, the Minister of Agriculture irresponsibly failed to act. That is why I'm asking, what has happened to ministerial responsibility? In the 2011 Minister's Guide, it states that ministerial principle requires the ministers to be present in Parliament when Parliament deals with issues concerning organizations for which the ministers are responsible and must respond to questions. Answer the questions. This principle also requires the minister to take the measures necessary to resolve problems. With regard to the minister's role concerning the agencies or organizations in question, I don't think that describes what the Minister of Agriculture has done over the past 45 days. So that is why I join my colleague from Welland for asking for the Minister of Agriculture to resign. This week I asked the Minister how many people got sick after September 13th, the date when the Minister protected U.S. consumers by prohibiting XL beef from crossing the border, but he left Canadians in the dark. He said, that figure isn't a secret for anyone. 15 people have gotten sick. They are all better now. They have all gone home and resumed living normal lives. This is the good news. As if it wasn't terrible that people got sick. Mr. Speaker, I want to tell you some of the illnesses or symptoms associated with E. coli. You get stomach cramps, diarrhea containing blood sometimes. People vomit, they get fevers. It lasts between 5 and 7 days, and that's not all. 5 to 10% of people infected by E. coli and 15% of young children and seniors develop a syndrome that can even be fatal. Some people have convulsions or stroke, and some people need blood transfusions or dialysis, and others have permanent damage to their kidneys. But I don't need to be worried because the worst didn't happen. How lucky. That's no way to prevent other incidents such as this from occurring. Far from it. Canadians must be able to have confidence in their food inspection system. If the Minister of Agriculture cannot reassure Canadians, he must let someone else take his place. This week I asked where the aid plan for the cattle industry was. Where is the aid plan? There's nothing yet. He said that there were solutions to come in the future. The NDP has proposed having the Auditor General immediately audit the food safety procedures and provide a report to Parliament. We can't wait 5 years for that audit. We need it right now to ensure that Canadians can have renewed confidence in the food safety system. This is essential for producers who sell their products, but also for families who need to have confidence in Canadian products. According to the Auditor General, he could have a report on food safety in the spring of 2013. We applaud that effort because tracking food is important for Canadians. We are waiting for years for an audit of the system, as was recommended by the Weatherall report on the listeriosis crisis that cost 22 Canadians their lives in 2008. It's no accident that we find ourselves in this crisis. The minister's responsibility goes much further. Not only did he poorly manage this crisis, but he has undermined the CFIA's capacity in doing its job and increased the chances that such accidents or incidents will happen again. Where fewer inspectors, fewer resources, how can Canadians have confidence in the food inspection system? With XL Foods, we already see that there are flaws with the system. I can't imagine what's going to happen once CFIA is even weaker. Each time the opposition has raised concerns, the government tells us that they've hired 700 new inspectors since 2006. This is a misleading figure. First of all, this doesn't tell us that the total includes hundreds of people whose jobs have nothing to do with protecting Canadians against unsafe foods. For example, the total includes 200 inspectors added to the exotic species, invasive exotic species program designed to protect Canada from dangerous organisms coming from outside Canada and not to protect Canadians from unsafe foods. And there's also the 170 new beef inspectors or meat inspectors who were hired after the listeriosis crisis and who only worked with processed meats. In addition to the best resources, we need to make sure that inspections are high quality and that food inspection is something that companies take seriously. The CFIA's plans and priorities report signed and tabled by the Minister of Agriculture himself on May 8, 2012 indicates that from 2012-13 to 2014-15, expenditures will drop by approximately $46.6 million and the number of full-time jobs will drop by approximately 314. The Minister of Agriculture himself approved cuts to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. If the minister has the power to cut, as well as the power to restore this system, it is his responsibility, and that's why we're asking him to resign. Thank you. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I do have a question for my colleague. We have important legislation coming to this House from the Senate. This morning, we asked all parties to agree to get that legislation to committee. It is legislation to make our food safety system even better, to give more regulatory authority to CFIA. Mr. Speaker, we asked for consent. This party rejected consent. They want to slow the bill down in the House. Any kind of amendments they want to bring, they can bring forward in committee. I'd like to know why this member and her party have refused to move this bill forward through the House in an expedient manner. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
For that question, I would like to know why it was 120 days in the Senate. Why wasn't it brought to committee? We are not slowing anything down. We are not. We have the right to debate this in the House, and I think it's very important that we do. Why was it in the Senate? Why isn't it not here? Answer that question. Oh, it is. It is.
Order. Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for her very eloquent speech. And I ask her about that same bill that just came to the House from the Senate. if she's aware that of the when this bill actually started, did the government actually act quickly and develop this bill in the Senate, of course, and not in the elected House of Commons, where we have elected representatives? Did this bill actually come to the House first and then get sent to the Senate at some point? Was it right after the tainted meat was found by the Americans, of course, or was it actually years or months way in advance that there has been proposals for this type of bill, and now the government is just taking ownership of it for pretending to actually have a quick response?
The
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
Question. That bill has spent 120 days in the Senate. It's important, and we will support that bill. We've supported that bill from the beginning. Of course, we wanted to see it. Of course,
Order. The Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé has the floor. Order.
We support this bill. Of course, it's a good bill, but I think we could do better with it. There are amendments that we would be proposing to it. I cannot wait to see it and actually work on this bill. It's very important. I don't think it'll stop another crisis like this. That's why we need to really work on it, make sure that our system is stronger, because there are a lot of holes in this bill.
Questions
and comments?
Oh boy. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague has spent a lot of time today talking about the efficacy of the Minister of Agriculture. Yet I find it very convenient that the NDP want to talk about supporting Canadian farmers and ranchers when, in fact, they have gone out of their way to go against measures to support Canadian farmers in the West with our wheat board legislation, to push back against ranchers with our long gun control registry, abolishing that, Mr. Speaker. So if we're going to talk about the Minister of Agriculture's efficacy, who's done more for Canadian farmers than any other agriculture minister in Canadian history, how does she feel about that? How does she feel about her party's lack of support for anything that we've done for Canadian farmers? Answer that question.
We've now had 3 exchanges where I've been asked to answer the question. You must direct your comments to the chair, not to the member on the opposite side.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
We're talking about S11, and we're losing track of actually the motion, and I suggest that you read it, that in light of the current contaminated meat scandal at Excel Foods, and considering that the Minister of Agriculture has not learned the lesson from 2008 listeriosis scandal that cost 22 Canadians' lives, I think we should just focus on this. Where we're at now, we're looking for answers, and this minister has not been responsible. He needs to step up or step down.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to address this House on the important issue of food safety. While this issue should not be construed as political, we are in fact here today to debate a highly charged political motion brought forward by the NDP. That being said, I welcome any opportunity to bring light to the positive record of this government in supporting food safety. And I welcome the opportunity to remind Canadians of the abysmal record of the NDP when it comes to providing funding that keeps our food safe. This motion gives me the opportunity to correct much of the fear-mongering that we're hearing done by the opposition on an issue so important to Canadian families. Mr. Speaker, as always, Canadian consumers remain this government's #1 priority when it comes to food safety. Canadians and customers around the world have come to rely on the high quality and safety standards of Canadian foods. Food safety is critically important to Canadian consumers. It's why our government works to ensure that both the CFIA, Canadian Food Inspection Agency, and industry itself deliver on these expectations. We remain committed to making food as safe as possible for our consumers. Canadians know that industry, government agencies, and consumers themselves must play a part right from the farm gate to your plate to ensure that food safety. Overall, the results of our food safety system are largely positive. Since our government took office, cases of E. coli 0157 illnesses among Canadians has been cut in half. That's a great start. We will work to reduce that number even further, Mr. Speaker. Since March 2006, we have increased CFIA field inspection staff by more than 700 personnel. Excellent. That includes 170 dedicated to meat. We have also provided significant funding, including over $50 million in Budget 2012. That builds, Mr. Speaker, on the investment of $100 million in Budget 2011 to improve our overall food safety system. Now, while the NDP claim to support food safety, their track record, of course, says something otherwise. The NDP opposed both of these budgets outright, and while doing so, opposed these important investments to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Just because you didn't support them, Mr. Speaker, doesn't mean they're not there. How is it, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP can claim our government is not doing enough when, if they had it their way, the CFIA would not have received a single penny of those funds? Well, the NDP, and in particular the member for Welland, have a track record of misleading Canadians. Just last spring, that very member accused our farmers of trying to put roadkill on the plates of Canadian families. He has since been forced to back down, and he should, Mr. Speaker. While the opposition grandstands, our government continues to provide the CFIA with the resources it needs to protect Canadian foodstuffs. In addition, we have addressed all 57 recommendations of the Weatherall report to strengthen the food safety system for Canadians. We have made good progress, but as we saw with the XL Food situation, we must continue to make sure our system is more robust. That's why last spring, based on extensive consultations with Canadians, industry, and so on, our government introduced Bill S11, the Safe Food for Canadians Act, to strengthen our food safety system even further. This act passed the Senate last night, and I look forward to debating it here in the House, Mr. Speaker. I urge all members to give this bill careful attention and to move it forward expeditiously as they say they will. The safety of Canadians is not a matter for scoring political points. It's of vital importance to Canadians and our overseas consumers as well. This is why I find it puzzling that the member for Welland will not confirm his support for this important piece of legislation. He had a chance this morning and came up short, Mr. Speaker. I urge him to stand in this House today and confirm for Canadian families that he will, once and for all, vote to improve food safety. Mr. Speaker, the Safe Food for Canadians Act will strengthen and modernize our food safety system to make sure it continues to provide safe food for Canadians. It's not an exercise in deregulation. This bill provides additional food safety oversight, investigation, and enforcement, not less, Mr. Speaker. The Act will give CFIA the ability to compel industry to produce timely and usable information when requested. That's a major point. The Act will also allow for the creation of traceability systems, which will help speed up investigations and recalls in situations like the recent XL Foods. The proposed Safe Food for Canadians Act will also improve food safety oversight by instituting a more consistent inspection regime across all food commodities, providing better controls over imports and strengthening overall food traceability. We can see how important it is to trace products from the farm gate to your plate, and in the event of an incident like this, to do it efficiently and effectively. This proposed regulation-making authority would help the agency in its efforts to quickly remove recalled products from our marketplace. The Act will also implement tougher fines of up to $5 million for intentional activities that put the health and safety of Canadians at risk. Food producers are legally responsible for producing safe food. It's their job to do what's right, and it's the CFIA's job to make sure that processors follow through. As I mentioned previously, the regulations under the bill will also ensure that a company provides documentation in a form that can be easily understood, thus reducing time lost in seeking clarifications. While strengthening food safety for Canadians, the Safe Food for Canadians Act will also help Canada's agricultural industry, which drives Canada's economy with over $44 billion in exports and 1 in 8 jobs for Canadians. The Act will further align Canada's food safety systems with our key trading partners and increase importing countries' confidence in Canadian food commodities through expanded export certificates. Finally, to help ensure imported food commodities meet our high standards, this same Act will strengthen controls over imported food commodities and introduce powers to be able to license all food importers. Mr. Speaker, this bill is good for Canadian families. It will strengthen and modernize our food safety system and help our agriculture and food industry to continue to drive Canada's economy. In regards to the honourable member's motion, the CFIA continues working to verify that the plant in question has put corrective measures in place and is following those measures to effectively control possible E. coli contamination at all stages of production. Once the agency is confident in the food safety controls at Establishment 38, they will then thoroughly review the situation to determine what improvements to Canada's food safety system can be made. While the NDP and the Liberals would like to dictate what the Auditor General does, on this side of the House we respect that the Auditor General is independent And in fact, Mr. Speaker, and this is very important, the Auditor General already has the authority to audit any federal agency he sees fit, including the CFIA. Mr. Speaker, some of the comments I've been hearing from honourable members leads us to believe that they have no idea what happens during a food recall. And although the members opposite don't like to hear it, when a food recall happens or is continued, it shows our robust system is working. When a food recall gets underway, the CFIA works literally around the clock to get the products off the shelf as fast as they can and as comprehensively as they can. The agency is committed to providing accurate, useful information as quickly as possible to inform the public about products that may also be in their fridges or freezers at home. We must help the honourable members across the aisle separate fact from fiction. The opposition will stand today and try to scare Canadians with talk about cuts to food safety. Mr. Speaker, Canadians need to be assured that no such cuts exist or are contemplated. In fact, our government has increased the budget of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency by some 20% since taking office. The opposition will also claim we're reducing the number of inspectors. As I stated earlier, Mr. Speaker, we've hired over 700 new net inspectors. Excellent. At the XL facility in Brooks, we've increased the number of inspectors by 20% in recent years. We have done all of this without 1 ounce of support from the opposition, Mr. Speaker. That's sad. Canadian families need to know the truth when it comes to food safety. Going back to the beginning, when problems were first revealed, the CFIA discovered E. coli in a beef product on September the 4th. This product, discovered in a secondary processing facility, had originated from XL in Brooks. The agency acted to contain the specific affected product on that date and has been acting ever since. At that time, there was no evidence that any additional product had been affected. On that very same day, the CFIA was also informed that the U.S. Food Safety and Inspection Service had discovered E. coli in a sample of beef trimmings that also originated from that same plant. Those particular meat products were destroyed. So to repeat at this time, there was no evidence that any additional product had been affected or had been placed on store shelves. That's the famous quote they keep misquoting, Mr. Speaker, and thus no recall was needed. We had it all. The CFIA immediately launched a full investigation into the causes of the problem on September 4th and have been acting ever since. With the onset of the CFIA investigation, inspectors stepped up their oversight of operations within the plant. At this point, there was still no definitive evidence that any other product was affected or in the marketplace. The Public Health Agency of Canada had been called and begun an assessment with their provincial colleagues. Mr. Speaker, there were no confirmed illnesses before our recalls were initiated. Risk factors were, however, being investigated, and evidence was being gathered by both the CFIA and the Public Health Agency of Canada. The CFIA acted swiftly to address the problem once it was discovered. It was discovered by our own inspectors during routine testing. As my honourable colleagues are well aware, XL Foods has taken full responsibility and showed a renewed commitment to working with the CFIA through this situation. The speed at which XL Foods begins normal operations is solely dependent on their ability to demonstrate to the CFIA that they can produce safe food. We recognize that the company wants to return to normal operation as soon as possible, but the CFIA has a responsibility to ensure that the plant will produce safe food going forward under any management team. Canadian consumers have the right to that assurance, and it is CFIA's responsibility to provide it, Mr. Speaker. To correct another piece of fiction spread by the opposition, it has been said that Budget 2012 cut CFIA's inspection capacity, which led to this facility being under-resourced. Absolutely, categorically false, Mr. Speaker. In the case of this particular XL Foods facility, CFIA inspection staffing levels have actually gone up by some 20%, not down. In fact, our government's budget last year, as I said, committed $100 million over 5 years for the CFIA to modernize its overall food inspection system. This included new resources to improve inspection delivery, increased training for inspection staff, scientific capacity in food laboratories, and information management, and, of course, new technology. All the while, our government continues to invest in food safety. To cite just a few examples of the kinds of strategic investments we're making in food safety, Mr. Speaker, as I said, farm gate to plate, $6.6 million for the Canadian Pork Council to develop the National Swine Traceability System, over $950,000 to help the Canadian Hort Council strengthen the national on-farm food safety system for their industry, over $4.5 million to help the Canadian Cattlemen Identification Agency to strengthen overall livestock traceability. I would also add, Mr. Speaker, that these strategic investments are a great example of more things to come. As you know, last month in the Yukon, Ministers of Agriculture agreed to invest $3 billion over the next 5 years to proactive programs in the areas of innovation, competitiveness, and market development. This includes continued support for the development and strengthening of food safety systems and overall traceability of foodstuffs. The bottom line, Mr. Speaker, is Canadian consumers and their families have always been and will continue to be the Government of Canada's first priority when it comes to food safety. Whether it's through the new Bill S11, Safe Food for Canadians Act, or our investments that I've outlined here, our government will continue to build a world-class food safety system that safeguards Canadian consumers. This motion today does nothing to support food safety. It's purely politically driven. I encourage the member for Welland and his colleagues to cease this partisanship and finally do something constructive to support food safety and the industry. He can do that by just supporting Bill S11. That would be a start, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Welland.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was amused and somewhat befuddled by some of the comments of the minister when he said, fact, our #1 priority is Canadian food safety, and yet his first act when it came to XL Foods was to close the exportation of beef to Americans, not us. So if it was known by the minister that we shouldn't send it to Americans, why, the first question would be, Mr. Speaker, why would you continue to send it to Canadians if indeed their first priority is Canadian safety? The other fact, and the minister was going through talking about facts, so I guess I would ask the minister, through you, Mr. Chair, if indeed it's his signature that's on the document of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency reports on plans and priority that says they will reduce it by $46.6 million and 314 full-time equivalencies, I would ask if that's the case. And I guess I would also ask the minister the question that when he stood in his house and said none had reached on the store shelves, he's indicating, well, we kind of didn't know then. I guess the question is, why not? And why did we continue, when we did know that it got out, why did we continue to produce? And as for S11, Mr. Speaker, let me just be clear again that what I have said in this House during the emergency debate, of course, was that indeed bring S11 as fast as you can and we will help you get it to committee because we have some great ideas to make it a better piece of legislation, and indeed we'll support it to committee to get it moving along. But of course you left it in the Senate for 120 days. We can't help you move it faster if you actually start over there rather than starting here, and then you drag your feet over there and don't bring it here.
I would point out again, I didn't leave it in the Senate. The chair did not leave it in the Senate. Please direct your comments to the chair, not to other members of the House. The honourable member for the honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we recognize how diligently you do your job. We know you'd never drag your heels on this, as your NDP colleagues are doing. When he talks about 120 days, he's sort of forgetting the summer recess when the Senate isn't sitting. I wish he would be honest with Canadians. That's the type of thing, the misinformation that is constantly being put out there, Mr. Speaker, by members like this, and that's just shameful, period. Having said that, he continues to talk about the line that I said about no product made it to store shelves. I actually did say that, Mr. Speaker, pertaining to the September 4th initial containment, the initial tainted product that we found in Calgary and the Americans found at the border. Absolutely true, Mr. Speaker. No recall was necessary. None of it made it to store shelves because we contained it all that very day. So please, you've seen that on the timeline. Please be honest with Canadians and put out the right information. Member from Welland should know better than that after he stepped in the mud up to his ears with his roadkill comments earlier this year.
Wow.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you so much. Mr. Speaker, I want to express dismay, frustration, not only on behalf of the opposition, but on behalf of all of Canada, all Canadians, who are frustrated with the fact that this Conservative government simply does not want Canadians to know the truth. How can this minister stand up and say there were no cuts when his own senior management in the spring, following the presentation of the budget implementation bill, say you don't make these kind of cuts, 10% cuts, without there being cuts at the front line? And he continually stands up and denies their cuts. But my question is about Bill S11, which we support. The current bill, the Meat Inspection Act, Section 13, allows the CFA to demand production of whatever they need to make sure that the intent of the Act is honoured. The owner and operator has the obligation to facilitate and produce those documents. Other abattoirs in this country are getting along just fine with the current legislation. Why aren't they finding themselves in difficulty? Why was it possible for CFIA to finally step in and shut the plant down if they didn't have the requisite authority to do what they need to do? And yet he continually stands up with this rouge, Mr. Speaker, through you, saying that it's Bill S11 that's the panacea to food safety. It will solve all the problems. He's hiding behind that bill, Mr. Speaker. We need to know the truth. When will he tell us the truth about what happened?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we've been doing exactly that since day one. The timeline was well defined. It's up on CFIA's website. It clearly shows that the original product that was tainted was contained that day. No need for a recall, no need for searching store shelves because it never got there, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to his talking about priorities and plannings, and of course I signed a letter. We're looking for efficiencies across government, but none of those trimming of CFIA's budget affect food safety. And I would challenge him to point to any particular instance where he can actually show that fact. He's making that up, Mr. Speaker. He's scaring Canadians. I know Halloween's coming, but he might want to save that for when he puts on his mask for Halloween, because it is not true, Mr. Speaker. I'm not trivializing. I am very intent on this. He is scaring Canadians when it is not necessary. Exactly right. Mr. Speaker, there are no cuts to frontline food safety proposed or even thought about, Mr. Speaker. None of that is on. He also talks about S11 and the preparation of documents and the presentation of documents. Yes, we have rights under the existing legislation, but they do not include demanding those documents and having them delivered in a timely way. Rather than waiting days for an industry such as XL or others to go back through their files and find documentation, we need it much quicker than that, Mr. Speaker. We need it at the speed of commerce, and that's what we're demanding with S11. We hope that he is serious about supporting it and doesn't drag his heels, as some of his Senate colleagues tried to do.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm sure most of you realize that XL Foods facility is in my riding, and it certainly has been very difficult for all of the employees, the community across the country. Mr. Speaker, and I know, excuse me, the Minister has said over and over and over again that this facility will not reopen unless it meets CFIA safe food standards. And, Mr. Speaker, my question to the Minister is, I know that they had a temporary recall for employees to come back to process some 2,500 carcasses, as I understand. I'm wondering if the Minister could tell us what that process was and why that was necessary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Of course, Mr. Speaker, there are scientific procedures and protocols that are internationally recognized that must be followed in a situation like this in order to get back into export markets and to assure Canadian consumers that that plant has the capacity to produce safe food. CFIA, the professional people there, were on site all through this. They continue to work through some existing carcasses that were in the cooler to show the efficacy of the programming that XL has in place. Their HoC protocols, as it is called, Mr. Speaker. And we have done that now. We have sent the samples away. Hundreds of samples have been taken on those carcasses that were cut, as they call it. We're waiting for some of those samples to return. CFIA has begun to put together a report on what they've seen, what they've heard, and what they've done in that plant during this time. They will have that report to the President of CFIA in the next days. He will compile that. Another adjudication will be done by the professional people here in Ottawa, and once they have that, they'll be sending a letter to me as to whether or not that plant is ready to reopen. We know now, last night, the announcement that JBS has been brought in as a new management tool, that they will be running the plant over the next few months to get it back up to speed. We welcome that, Mr. Speaker, but I'm here to tell Canadians and tell you that the certification of that plant will be as rigorous as it always was intended to be, regardless of who the management will be. They will have to prove to us on an ongoing basis that that plant continues to deliver safe food, Mr. Speaker. There will be continued oversight by CFIA. As I said, some 46 CFIA personnel in the plant with the addition of a couple more during that recertification process. We look forward to positive results and getting the industry back on normal footing, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, quick ones. The honourable member for Berthier-Maskinongé.
I have two questions for the Minister. Does the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, is that your responsibility? And there were a lot of problems at XL Foods plant.
Direct your questions to the chair.
I was just wondering, XL Foods had a lot of problems at that plant. They had broken sprinklers, improper cleaning, an inadequate monitoring system, and thousands of pounds of beef became contaminated. And this went on for weeks and weeks and weeks. So I was just wondering if the Agriculture Minister, if CFIA is one of his responsibilities. That is my question.
Honourable Minister of Agriculture, about a minute.
Well, of course, every government agency has to report through a minister. That's the protocol in this place, Mr. Speaker. I have the responsibility to report on plans and priorities and, of course, outcomes for CFIA, and I continue to do that, Mr. Speaker. The professional people at CFIA have carried themselves well during this in the plant. Of course, they're under a lot of stress to perform as well. My responsibilities as minister stop there. I'm not involved in the day-to-day inspection. My responsibility as minister is to continue to build a robust food safety system through the regulatory and legislative channels to make sure that CFIA has ongoing support when it comes to budgetary and manpower requirements. And we've proven ourselves up to that task, Mr. Speaker, with some 700-plus frontline inspectors being added, 170 dedicated to the processed meat systems, with some 20% budgetary increases, Mr. Speaker, and of course addressing all of the issues raised in the Weatherall report, making sure that CFIA has the robustness and the capacity to deliver safe food for Canadians.
Right on.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak on this motion, which I think, again, is a timely one, following up on the emergency debate that the Liberals had asked for a few nights ago. Mr. Speaker, really what I want to say is that the responsibility for the safety of the food that Canadians eat is what this is all about. Canadians need to know that they can go and buy food and eat it and that they will not get sick if they buy it from a reputable grocery store or from a place where they know that that food has been inspected and has the CFIA stamp and that everyone believes this is good food. That's how the system is supposed to work. That's what government's responsibility is all about. In the case of food-borne illness and the case of food safety, there are three groups in the government that are responsible to ensure that there is safe food in this country. One is the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. The second is the Minister of Health, and the third is the Public Health Agency of Canada. The three of them working together are responsible to ensure that the food that we eat in this country are safe. Now, we know that there is even a protocol that has been written to ensure that when there is any question of the safety of food, when there is any hint of contamination of food, this protocol kicks in. And the protocol implicates these three departments, gives them very clear guidelines about what their role is and what they're supposed to do. So ultimately, what I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is this issue is about the health and safety of Canadians and their confidence that their government, who are responsible for that, is on the job and on the watch. Now, let us look at how the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, who is one of the people responsible for the safety of the food we eat. Here we have a minister who mishandled the file from the word go. And mishandled the file for very many reasons. It's because the minister couldn't give us the answers, clear answers. I mean, the minister loves to stand in the House and blame everyone for ratcheting up all of the noise and for creating anxiety amongst Canadians. Canadians are anxious because they're not getting answers, because they're not getting very clear assurances about the food that they eat. And this is at the heart of the problem. The ministers should be out there, the three groups responsible, Public Health Agency, Minister of Health, and the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, every single day, if necessary, as we saw happen with the SARS outbreak, as we saw happen with the BSE, when the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food, the Liberal Minister at the time, was out there telling people what was going on, everything they were doing, keeping Canadians in the loop. This is at the heart of the problem. Not only could we not get any answers, we couldn't get the truth, we couldn't get any rationale for why there were no answers and how and why this happened. So I just want to look at the facts here, Mr. Speaker. This is not the first time that the U.S. Food Safety Inspection Service had to notify CFIA about Canada's food safety, especially with regard to beef and chicken, etc. Because it seems to me that Canada cannot seem to take care of this problem. We have to depend on the Americans to help us out here. Now, reports show that the CFIA was sent reports by the United States Food Inspection Services several times in the last 10 years regarding deficiencies found in Canada's processing plants, meat processing plants, including XL Foods. Now, when the Liberals were in power and this was flagged in 2003, and immediately we took July of 2003, we heard about it, and XL Foods was taken off the list. It was delisted immediately and told that it had to fix things. And then when it was fixed things in 2004, it was reinstated again and was back on the list. In 2004, the CFIA and in the United States looked at the plant and they found that there were now some new problems. And so what happened is we warned them at the time, the minister and the Liberal government, and we told them that they had 30 days to fix it. So they were reinstated again in 2005, and everything seems to have been going right until then. Now, the U.S. was concerned at the time, and still are, that we are not tracking the trends. Everybody knows that in food processing that there's always going to be E. coli and various contaminants because of the nature of the product itself. And so one is supposed to trend track. One is supposed to be always randomly testing to make sure there are no sudden rises in super shedders within the beef, within the cattle, that are suddenly bringing in large amounts of pathogenic E. coli. That is supposed to be done on a regular basis. The U.S. does it. We don't, even though we've been asked to do it. 75% of American processing companies do this. We do not do this. So why didn't the CFA begin to take action when this government came on the watch in 2006 and the American Food Safety Group told them that this was still continuing to happen? They did nothing. In May of this year, the United States said to the CFIA that they were not tracking the trends for E. coli. And we got no answer for that. And here we found that they, in fact, continued to ask the question, and they had to do the tracking themselves. And that is how, having done that tracking themselves, they found out that we were having problems in September the 4th, and they flagged it to us, because we weren't on the watch. This government was not doing its job. They weren't watching what was going on. And so they found it took 13 days for the government to pay attention. 13 days after the September 4th notification by the U.S. inspectors. And we didn't even find that they did bracketing in those 13 days. When they did recall on September the 16th, which was 13 days later, they didn't bracket, and that is an important part of recalling of food. You recall the shipment that went prior to the knowledge that the food was contaminated, and the shipment that goes out after you know that the food is contaminated, so that you recall those things so people don't buy them and put them in their fridges and their freezers and leave them there not knowing and thinking that it was only from the date that the recall was given that from then on onwards there was a problem. That was not done. And then it was another 2 full weeks before we shut down the plant, by which time that food had gone out into the retail grocery chain, it was in the fridges of people, it was on small butcher shops, it was everywhere. People were buying it, continuing to believe, as Canadians do, that the government's on the watch and that their food was safe. I want to hear an answer from the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food as to why it took him 2 weeks, and we still have not got that answer, and then why he didn't bracket, and then why, of course, they allowed that food to go out into the food chain where we don't know who have that food in their freezers right now. And it is not a good enough answer to say, well, cook the food properly, people. It is not a good enough answer. Or as we heard in the last debate from the parliamentary secretary across the way here, who said, oh, by the way, if everyone washes their hands, everything is going to be fine. I mean, this is the kind of stuff we're hearing. There is no question here of a sense of responsibility for Canadians. None at all. Now, so that was a Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food who, as I say, completely mismanaged the whole thing. Now we look at the role, as I said earlier on, of the Minister of Health and the Public Health Agency of Canada. Now, what should have happened was this. There is something called a health risk assessment, which Health Canada is responsible for, and must be completed, and I quote from the document, in a rapid and timely manner in order to ensure that appropriate risk management decisions are taken to prevent contaminated food from reaching the consumer, the Canadian, mom and dad out there who are cooking barbecues on the steak, that they must be prevented from getting that contaminated food. That, and I quote, is from the Food Illness Outbreak Response Protocol, which is normally called FIOP. So when I mention FIOP from now, you know that I'm talking about a protocol written up and agreed on and signed by those 3 departments that were responsible. There was no rapid and timely manner in which that appropriate risk management was taken. Or if it was taken, it did not get out there to the consumer at all. We didn't hear until the 26th of September, which was 2 weeks later, we suddenly heard that there was on the website of the Health Canada and of the Public Health Agency of Canada that there was a problem. In the meantime, 15 people had been ill. The immediate thing that triggers the Minister of Health and the Canadian Public Health Agency to get involved is when a person gets sick. One person had got to get sick. It doesn't say when a person dies. It says when a person gets sick, and there is reason to believe, to suspect, that there is a potential for more people to get sick. Well, now let me tell you this, Mr. Speaker. We know that XL Foods processes 40% of the food in this country. We know that it took 2 weeks for the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food to actually even recall. We know that it took him a further 2 weeks in which this was all over the food retail stores. Why is it that the Minister of Health did not get out there? The Minister of Health remained silent. The deafening silence from the Minister of Health and the Public Health Agency. They get in when a person gets sick. They get in when there is reason to believe that that illness will go across the country. Not when people die. Not when we have 25 people sick or 30 people sick. There's no magic number, Mr. Speaker. It's said that when it reaches over one province. Well, we know that the extent of that food going out into the food chain went across this country. It wasn't limited to Alberta or not alone. And so the word here is potential. And we have no explanation at all as to where the silence and as to why this wasn't done. The 4-year-old girl got kidney failure. 15 people are sick, as far as we know right now, from this E. coli outbreak. The point, Mr. Speaker, is simply this. If we have seniors, young children, and immunocompromised people eating that food, they have a higher risk of dying. Healthy people eating it can get very, very sick and hopefully get better. So it is only a matter of sheer luck that no one died. It isn't because of good care. It isn't because of good handling on the fly. It's simply sheer luck as to who ate this. The Minister of Health was slow to respond, and she was silent. She knew about the contamination. And at the minute someone gets sick, as I said before, not die or anything, just someone gets sick and it crosses over one province, the Public Health Agency of Canada takes the lead as per the FIOP protocol, takes the lead right away. Because here's what the protocol says. It says, once a potential multi-jurisdictional foodborne illness outbreak has come to the attention of public health or food regulatory agencies, there is a requirement not a maybe should. There is a requirement to examine the current available information and determine if it is sufficient to indicate the presence of a potential multi-jurisdictional foodborne illness outbreak that requires a collaborative and coordinated investigation and the activation of an outbreak investigation coordinating committee called the OICC. That, Mr. Speaker, I quote. Now, the HoC OICC should be activated when the investigation and response to the identified potential multi-jurisdictional risk of human contamination, and I quote, is known or has the potential to be related to a widely distributed food product. Read Excel, 40% of the processing of food. How wider and how much wider can you get when that food goes all across this country? Now, so we are saying that they've mismanaged the file as well from the Minister of Health's perspective and for the Public Health Agency of Canada's perspective. They have the reason Public Health Agency is to take the lead as soon as a person gets sick is because they have been given the funding to have the capacity and the resources that can be mobilized immediately to assist in the investigation of foodborne illness outbreaks and for surveillance and tracking. And, Mr. Speaker, surveillance and tracking isn't just checking about where the meat went. It is in letting every emergency department and all of the health professionals and hospitals across this country to know that anybody who presents with an illness that is an enteric illness, in this case, abdominal illness caused by food, gastroenteritis, whatever you want to call it, that those should be reported immediately to decide whether they are linked to this particular thing. That is what surveillance is. That did not happen. Or if it did happen, nobody, including the people who were supposed to be informed, knew about it. So this is, again, mismanagement of the file. So has this government, and I say this government, learned nothing from Walkerton? I say this government because there were 3 ministers currently in the front benches of this government who were there and who had responsibility for what went on with Walkerton. The Minister of Finance, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, and the President of the Treasury Board were there. And what the audit on Walkerton said from O'Connor is that the reason that Walkerton happened was because of cuts. Government cuts to the food inspection and government cuts to water inspection and privatizing of the system in order to save money. This is what we're talking about. You have to save money when you have a deficit, but you have to save it in places where you know people are not going to get sick and you do not put Canadians at risk. And did they learn nothing, this government, from the listeriosis outbreak which occurred in 2008? We got all of the information from the Weatherall report after that listeriosis outbreak, and the Weatherall report said the same thing that the Walkerton inquiry said. It said that there should be the tracking, that the 3 ministers have to be involved, etc., etc. Nothing happened. 4 years later, we're facing the same problem because this government went ahead and laid off 200 inspectors since March. The Parliamentary Budget Officer tells us that 16 million is being directly cut from food safety. They tell us that there has been a 56.1 million cut to CFIA. This comes out of the Parliamentary Budget Office, Mr. Speaker. I'm not making this up. The point is that not only did this government not learn from Walkerton, not only did they ignore the Weatherall report, which talked about tracking, they didn't track the trends in any of the food systems looking for blips and outbreaks. They didn't do any of that. They refused to listen to the U.S., who have been warning them. We listened when they warned us in 2003, 2004, and 2005. We recalled, we pulled back, we delisted the company. As soon as 2006 came on and this government took place, they started to ignore it. And I mean, we listened to the minister saying here that, everything is great and we did a wonderful job. Mr. Speaker, there is a saying in medicine. In medicine, if you could have the greatest hospital in the world with all of the right equipment, with everything ready to get the most well-trained doctors and surgeons and physicians and nurses and anesthetists operating on the patient, and you can say, my gosh, what a successful operation. Look at the beauty of the work that was done here. Look at all the equipment we have. But if the operation was a success and the patient died, then the operation was not a success. And so you could tell anyone in this House, Mr. Speaker, the minister could say, I have had 46 people, I have 6 vets, I have added 200 people to the list, I've done all this, we have all the bells and whistles. It didn't work. So the operation might have been a success, but the patient died. Even though no one died, what we're saying is that the outcome was a failure. Mr. Speaker, that is what we're talking about, the outcome of what is being done. If it failed, it didn't work. I don't know how else to say. If it failed, it failed. If it didn't work, it didn't work. I don't care what you tell me that you have in an operating room or everywhere else. If the patient died, the operation was not a success. So this is not a success, and we don't have answers. What we have are snarky comments, we have snide remarks, we have smart alecky drive-by little insults that are being used when this minister should be standing up in the House and the Minister of Health should be speaking, and there should be some form of apology, there should be some humility, there should be some sense that we fell down on the job, people, we are sorry, mea culpa, and I'm going to make sure it doesn't happen again. That's what you want from a government. You saw when the Liberals were in power what we did. We saw what happened with the BSE crisis. The minister was out there taking it on the chin, but at the same time informing the public about what was going on. That's called responsible government. That's called transparency. That is called ensuring that you actually do care about what your department is supposed to do. You do care about the outcomes. You are not here to constantly hide behind all kinds of language and all kinds of excuses. The mistake was made. What happened? Parliament should know. The people of Canada should know, because the confidence in the food safety in this country has taken a blow. And not only that, it has hurt food processing industry in this country. It has hurt farmers who now don't have the ability to get their meat, their cows to the processing plant, their steer. They are therefore paying the cost of sitting them in the field. They are also finding that the price of grain, incidentally, has gone up. That is costing them. What we're saying is that everyone is hurting because of, A, the lack of ability of this government to take responsibility, to be upfront and tell people so that we can get the confidence back in the system, both in the meat processing system, so that the United States can know that we're on the ball, because they don't think we are, and we haven't been for all the length of time. They have to look over us like a parent looking over a recalcitrant child who isn't doing what they're told. This is unacceptable, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Health's silence is unacceptable. The fact that no one has stood up and tell the people in Canada that they want to be assured that the CFIA will enforce the same rigorous food safety standards that everyone should expect of a government. So, you know, the minister stands up and says today, and I want to quote the minister, Mr. Speaker, very quickly before I sit down, Canadian consumers can be assured that the CFIA will enforce the same rigorous food safety standards at Lakeside facility, regardless of the amount. Same rigorous standards? Mr. Speaker, I have to sit down at that and say, what same? I don't have any confidence that the same problems are going to be repeated. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity to ask a question of this member. You know, Mr. Speaker, I remember, I'm not that old, but I do remember the Liberal time in government. I remember how badly they loused up the agricultural industry in this country. I remember when they sleptwalked into BSE and their resulting lack of leadership and investment and proper understanding of the industry led to the borders being closed for Canadian beef from virtually every single export destination that Canadian beef was exported to. And the harm that was done to Canadian farms, they're still recovering from. You know, I grew up on a beef farm. I own farms today. I understand a thing or two about agriculture. I understand that E. coli, for example, naturally occurs in meat. It naturally occurs. So to think that you could put in place a perfect system is impossible. You put in place the best system that you can. You hire more meat inspectors. That's why we put $50 million in Budget 2012 for more inspectors, $100 million for more inspectors last year, $75 million specifically to implement the measures in the Weatherall report. This member voted against each and every one of them. Each and every one of them. That's your record, Mr. Speaker. Now, we'll take no abuse from the Liberal Party coming at us from the height of hypocrisy. How many technical briefings has this member attended since she indicates she'd like to know more about it?
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I guess I shouldn't be laughing in the House, but I think that that question was a ridiculous one. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you this. It is on file. It is there, what happened in the BSC crisis. It is absolutely there for everyone to see that the Minister of Agriculture was upfront, that this government put $3 billion. It's in the report. It's in the records. $3 billion to help Canadian farmers weather that problem. And the idea that E. coli is something that is always in the food chain, Mr. Speaker, is ludicrous. Of course we know that. We know that E. coli occurs in the fields and the beef. It's an excrement. That's true. And don't tell me, Mr. Speaker, that we can't do it, because the United States tracks this regularly, knowing that there is a risk. They do what the Weather Report asked, which was to do that tracking of trends to check when there is a super shadow. This government has not been doing it. The United States told them that they haven't been doing it. They've fallen down on the job, Mr. Speaker. And it's as simple as that. And no whitewash and no insults can make that different.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Rimouski, Nejet, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Agriculture had an answer to a question asked by my colleague from Berthier-Masconnauget with regard to his responsibility. And he said his responsibility was limited simply to developing regulations and verifying that Canadian Food Inspection Agency could do its job. Canadian Food Inspection Agency is not the Crown. It's not an arm's length. It is a Crown corporation. It is not arm's length. It reports directly to the Minister. The Minister has said that he has no authority to say to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency and to instruct it to take measures to prevent this kind of situation from occurring. So I would ask my colleague from Vancouver Centre what she thinks of the issue of ministerial accountability and what is the role of the Minister of Agriculture in a situation like this.
Honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. That question, I thank the honourable member, is at the heart of what we're trying to say in this House. I mean, I was told, did I go to briefings? I've never been invited to a briefing. That isn't the problem. Parliament should be able to be told the answers in this House. That's called accountability. We don't hear the answers in this House when we ask for them. The public do not know. That is what we're talking about, that ability to let people know. And of course, the question here is when the Food Inspection Agency is responsible to the Minister and the Public Health Agency of Canada is also responsible to the Minister of Health, they cannot do their jobs well. They don't have the autonomy to be able to do what they're supposed to do. They're told by their masters when to cut and run and when to hide and when to not tell people and when not to disclose. That is not what we expect from our Food Inspection Agency and our Public Health Agency, and they should be completely arm's length.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just would say, in terms of the briefing, Mr. Speaker, I don't think the member should worry much about a briefing from this government because, simply put, as what I've found out in terms of their briefings, they're just usually propaganda campaigns anyway, to try and cover up what the government is doing. Now, yes, I'm serious. I'm serious in terms of the briefings from this government, but I will say this. In terms of the Minister, in terms of the CFIA, and in terms of the Canadian Health Agency, they should be out there explaining to Canadians. Yes. And they've failed Canadians in terms of doing that. The Minister of Agriculture actually ran away and hauled the President of CFA off the stage at one point early in this development. So my question, Mr. Speaker, to the member from Vancouver Centre is that where is the Canada's Health Agency in this? We know the Minister of Agriculture failed absolutely and his incompetence is shining through. But the Minister of Health, she's been completely absent for the file. She has responsibility for the National Health Agency, for the Canadian Health Agency. And why is it not out there doing what it should in terms of explaining Canadians food is safe, what's being done to make that food safe, and how the system should work?
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that question very much because, again, we're back to the same thing. The Minister of Health has been nowhere to be seen. We've not heard from her. And as I said earlier on when I made my speech, Mr. Speaker, in the FIORP, that absolute protocol that's been signed by the three departments, to say what happens as soon as someone gets sick, as soon as there is a potential of risk for widespread dissemination, and we know 40% of the company's beef went across this country, the lead on the file becomes the Minister of Health and the Public Health Agency. But, Mr. Speaker, the Public Health Agency is like the CFIA. It is constrained by what the minister tells them it should do and shouldn't do. And I just want to quickly give you a quotation from a commentary from the Canadian Medical Association Journal, which says the ability of the officer of the Public Health Agency of Canada to bring issues forward or to comment freely on matters that may pose a risk to the public health may be particularly constrained by the current way in which it is set up. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to ask my colleague from the Liberal Party. We know that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency didn't have enough resources to adequately respond to the current crisis, despite everything that the Minister of Agriculture has said, that there were more inspectors, for example. But it would be interesting for people to learn that, in fact, the inspectors working at XL Foods plant, after 4 years of the implementation of the compliance system, most of those inspectors had not received the training to use the system. And why didn't they get the training, adequate training? Because the Canadian Food Inspection Agency didn't have enough financial resources or enough inspectors. So do they not believe that the minister should have taken the necessary measures to reduce the risks of such a crisis? And starting now, he should cancel the cuts in order to prevent such a situation from occurring again in the future.
Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think the honourable member makes a point. The government may stand in the House and tell everyone until their noses grow that they have not cut. But here is what the Parliamentary Budget Officer set up by this government to look at these kinds of issues says 16 million was directly cut from food safety, 56.1 million in cuts to the CFIA. The 200 inspectors were laid off in March, and 40 inspectors and 6 vets in the plant, XL Food plant right now. Only 3 of the 46 inspectors were actually versed in compliance verification system, and the other 43 were paper pushers and not completely trained. So how do you expect people to be able to do their jobs if they were not appropriately trained, if there are cuts? And you are asking now for the food inspectors to take the hit for this. The minister has to take the hit, and the 3 ministers in this House responsible for Walkerton in Ontario, where 23 people died, are now passing it on to the rest of the country. It's not acceptable.
Reprise de débat.
Resume debate.
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd just like to say before starting that I'll be splitting my time with the member from Newton North Delta. And also, I'd like to thank my colleague from Welland for his hard work on the file, our current agriculture critic. Just as he worked diligently on the listeriosis outbreak file, he's been on top of this. He's been meeting with producers, asking hard questions, and also his backup staff, Katie and Rosa, just put a tremendous package together for us information-wise, so I'd like to thank them for that. I also must say that, this is a debate about a crisis. The Minister of Agriculture and I, both in my former role as critic and now, have had a good working relationship, and I feel that I can address concerns to him, which I've done, whether it's to regard the fruit growers or organic growers, and he's there to respond. So this is it's not about that. What this is about is a mistake that was made by him and his department. Serious mistake. And, Mr. Speaker, that's why we're here today. So let's just look at some of the timeline that I'm sure has been gone over and will be continued to be discussed here. September the 3rd, a shipment of beef from XL Foods tested positive for E. coli at the border. 4th of September, CFIA identified positive E. coli 0517H7 at XL Foods. Skips. Farther down, September the 7th, XL is formally requested to produce detailed information related to product details as soon as, but no later than September the 10th. This is 6 days after the positive finding of E. coli. Mr. Speaker, on September the 13th, the CFIA finally removes XL from the list of establishments eligible to export to the U.S. However, and this is important and interesting, there's still no recall in Canada. September the 16th, there is beef recall number 1, the first one. And this is 13 days after U.S. officials discovered E. coli. 13 days, Mr. Speaker. On September the 25th, the minister is quoted as saying, I quote, "The work with the CFIA to adjudicate the paperwork at XL Foods is being done so that it can start getting back into that lucrative American market just as quickly as possible. I reiterate that none of the product made it to store shelves." That was his quote. And yet we find out that the Health Department and the CFIA determined that there was sufficient evidence to conclude that steaks purchased at Costco wholesale in Edmonton were actually the vehicle for 4 cases of human illness. October the 4th, XL Foods finally issues a press release and takes full responsibility for the recalled meat. This is the first statement on their behalf. So, as we go through this, we look at what are the implications of this. Well, I think the basic conclusion is that the system, as it applied to XL, was not working. And I would like to go a little bit further and to say that this is a symptom of a major disease that I see coming from that side of the House, and that's a disease of deregulation, industrial self-regulation. We've seen, Mr. Speaker, in the last Trojan horse omnibus bill, all sorts of provisions to, gut the whole environmental review process, to be able to streamline the Northern Gateway Pipeline, taking fish habitat out of the Fisheries Act, all of this in the name of industry self-regulation, guided by, which I would say seems to be driving this government, is the whole Milton Friedman philosophy of deregulation, privatization, less government. Monsieur le Président, les coupes...
Mr. Speaker, the CFIA budget cuts should be cancelled. The agency should be able to have the necessary resources in order to be able to carry out its mandate for Canadians, which is to ensure the safety of food in the food industry. So the Conservatives really fought for auto regulation, and now the inspectors seem to be examining paperwork rather than meat. The problem with our food safety system are a direct consequence of the incompetence of this government, and Canadians are the ones who are paying the price.
Consumer now can, in the future, choose not to eat beef. Obviously, we can survive. There's other things that people can eat. However, a cattle producer cannot choose to turn around and start producing something else or go elsewhere. So once again, the farmer has taken the hit because of inadequate oversight by this government in collaboration with industry. And that's what's happened here, Mr. Speaker. It's a tough enough market for producers who don't need this. So the idea that 700 new net food inspectors have been added to the ranks of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency is wrong and misleading. This total includes hundreds whose work has nothing to do with protecting Canadians from unsafe food products. For example, the total includes 200 inspectors added to the Invasive Alien Species Program, which is designed to keep harmful organisms out of Canada, not safeguard Canadians from unsafe food products. In fact, since 2006, not a single meat hygiene slaughter program inspector position, except to fill vacancies, has been added to the CFIA ranks. There are actually so few inspectors working at XL Foods, and production is so high, over 4,000 cattle per day, that responsibility for ensuring sanitary conditions at the plant have been handed to the company. You know, Mr. Speaker, as a result of staffing cuts in the spring, CFIA will lose, not gain, will lose 308 positions, many of whom are food inspectors. So let's move on to a parallel industry, you know, the horse slaughter industry. You know, we'll see a parallel here. There's certain drugs, for example, that are banned from the food chain in animals. If an animal is given this drug once in its lifetime, that meat is no longer fit for human consumption. Phenylbutazone, which we call the horse's aspirin, is taken by approximately 80% of the horses in North America at some point in time in their lifetime. This only has to happen once, and this is according to our guidelines. That meat's no longer fit for human consumption. Over 50,000 horses are imported from the U.S. annually for slaughter in one of our 4 slaughterhouses. Sporadic checks are made, but every horse isn't inspected, and the checks that are made on muscle tissue, whereas in fact experts say that the kidneys are the ones that should be analyzed. So, you know, Aunt Molly sends her pets, her race horses in the United States, go to auctions, are bought by killer buyers, shipped under horrendous conditions to Canada, often with falsified documents, and then put in the food chain, and the meat is exported mainly to Europe. So, and we know that phenylbutazone, according to science, has been linked to plasmic anemia in children and other diseases. So, I just want to bring this up, Mr. Speaker, because this is another example of what I consider a sloppy oversight on the part of the CFIA. And make no mistake, you know, we can pass the buck to the bureaucracy, and I've heard this often in the committee when I've been there for years. Oh, it's the bureaucracy, it's the bureaucracy. Mr. Speaker, the bureaucracy takes its direction from the political head, from the minister. That's how it works in our system. You know, GMO is another example. A study recently came out called GMO Myths and Truth, an evidence-based examination of the claims made for the safety and efficacy of genetically modified crops. One of the findings by scientists is that GMOs can be toxic, they can be allergic, or less nutritious than natural food, and yet we never hear of our government taking a precautionary principle to study this, Mr. Speaker. So, you know, I'd just like to close by a couple of statements. One from, you know, Bob Kingston of the union representing the inspectors, who says that the CFI did not have the resources in place to fully understand what was going on in the plant at that time. After all, the minister had assured everyone that there are more inspectors working at the plant, and that he said, goes on to say, you'll be interested to know that in the XL plant only a small portion of the inspectors are actually trained in compliance verification systems. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll conclude by saying, yes, this is a crisis, and we need to get to the bottom of this, and the minister has to take responsibility to ensure that Canadians can continue to have safe food in their food supply, and that farmers don't take another hit somewhere down the line because some other plant is closed because of inadequate, you know, the plant not listening to the union for safety concerns, or looking at an oversight of safety that's happening in the plant. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I think it's rather unfortunate that the NDP only like to talk about food safety instead of acting to improve food safety. Mr. Speaker, I raise previous budgets where we've increased funding for CFIA. I also raised the 700 net new inspectors that we've hired as this government, all opposed by the NDP. But, Mr. Speaker, my question really deals with Bill S11, which arrived in the House today. Despite what the opposition is saying, the bill was in the Senate for 22 sitting days. It is an important bill. 22 sitting days. It's arrived here in the House, and we asked for unanimous consent this morning to have S11 moved to committee for study, a thorough study by committee, like all bills do, Mr. Speaker. This member and his party denied that consent. I'd like to know, does he support Bill S11, and why will he not give his consent to move it to committee right away so that this bill can move forward legislatively?
The Honourable Member for British Columbia, Southern Interior.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his questions. There's 2 points actually there. One is the idea of the opposition voting against government bills. This is the unfortunate result of omnibus legislation. When you throw in one bill and you put in all sorts of different provisions, like I guess we're going to see today, the opposition then is forced to make a decision. Do I support that bill because it has some money in the budget for farmers, but yet it guts environmental policies and it guts all sorts of other programs to Canadians, or do we not support it? And in the past, what my party has done, and I've been here for over 6 years, is that we don't support that kind of legislation that's all encompassing, that we've been asking the opposition, and other parties in the opposition have been asking for a breakdown of these bills so we can look at it, look at each one for its merits. We then either vote for it or against it, and not having it all encompassing under one bill. So that's the first part. The second part is that we will look at S11, and it'll go through the due process in this House, and then we will make a decision, taking the lead of our critic for agriculture, on whether or not we will support the bill.
Question et commentaire.
Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I enjoyed the listening to the member for BC Southern Interior, and I would say, Mr. Speaker, I really enjoyed working on Agriculture Committee with this member because he was conscientious on all the issues and was never afraid to raise the tough questions. But the last exchange, Mr. Speaker, where we get from the government consistently, well, you voted against it. I asked the member if maybe he could clarify this a little further. Isn't it an absolute farce what the government is doing in saying that the opposition voted against something? The money still went through. It didn't make a difference in terms of them. They're trying to leave the impression, because opposition parties voted against for whatever reason, that the money didn't happen. It in fact did happen, and the government got the money. But still, they haven't been able to handle this file. And the second question I have for the member, because of his experience in the Agriculture Committee, S11 is more the same in terms of messaging and propaganda from this particular government. S11, the CFIA already has the authority under the Meat Inspection Act, and Mr. Kingston, the Labour Union representative, said clearly when they were talking about S11 in the Senate, they already have the powers to do their job. And I ask this member, isn't that in fact true? This deals with some other issues, but don't try and cover up that the government cover up that they don't have the authority to do what they need to do. They have it.
The honourable member for British Columbia Southern Interior. You have about 50 seconds.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Well, I think, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question and his comments. I, too, enjoyed working with him in the Ag Committee. He also raised and continues to raise very tough questions in this Parliament. The whole idea of money, is there money? Well, the bill has gone through because whatever they decide, they do. Money goes through. But at the same time, when more funding should be going to important areas, we find out that there are cuts, and yet funding is going to support, celebrating the War of 1812, or to get more fighter jets without proper consultation. And speaking of consultation, S11 stayed in the House in the Senate for 120 days, and the government says that it has consulted the public on this bill. This is not true. This is not right. The government has botched too many bills for us to help them skip over the legislative process. And that's why this bill is coming to the House to get due diligence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise today. And I want to first of all, acknowledge the work done by my colleague from Welland. He's handled this file in a very, very professional manner, has been very thorough in his research and in keeping all of us updated. And I know how difficult it has been to ask for the resignation of a minister. It's not a step that we take lightly. It is absolutely not a step. But we have today a motion that reads that in light of the current contaminated meat scandal at XL Foods, and considering that the Minister of Agriculture has not learned the lesson from the 2008 listeriosis scandal, that cost 22 Canadians their lives, this House calls on the government to restore Canadians' confidence in Canada's food safety system by removing the current minister from office and assigning the food safety portfolio to a minister who can restore public trust. Those are very heavy words for us to raise here. And I want to focus for a minute on the history here. This is the same Minister of Agriculture who was in charge of the portfolio when we had the listeriosis crisis in 2008. And you would think that after all the recommendations that came out for implementation in order to avoid another food disaster, that this minister would have made it his top priority. But obviously not, because here we are, years later, facing another situation where public health is being placed at risk. And we have a minister who finds it difficult to take his portfolio seriously. And I know that during the previous disaster, when 22 Canadians died, he joked during that time. And sometimes, you think, well, okay, I'm a teacher. If somebody makes a mistake once, you hope they will learn from that mistake. But, Mr. Speaker, Canadians cannot keep giving this minister chance after chance after chance to learn and put Canadians' safety at risk. That's just not acceptable. It took this minister 14 days after the Americans had already pulled the beef and told us there was a problem. It took him that long to implement a major recall. And as you know, we are facing the largest recall of our beef in our history. And what really, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say is, as we're experiencing our largest recall in our history, and we have over 15 cases of E. coli, all traced back to the XL Foods meat processing plant in Brooks, Alberta, and the agency has now recalled 1,800 beef products. The recall extends to every province and territory, 40 states in the US, and 20 other countries. And what's absolutely amazing me is that despite all of this, the Prime Minister has left that portfolio in the hands of this minister. And that actually baffles me beyond belief. But more than that, knowing all of this, we have a minister who has not demonstrated ministerial accountability by taking responsibility and saying, I step aside. So it has been left up to the opposition to move this issue forward. And we are very concerned not only about our farmers, our cattle ranchers who have raised this beef, but also the impact of this on the employees back in Alberta as well. And whole communities are being impacted and devastated. So when you take a look at all of this, you would think in most walks of life, the minister would have stepped forward, but instead, we have the minister not having learned from the crisis in 2008. We have him on October the 1st at a Rotary Club in North Battleford saying this: is there an epidemic of E. coli outbreaks? Turns out there's not. This is a direct quote, Mr. Speaker. We're actually 40% lower than we were 3 years ago, which is great news because we're doing more testing, and industry has stepped up and is doing a much better job. And then the most disturbing thing for a minister to be saying when the Americans have informed us that they're pulling our beef because of E. coli, and we know we have E. coli situations right here in Canada. We have a minister who says this: "We had some great Canadian beef for lunch. I don't know where it came from. I don't care. I know it's good. I know it's safe. You have to handle it and cook it properly. Certainly we've identified some anomalies," and that goes on. Utterly, utterly irresponsible. And this is the same minister who was not present to answer questions during debate. That's the time we need the minister up in front saying and reassuring the public that he has things in hand. But we had a minister who instead was out there making light-hearted jokes about the E. coli breakout and assuring people it was perfectly safe, and if only they cooked the meat properly, and as another minister said later, washed their hands, they would be safe. Just absolutely outrageous. And as I said, if this was the first incident where the minister was maybe new to the portfolio, didn't know too much, was on a learning curve, you could actually maybe give some space. But this is the same minister who in 2008 made a joke, and I'm sure he must have been admonished at that time, but didn't learn from that lesson, nor did he implement any of the issues that were raised at that time. But let's take on, like food inspection that takes place out at the plant, XL plant. First of all, as we know, it's a huge, huge meat processing plant that goes on for many city blocks, I've been told. Now, believe you me, I haven't been there, but I am still quite impressed by its size from what I've read. And I want to talk a little bit about some of the information that we need to know. First of all, we were trusting XL to do a lot of its own supervision. I'm sorry, when it comes to food inspection, the Canadian government has a major role to play. But here is something on October the 10th that UFCW Local 401 reported. And in their report, they said that they had some major concerns. And their concerns included the line speeds are way too fast. In order to speed up production, the conveyor belts were speeded up. They then go on to say lack of proper training. And also, where people are trained to sterilize knives before they cut, between cuts, but they are discouraged to do so because it will slow down production. And, Mr. Speaker, let me also tell you that about a third of the workers at this plant are temporary foreign workers. And the turnover, the staff turnover at this plant is huge as a result of that. And because it is so huge, I'm worried about the kind of training that you can give and the kind of investment that is made into training the staff. But I want to get back to why we're here today. We're here today for one simple reason. We do not need another disaster like this. We've got a minister who, under his watch, with a portfolio in his hand, has now had a second major disaster. And it's time for this minister to take responsibility and admit he has not learned from the lesson of 2008. He failed this time, and he needs to resign as minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough-Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to ask my honourable colleague a question just about the last point she made in her speech. She mentioned that our current Minister of Agriculture has been in this file for a very long time. He's held this portfolio for a while, and we know that this is the second time in 5 years when he himself has been the Minister of Agriculture that this is the second time in 5 years that we've got a food safety crisis in this country. We know, of course, in 2008, the listeriosis crisis where 22 people died in this country, and now 15 people are sick. I'd like to ask my honourable colleague a question about ministerial responsibility. Should the Minister of Agriculture take responsibility for the actions and the food safety crisis that's happening in this country, or should he continue to blame the public servants at the CFIA for this lack of oversight and continue to push for self-regulation by the companies that actually provide the food in our system? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague from Scarborough for her thoughtful question. You know, it really does come down to ministerial responsibility. And it comes down to, first of all, the fact that steps were not taken after the crisis of 2008 that needed to be taken. But secondly, it's how this minister handled the second crisis in his file. The fact he joked about it, the fact he wasn't around to take on the questions and reassure the public, and the fact that this minister, under his watch, there are not enough inspectors, and we have very, very well experienced people who have said that there is a shortage of inspectors. And this government also has to take responsibility, because it's under their watch, under deregulation began by the Liberals, that this situation has arisen.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. One of the responsibilities of the Minister is to ensure that the CFIA has the resources that it needs to do its job. This member says that there aren't enough CFIA inspectors, but Mr. Speaker, under our Prime Minister and under our Minister of Agriculture, this government has hired over 700 net new inspectors. In our last budget, Mr. Speaker, there were $50 million new dollars for food safety. In the 2011 budget, there was $100 million new dollars for food safety. Mr. Speaker, this member and her party have voted against all of these measures, and she should be held accountable by Canadians for doing so when the minister is trying to reinforce and increase the resources available to the CFIA. I'd like this member to give an account to Canadians about how it is that she can vote against these important measures for us to have a more robust food safety system.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
You know, deflecting does not take away from what we are here to debate today. What we are here to debate today are the serious missteps taken by the minister. And serious missteps taken by the minister in in the way he handled this current crisis. This is his second go, obviously a slow learner. And so we are asking for his resignation. And I want to say, you know, I keep hearing about these omnibus budgets, but if you throw in so many pieces of legislation that go anywhere from changes to immigration, changes to retirement age, changes to EI and everything, and then you get to stand up to say, oh, they voted against this. I have no difficulty to say that I voted against that budget, and I'm very proud of it. But it's this same government that cut more than 600 jobs at CFIA and $56.1 million worth of funding for the agency. And this is the same minister who is scaring the public by putting this in the budget, and more cuts are coming. And by the way, when I keep hearing about all these inspectors have given evidence and have made statements that they didn't have enough at this food plant. They were vacant positions, and even if the vacant positions were filled, there were not enough inspectors for such a huge enterprise called XL.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to this motion, as misguided as it is. I reiterate what the Honourable Minister of Agriculture said earlier today. Our government does not support this motion, and our government rejects fully the premise of the NDP motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to speak first about the XL food situation and to correct some of the many misconceptions that the opposition has been communicating. First, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency acted to contain contaminated products beginning on September 4th and has been acting ever since in the case of XL Foods, and it continues to take comprehensive action in response to the E. coli issue. CFIA continues to rely on science-based evidence and a commitment to protect consumers.
Its decisions are based on scientific data that are specific and convincing, as well as on a prudent approach in order to protect consumers. However, scientific evidence is not always immediate. The agency acts as soon as a problem is reported to it in order to convey the concern to the public and to give them timely, reliable information so that this information can be used to inform the decisions of consumers. As soon as CFIA detects the presence of E. coli, as soon as they did detect it on September 4th at the plant in Alberta, they acted immediately to protect consumers. The agency immediately launched an in-depth review which made it possible to discover deficiencies in the XL Foods plant.
Operations led CFIA to conclude that a combination of several deficiencies played a role. As soon as these issues were detected, the company began recalling products and we alerted the public. We fully recognize that when it comes to food, consumers expect that the products on grocery store shelves are safe. La CIA s'efforce de
CFIA strives to meet that expectation day and night. When a problem occurs, the agency strives to identify the products in question and inform consumers. It conducts a transparent investigation and publishes information on its website as soon as that information is available. The public can sign up to get email notices even quicker or tweets so that they can find out the information they need about recalls.
Rigorous investigation, sampling, testing, and interviewing. The agency cannot act in the absence of clear evidence. But once the facts become known, they are shared with Canadians. Mr. Speaker, all of this information is available on CFIA's website at www.inspection.gc.ca, and I encourage all members of this House, the media, and the public to go to that website and look at the timeline and the commonly asked questions section. It will certainly correct the misconceptions and the myths that the opposition is communicating. Mr. Speaker, this leads me to another myth that the NDP are spreading, the myth about so-called budget reductions to food safety. This is simply false. Mr. Speaker, there have been no reductions made at the CFIA that would impact food safety in Canada. In fact, since March 2006, our government has added over 700 net new inspectors, an increase of over 20%. Inspectors will continue to inspect food products to ensure they meet the regulatory requirements of Canada. Let me outline some of the investments we have made in food safety, Mr. Speaker, since forming government. In 2007, $223 million over 5 years for the Food Safety and Consumer Action Plan. In 2009, $75 million over 3 years to address the report of the independent investigator. In Budget 2010, $13 million over 2 years to hire more inspectors. In Budget 2011, $100 million over 5 years for inspection modernization. In this year's budget, $52 million over 2 years for food safety, which, unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the opposition voted against. In fact, when you add up all of these investments, you will see that funding for the CFIA has gone up some 20% since we formed government in 2006. Only the NDP can call a 20% increase a budget cut. Of course, this is the same party that puts a $20 billion carbon tax in their election platform and then adamantly denies that they want to tax Canadians. With all of this in mind, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to highlight our government's action in addressing the need for updated food safety legislation in Canada. This has become especially urgent in light of the large recall of beef products that is currently underway. I want to take a few minutes to inform the House about some aspects of the new proposed food safety bill, the Safe Food for Canadians Act. First, let me stress that the objective of this bill is to enhance food safety oversight. The objective of this bill is to modernize.
This bill strengthens Canada's capacity to recall food products that present a health risk. It gives the CFIA the power to set up a traceability system for food producers. A traceability system would enable the agency to rapidly trace back products presenting a health risk and to take them off the shelves in a more effective manner. In addition, there's a regulatory power which would enable CFIA to determine the record-keeping method for food producers and require them to submit those records by a given deadline. As you can imagine, producers currently keep their own records their own way. Some prefer to use filing cabinets, others use computers, but there's a whole range of formats and in various levels of detail. If CFIA could know in advance what the records would look like and what standard information they should contain, that would greatly accelerate investigations and they could be done more seamlessly. With this bill, the government could require industry to submit its records in a specific format in order to allow CFIA to intervene more quickly in the case of a foodborne illness outbreak. This legislation would make it possible to set up a unique food inspection system in Canada, and it would be consistent from coast to coast. This type of system would be simplified and would make it easier for inspectors and would take more of a load off producers and the industry. It would also allow companies to better understand government's expectations of them, while at the same time guaranteeing Canadians that all food is subject to the same standard regardless of the product.
Canada started with a sound regulatory framework. Food inspection was harmonized when the CFIA was created in 1997. Now is the time to harmonize a legislative framework under which it operates. Now is the time to enhance our legislative framework to provide an even more effective, responsive, streamlined, transparent, and accountable food safety system to Canadians. This bill will permit smarter, more efficient regulation. It strengthens, modernizes, and consolidates current inspection and enforcement authorities around food. I say to the opposition that the time to step up to the plate is now.
New legislation is needed in order for Canada to take into account new technologies and realities of food production in the 21st century. The food safety context is more complex today than it was 10 years ago. We need effective tools to appropriately manage today's risks and to better protect Canadians against unsafe food. The lifestyles of consumers are changing, and the world is evolving thanks to scientific and technological progress, which makes changes in the way food is produced. There are international best practices, new scientific tools, and new food safety systems that have led Canada to strengthen its inspection system based on risk. This bill is in keeping with that movement. Consumers want up-to-date legislation on food safety, and we do recognize that there has been a need for quite some time to modernize. Consumer groups, producers, and industry reps have already taken steps along those lines with government. A number of attempts have been made over the past 10 years in order for this work to be done.
Our current government committed to reintroducing legislation to protect Canadian families from unsafe food. Our government respects the wishes of Canadians with this proposed legislation. Our government is also committed to making sure families have the information they need to make informed choices and to hold those who produce, import, and sell goods in Canada accountable for the safety of Canadians. The proposed legislation is very thorough and balanced. It addresses Canadians' desire for better, more consistent protection of the food supply. The consolidation of the various food commodity-based statutes will mean that all foods are governed by one consistent, rigorous set of rules. And you know what people are saying about the Safe Foods for Canadians Act, Mr. Speaker? Nancy Croiteau, President and CEO, Food and Consumer Products of Canada, said, I quote, We strongly support and applaud the federal government's strong action to modernize Canada's food safety laws, unquote. Albert Chambers, Executive Director of the Canadian Supply Chain Food Safety Coalition, said about the legislation that it will, and I quote, position Canada's food safety regime well in the rapidly changing global regulatory environment, unquote. Mr. Speaker, these are consumers and food safety experts saying this. Yet you know what the NDP has been saying until they had an 11th hour conversion a couple of weeks ago. The member for Welland was on the record in the Western Producer newspaper opposing this legislation. This is another knee-jerk reaction of the NDP to oppose everything before doing their homework and actually reading the bill. Mr. Speaker, it was this member who claimed that the CFIA would allow roadkill into Canadians' food chain. He has no credibility when it comes to food safety.
Canada isn't the only country modernizing its food legislation. In the U.S., the President ratified similar legislation on January 4th, 2011. The U.S. legislation provides requirements for food processing facilities in the U.S. and beyond, as well as for the role of the Food and Drug Administration in setting the frequency of inspections, evaluation or assessment of contamination, and strengthening the federal and local government's abilities to take action. The new American legislation gives heightened powers to the FDA to prevent foodborne illness.
Robust food safety system, but we have an unparalleled opportunity here to make it even better. This proposed modernized legislation provides for increased authority to prevent foodborne illnesses in this country. The Safe Food for Canadians Act is needed so that we can fulfill the recommendations of the report of the independent investigator in the 2008 listeriosis outbreak. The independent investigator's report made it clear that legislative renewal was necessary for the government to fully meet its mandate and the expectations of Canadians. Our government committed to addressing all 57 of the independent investigator's recommendations. This is the last piece needed in order for us to follow on that commitment. Canadian industry has long been requesting a provision prohibiting a person from tampering with, threatening to tamper with, or falsely claiming to tamper with products. Our government also needs the authority to directly address those who perpetrate hoaxes on the public. Hoaxes generate unnecessary public fear around certain products and can be economically devastating for the producer of the product that is targeted by the hoax. With this bill, we will have the force to deal in a more immediate way with hoaxes and report them to the public. Previous efforts in legislative renewal tried to cover statutes related to animal health and plant protection, as well as food. This bill is only about food, and that's because food safety is one of our government's highest priorities. This is why that with respect to the XL plant, our government has been very clear. The plant will not reopen until the CFIA has deemed that it is safe. Consumer confidence is critical for Canada's beef industry, and that's why we won't compromise when it comes to the safety of Canadians' food. In fact, Mr. Speaker, our government is so focused on getting our Safe Food for Canadians Act passed that this morning the Minister of Agriculture requested consent to immediately send our bill to the committee. But the opposition said no to this positive initiative. They are delaying the bill in the House rather than sending it to committee, Mr. Speaker. De plus, Monsieur le Président.
Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, with regard to inspectors, there is absolutely nothing to confirm that there weren't enough inspectors at the plant as a result of budget cuts. That statement is unequivocally false.
It has confirmed that the plant has 46 full-time staff, 40 inspection staff, and 6 veterinarians. As I mentioned a few moments ago, far from reductions, the number of CFIA staff at this XL food plants has increased by 6 during the last several years. These inspectors provide systematic inspection and oversight and work to ensure full coverage at all times when the plant is operating. At the same time, we administer a highly effective recall system to protect and inform the public by tracing, identifying, and working with retailers to remove product from the marketplace should problems occur. In fact, a recent University of Regina study of OECD countries found Canada's recall system to be among the best.
This does not mean that there is nothing to learn from what has happened, and I'm certain that the CFIA the meat packing industry and all food safety partners will put into practice the lessons that they've learned.
De l'enquête sur la salubrité des aliments.
Throughout this review of food safety, the CFIA continues to ensure a very strong presence at this facility, as it's done in all facilities accredited by the federal government, in order to verify that procedures and practices within this industry are reducing risk of contamination to a minimum. The CFIA is prepared to continue working in close collaboration with XL Foods and to conclude its assessment of Establishment 38. When XL Foods resumes normal activities will fully depend on the ability of the company to produce safe foods, and that is the top priority of this government. That is the safety of the food supply. And the company will be able to resume normal activity as quickly as possible. But CFIA's sole responsibility to consumers is to ensure that this facility can produce safe food. I hope that the Safe Foods in Canada Act will be passed quickly in the House and that it will come into force as quickly as possible so that we can benefit from an even more effective system.
Proposed legislation because it will enhance food safety in Canada. It's time to modernize and for Canadians to have comprehensive protection from unsafe food under one single piece of legislation. And I ask the opposition to support this important bill rather than playing partisan politics like they are with this motion today. And Mr. Speaker, before I sit down, I would like to ask for unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill S11, an act respecting food commodities, including their inspection, their safety, their labeling and advertising, their import, export, and interprovincial trade, the establishment of standards for them, the registration or licensing of persons who perform certain activities related to them, the establishment of standards governing establishments where those activities are performed, and the registration of establishments where those activities are performed be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent to move that?
Yes.
No? He does not. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de Berthier.
Honourable Member for Berthier-Masquinongé.
That was an interesting speech. I would just like to talk about. It's important to have great debate. So I would just like to talk about in 2011, XL received $1.6 million in growing forward grants to install state-of-the-art technology that will double its capacity per day. So now this plant could process 4,000 to 5,000 heads. But you know what? They do not have any more inspectors at that plant since 2006. So how can you increase production but not have any more inspectors and ensure the safety of Canadians at the same time?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad she enjoyed my speech, but I think she missed the section where I pointed out that the plant has 46 inspectors. Mr. Speaker, this is an increase of 6 inspectors, more than 20% over the last few years. So from 2006, Mr. Speaker, there is a presence of more inspectors at that plant. I must also highlight, Mr. Speaker, that overall, CFIA has 700 net new inspectors, more than what they had in 2006. And unfortunately for this member, her party voted against every single measure that we brought in front of this House to either increase the inspector count or increase the funding for CFIA. Mr. Speaker, I think that the NDP have to answer to Canadians for that. It's fine for them to talk about food safety, but when it comes time to act on food safety, to stand in their place and to vote for food safety, Mr. Speaker, they are a failure, and they must give an account to Canadians for that.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I need to clear up some myths that this member and his other members of his party keep perpetuating because they think that we're gullible. They think Canadians are gullible. We're not, Mr. Speaker. Myth that the Bill S11 is the panacea to food safety, the one that's coming before the House, which we'll support. But let's clear up the myth. Currently, the Meat Inspection Act, Section 13, gives all the authority CFIA needs to compel compliance with the intent of the legislation. That means safe food.
They could compel production of documents, production of testing, and not only that, but this year, February of this year, the government issued guidelines saying you are required to provide the information set out in Section 13. So let's not be fooled by that myth. The second myth, more inspectors. Well, we know from our investigation at Food Safety First that, in fact, 200 inspectors were given to invasive alien species, food coming in, not meat inspection. We lost 308 inspectors to meat inspection. Final myth, more money for CFIA. I beg your indulgence for 1 second. Page 168 of their own budget gives CFIA only $8 million per year. Other agencies got money. Then go to page
Order. And I appreciate this is an important matter and a spirited debate today, but I would ask all honourable members to cooperate with the chair in terms of questions and comments. The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to address some of the facts or some of the myths again propagated by my colleague. When it comes to meat inspectors, of the 700 net new inspectors, Mr. Speaker, for food safety, 170 of them are meat inspectors. And Mr. Speaker, this member says he supports Bill S11, but here it is in front of the House. Now, they're slowing the passage down so they can enter into debate on the bill. Mr. Speaker, what we're proposing as the government is send it right to committee. This member sits on the committee. He can have an intensive review of that bill. He can propose modifications or amendments at committee if he wants. I do not know why he wants to delay the bill in the House before sending it to committee when it's such an important piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Prince Albert.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I really was interested in the speech from the parliamentary secretary. You know, I was interested in listening to all the speeches here this morning and even some of the questions, especially the question from Malpak when he started to claim that he didn't trust the CFIA and he didn't have knowledge, he wasn't informed of what's been going on. So I was wondering if the parliamentary secretary could inform to the member from Malpak the website, and then maybe he could go online and actually get all the information that the Liberal Party seems to be missing when it comes to dealing with this issue.
The honourable parliamentary secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I must say, when the member of Malpak made that statement, it was both a reckless and unfortunate statement. He is questioning the integrity and the professionalism of CFIA, who works so hard to protect food safety for Canadians. It was a very unfortunate comment. I would ask him actually to retract that comment, Mr. Speaker, because it reflects very poorly on him and on his party. I will say, Mr. Speaker, he should go to inspection.gc.ca. One of his colleagues says, oh, we don't know about 700 new inspectors. It's on the website, Mr. Speaker. Oh, we don't know about the timeline. It's on the website, Mr. Speaker. We want to know more, Mr. Speaker. Well, go to that website. That's what I say to my opposition colleagues. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I would say I ask this member to retract that statement. Thank you.
The honourable member from Malpak is rising on a point of order.
Retract a statement, Mr. Speaker, that I didn't make. There's selective hearing on that on that side of the House, Mr. Speaker. So I don't take it lightly when they're trying to put words in my mouth. The fact of the matter is, what I said is the minister is responsible, and he's incompetent, and he has failed in his responsibilities.
The member from Malpak is referencing a comment made from the parliamentary secretary during an answer. The parliamentary secretary didn't raise that as a point of order, and so I did not respond to it in that way.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Alfred Pillin. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague on the other side for the speech that he gave in the House. Listen, we have talked across the country about this crisis, the contaminated beef crisis. This has greatly affected people in my riding who unfortunately have less and less confidence in the foods, be it to buy ground beef or other beef products. And I would say that I am extremely concerned myself, concerned to see that these kinds of things are possible in our country, and that there be a crisis that affects our entire country. And I'm also concerned to say that there have been cuts within Canadian Food Inspection Agency, or CFIA. And what concerns me also is that in March 2011 to March 2012, the real figures tell us that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency had employee cuts. We're talking about 250 employees cut in food inspection. So I would like to say that I'm afraid for my family, I'm afraid for the people in my riding, and does he not believe that it's a bit strange to say that these cuts are not affecting whatsoever the health of Canadians? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to stress that Canadian consumers remain the top priority for our government when it comes to food safety. With regard to the cuts, Mr. Speaker, we have to understand what there was in our last budget. There was a transfer of federal resources to the provinces. So 3 provinces now have federal inspectors doing the inspection work in the provinces. So we have transferred the resources to the provinces. This is not a cut. It is a transfer.
Speaker, there were food inspectors washing cars in Newfoundland. I'm sorry, we just don't think that that's a good use of food inspectors. So we have stopped that practice of inspectors, CFIA inspectors, washing cars. They will continue to do examinations for contamination of vehicles at the ferry, but they're no longer going to wash cars, Mr. Speaker. So I think it's a bit deceiving for the opposition to say, well, there are cuts to food safety. Mr. Speaker, there have not been cuts to food safety. In fact, in our last budget, there was a $50 million increase for food safety. Thank you.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like, first of all, to say that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Rimouski-Nejet, Témiscouata-Les Basques. I hope that's right. Thank you. I better know him by his name, but I'm unable to say his name in the House. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to talk about a subject that affects a number of Canadians. In fact, we have had an emergency debate on the subject in the House. This is a situation that we can really call a crisis. We have to say what it is. This is the tainted beef scandal with XL Foods, and it has had a huge impact on the Canadian economy, but above all, with regard to the confidence that Canadians have in the system itself. And I'm talking here about the largest beef recall in the history of Canada. We have a number of people who have been made sick by the E. coli bacteria. Fortunately, there were no deaths. However, this is a very important subject because we're talking about the health and safety of Canadians. It's not easy to be an MP, that's clear. I've been here since May 2011. We have a number of responsibilities, and I can imagine, too, that being a minister comes with a lot of responsibilities as well. And so when we ask a minister to resign, we are really asking him to step down. It's something serious. And in the NDP, we really thought long and hard about it. We didn't just come out and say it, unlike what my colleagues opposite are saying, that this is just a political gesture. It's more than that. It's really a case where we see that there is a minister who isn't doing his job, and what we want is for him to be replaced by somebody who can really do the job and make sure that the responsibilities are really taken seriously. A few weeks ago, I had asked for an apology from the Minister of National Revenue because there was a problem with the Canada Revenue Agency, and to my surprise, she apologized. So she assumed responsibility. In this case here, the Minister of Agriculture is not assuming his responsibilities, not just that, but he's taking it lightly.
When we talked about an emergency debate for this issue, the Minister called it silly. After that, he had to apologize. But it also shows how the Minister tries to put things lightly when we have a crisis. It's not helpful. We understand that we want Canadians to feel reassured, but when there's a crisis, when there's a problem, we have to address it, we have to talk about it. And in this case, the Minister did not do his job. I'll quote, on October 2nd, when we already knew that there were some issues, some problem, he was at a conference or a luncheon, and he said, "We had some great Canadian beef for lunch. I don't know where it came from. I don't care." at the same time, we're telling Canadians, make sure that you know where your beef comes from. There is a recall, and you have to be careful. But then again, we have the minister just saying everything's fine, but it's not by making everything rosier that you're actually helping Canadians. You're not giving the right information. We also have on the Hill Times on October 8th. I'll just quote: "There's no excuse for him," and we're talking about the minister, "not to have been in the House last week for 3 days, dodging questions and remaining silent." And we saw that. We saw that when we ask questions to the minister, and the minister has a responsibility. He has to be here to answer questions. And if there's a lot of questions, he has to answer all of them, because people need to be reassured. And the minister has failed. So that's why we are, and that's one of the things he failed in terms of his responsibilities. Another subject
that the minister did not take seriously is another reason why we don't have confidence in the Minister of Agriculture, because we're talking about the same minister who was in the position of minister when in 2008 there was the sad deaths of 22 Canadians due to another foodborne crisis that was related to Maple Leaf Foods. In this case, once again, what we're saying is that there was a problem back then, and we have to learn from our mistakes, and the minister did not. What we learned at the time was that what the government says is that cuts, of course, we also believe in efficient government, but when you're talking about security and services, that's not where we need to cut.
What the government is also doing is more and more giving power to the industry and the business itself to regulate itself. So they're the ones who are doing the checks. They're the ones that have to really take all of the initiatives. So we all know that the objective of a company is to make money, and if it affects their profits, they're going to assess the risks and then calculate whether or not they should shut down or issue a recall. It's the government's job. It's up to the government to ensure that there is safety, that the products that are offered to Canadians are safe. We cannot let businesses self-regulate as the government is currently doing. And we should have learned this lesson from what happened in 2008 with the listeriosis crisis. It's something that with 22 deaths, that's already far too many. 22 people died, and we didn't learn any lessons from that. That is the most shocking thing for us on this side of the House. That's what we cannot understand. We have the same minister who was responsible at the time, who remains to be in charge now. We're facing one of the biggest crises we've ever had with beef recalls, and the minister. Clearly, we don't have confidence in the minister, because this minister, rather than really acting, is going to come out with all kinds of hyperbole and say that everything's fine. And when we look at the concrete actions that were taken, it's the absolute opposite of what should have been done. We can see, and I know that my colleagues across the way say that there are no cuts, but in the report of May 8th, 2012, in the Plans and Priorities report for the CFIA, which was signed off on by the minister himself, there are planned cuts for $46 million, 46.6, and 314 full-time employees to be cut by 2015. So clearly there are cuts that are being made. I sit on the Finance Committee, and we discussed things when we had pre-budget consultations. We asked questions of the witnesses who appeared, and we asked what the impacts would be as a result of these budget cuts on food inspection. And we were clearly told, we were warned at the time, and this was at pre-budget consultations, as I said, that they should not cut to that degree and at that level. The safety of Canadians is at risk. If you cut the organization that is going to really ensure that Canadians' health is protected, well, it's not only a loss in service, but it puts their people's safety at risk. It's a problem. Now we've seen the results of this, the impact of these cuts. Had we invested, had we hired people to ensure that there would be a certain level of protection, we wouldn't be facing the biggest beef recall in our history. Not only that, there are 2,000 people who lost their jobs. There are closures, and there's all the impact that this also has on local businesses and the economy. It's much higher than the amount of money it would have taken to keep those inspectors in place. So there are different things we need to mention. We want the minister to be replaced, but we also really want to deal with this problem and not just hear more rhetoric telling us that we can eat anything and that life is wonderful. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question and commentaire, l'honorable député.
The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to congratulate my colleague for his speech, for having shed some light on the situation. I was wondering, the Conservatives, when they say that they invested $100 million in additional funding for the CFIA this year, that's completely false, because there's 100 for over 5 years, and only 18 million will go to the CFIA. It's important to point this out. Also, we are not distancing ourselves from the fact that we're asking for the resignation of the Minister of Agriculture. Several people who testified agreed with that. Someone said that Mr. Don Martin said that Mr. Ritz should be.
Remember not to use proper names for colleagues. Chamber, and put the question.
I'm sorry. The Minister of Agriculture has to assume his responsibility for the tainted meat. Tim Harper said that in early October. I think it's important because the Minister of Agriculture is responsible for the CFIA. Do you think that he has done a good job up until now? The honourable member for Brossard-la-Prairie. I'd like to thank my colleague for Berthier-Masquinongé, not only for the question, but also for the hard work that she has done on this issue. She is also a critic for agriculture, and she has really helped us bring this to the forefront. I thank her for her excellent work. I also agree with the fact that the minister did not do his job. That is, we know it's difficult to ask a minister to resign, and that's why we don't do so for any old problem. But here, we're talking about having confidence in the system, but people do not have confidence in this minister. The press is saying it, the people in my riding are saying it. There's a problem in terms of the way in which the minister has handled this file, and clearly we know that there are government policies to cut back, whether or not it affects services, and unfortunately Canadians suffer for that. But in this specific case, where we have a crisis, and where the minister has really badly reacted, I think he hasn't taken responsibility to this moment, and he transfers the responsibility to other people. So that's why we need to ask for his resignation.
So the honourable member from LPAC.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my question, I agree with the honourable member and what he said in terms of this minister not accepting his responsibility. There is a system, or used to be a system in Canada, where there was ministers were accountable and responsible. In fact, that government came in under the guise of accountability, and we've seen no accountability since they've arrived. But there is a second minister on the government side, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to ask the member about that minister, and that's the Minister of National Health, the Minister of Health. She is responsible for Canada's National Health Agency, which, when there's a problem affecting the health and safety of Canadians, is supposed to be out there explaining to them what is happening. And we haven't heard from the Canadian Health Agency in this instance, And does the member, does he believe that minister should be held accountable too for her missing in action approach to this issue?
The honourable
member for Brossard-La Prairie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for his question. It is true that we have not heard a lot from the Minister of Health. She has been absent in terms of the debate or in terms of also reassuring Canadians. And I agree that this government has changed in terms of from when the government said we'll hold ministers to account, we'll come out to Canadians and show that we are responsible. It has not happened. But again, our focus today, because the issue is so important, and it is a crisis, and we want to find a solution, and the focus today is on the resignation of the Minister of Agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Debate, the honourable member for Rimouski, Neget, Témiscouata, Les Basques. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in this House to be able to emphasize something that is perhaps less obvious, and it may be to some Canadians, but the government seems not to know this. This government, this Conservative government, this Minister of Agriculture have learned absolutely nothing from the listeriosis crisis in 2008. Some figures have been tossed about since the beginning of the debate. And since the beginning of this crisis, we talk about 700 new inspectors, 50 million extra in the budget, 46 new inspectors who were already hired at XL Foods, where we saw the outbreak of this E. coli. And several members of the opposition used their time to try and undo these myths, and that's what I would like to do as well, because I think it's worthwhile. We need to clarify the situation, that the government seems really trying to confuse things rather than to make things clear. What we have to remember is that in the cuts that were imposed in the 2012 budget, which is largely why we voted against it, the NDP voted against the budget because it included 56 million in cuts to the CFIA. The NDP voted against the 2012 budget because it included the elimination of important positions at the CFIA. Journalists have been reporting since the month of April that 825 people at the CFIA had received these affected letters warning them that their jobs might be at risk. It was inspectors as well as administrative positions involved here. So from the 13th of April, we knew that 59 inspectors who were inspecting meat had already been laid off. 59, with the possibility of 40, or rather 30 to 40 others that could follow in the next months. So there's already been a great number of jobs eliminated in terms of meat inspection. When the government talks about the 700 new inspection jobs, and they say this again today, a month after the first debate on this issue, it's very clear, it was noted that the 700 new jobs created did not affect the plants at all. There weren't any in the slaughterhouses. There were some who were dealing with invasive species. There were 300 who were involved with checking technologies. There were some 56 who inspecting meat in the processing plants here, but not in the slaughterhouses, and this is what XL Foods is. So the 700 new jobs created is nonsense. When we're also talking about the issue we're faced with today here, the whole issue of the government's responsibility here, what we have to realize is that this is an issue of transparency and accountability that the government and the Minister of Agriculture particularly refuses to respect. Journalists have asked when these layoffs were announced for these employees who had received these letters. I know that someone from Post Media did. Several journalists asked. They want to know where those warning letters were sent, what jobs were at risk. Were they veterinarians? Were they people who were supposed to be inspecting seeds? Or were they people who were working on the killing floor in these plants? They never got any answers after many, many requests with the Department of Agriculture and the Minister's office. Nothing. So let's talk about the $51 million that they supposedly invested. This was supposed to be for the renewal of programs that flowed from the listeriosis crisis in the slaughterhouses, and that are divided over 3 budgets. So one portion was going to the CFIA, another portion was going to the Public Health Agency of Canada, and another to Health Canada, to ensure that the programs that were set up during the listeriosis crisis would not be eliminated. These aren't new programs that were created now. That was for the maintenance of existing programs. However, they did cut $56 million in the 2012 budget, and it's very clear. It's written in black and white. So this was for the CFIA, which resulted in the cuts of inspectors on the killing floor. Let's talk now about ministerial responsibility. That's the reason why we're here today. We're here to discuss the minister's responsibility, and the NDP is indeed asking for the resignation of the Minister of Agriculture because he didn't do his job. Since the outbreak of this crisis, 15 people have fallen ill. 16 times the recalls were expanded for the tainted meat. We also mentioned, and it's very clear in the timeline that has certainly been seen by the Conservatives and the CFIA, on September 13th, the American authorities refused to renew or to respect the export permit of XL because the meat was no good, and yet the meat continued to be processed and continued to be distributed and put out on grocery store shelves and also in the fridges of our Canadian fellow citizens until the 27th of September. That's 2 weeks. The minister is washing his hands of this. From the outset, he's blamed just about everybody else. First of all, it was the CFIA, then he blamed the opposition, then he blamed the media. So he blames just anybody except himself. The Prime Minister, the same thing. His Minister of Agriculture has nothing to reproach himself for. So what about the CFIA? What is it? If it's not a Crown corporation, it doesn't function independently of the government. It's not an agency that reports directly to us here in Parliament. It's an agency that reports directly to the Minister of Agriculture. The Minister of Agriculture should respect the principle of ministerial responsibility and take the blame for what happened here. And why should he? Because, contrary to what he says, he does have the power to issue directives to the CFIA. He has the power to mandate direct action on their part because the agency reports to him. And in everything that we've heard in the debate from the government side, from the Conservative government, that's the key component that they always forget about. There are certain components that are critical to Canadians, and we want them to be able to have confidence in our current system in terms of food inspection. It costs money, but it's difficult to have full confidence when we talk about the government referring to 700 new jobs that are phantom jobs. They're not in the plants in question here. When they talk about spending new money, whereas it's money to renew existing programs that might have sunsetted otherwise, it's difficult to have confidence in them when they talk about important components that are related directly to XL Foods. Yes, there are 46 inspectors on the floor. There are 6 new ones, apparently, that they just hired. So the 6 new inspectors were supposedly filling existing jobs. They weren't new jobs. They were jobs that were left without people in the positions because of the Conservative government for a certain length of time. We find ourselves in a position where the government tries to protect their backside. They're trying to put the blame over as far away as possible, and they're just playing a PR game here. Let me come back quickly to the whole issue of XL Foods, because yes, we're talking about 46 inspectors. There are two critical elements that we cannot forget here that are also part of the problem that we currently have and that the minister must deal with. A, we're not talking about 46 full-time inspectors on the floor. There are 2 shifts, and there were 23 per shift. So XL Foods increased its production quite significantly, and even the Conservative government has provided some funds to help that process over this sped-up production line to the point that they're dealing with 4,000 to 5,000 head of cattle a day now. So 46 inspectors divided by 2 into the 2 shifts. So an inspector must be able to assess, in this context, something like 4 head of cattle per minute. So it's very clear to us, but I'd like to know if the government, if it's clear to them that speeding up the production line to this degree without increasing the number of inspectors on the floor is not a component that, or at least something that contributed to the outbreak of the E. coli problem here, and that risks causing tainted meat problems in the future.
That question needs an answer. The minister refuses to answer, and that's why we're calling for his resignation.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank the honourable member for his very well put together speech on this important matter. Of course, I come from the province where the crisis has originated, and many of our workers are being affected, including the inspectors, but definitely those who are working in the food safety in the plant, but also our ranchers. One of the things that we've called for in this motion is that the minister resign and that the government give consideration to reassigning this important portfolio to someone else. I've noticed that in 1997, I think it was then a Liberal government, made the decision to transfer this responsibility from Health Canada to Ag Canada under the auspices of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. I'm wondering if, in lieu of what has occurred, and the regrettable, and not necessarily the minister's fault, he assumed the mantle of this portfolio, he has 2 conflicting responsibilities, one to promote our beef industry and the other to make sure it's safe for consumers. Do you think that maybe it's time for the government to reconsider assignment of this responsibility?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Thank you. That's a very relevant question. I'd like to express my sympathies to the workers who are currently affected by this. They deserve our compassion because they're in an impossible situation right now. And in fact, most of the alarm bells that were set off were set off by workers and by the union, even though I know the government doesn't really appreciate unions that much. In terms of her precise question, yes, I think there's a conflict of interest right now. The minister has a responsibility for boosting production, boosting exports, but when it comes to food safety, whether it's producers or processors or exporters, but the minister at the same time has responsibility for controlling the danger to public health of Canadians. That's the work of the CFIA. So yes, in my view, there's a conflict of interest. Those responsibilities are incompatible, and the minister's portfolio should be divided up into different responsibilities for different ministers.
For Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for those thoughtful remarks. My question is this. One of the myths that's perpetuated is that all 57 recommendations of the Weatherall report have been implemented. In fact, we know that the recommendation about an independent third-party comprehensive audit was not done. They keep telling us this survey they did is an audit. Even the former president of the CFIA said the survey is not the same as a comprehensive audit. Do you agree with that, and do you agree that we finally need a third-party comprehensive audit of all CFIA resources, including human resources?
The honourable member for Rimouski-Nejet-Témiscouata-Les Basques. Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with what the member for Guelph just said. The only audit done was financial, had nothing to do with food safety. There are a lot of other things in the Weatherall report that weren't taken up. including the fact that most of the employees, not all, but most employees at XL Foods had not yet been trained under the new food safety verification system, the new compliance verification system. That was training that was underway, but it wasn't complete. So my colleague for Guelph is absolutely right. The government hadn't implemented all of the Weatherall recommendations, and I'd like to come back to the issue of the bill that the parliamentary secretary is trying to hammer away at. First of all, S11 would have done nothing to prevent the contamination that occurred. And secondly, if that was so important to protect food safety with a bill like that, they should have tabled that bill right after they were elected in 2011, because that bill existed beforehand. It died on the order paper because of prorogation. But if it was truly important, instead of playing politics with it, and they're going to try to play politics with it now and blame us for not passing it sooner, if it was that important to them, they should have tabled it immediately after being elected.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak today on this motion put forward by the NDP. I want to start off by saying that consumer confidence is critical to Canada's beef industry, and that's why we won't compromise when it comes to safety of Canadians' foods. I must say at the outset, as the Member of Parliament for Medicine Hat, and more specifically as the MP to the people of Brooks, Alberta, I think it's rather shameful at this hard time for my constituents that the NDP are playing politics with this issue. As the MP for Brooks, let me just say that the opposition has been spreading a lot of myths and innuendo today. If they want the facts about what happened, they should simply go to CFIA website www.inspection.gc.ca and read for themselves. However, perhaps in the interim, I will enlighten them on the facts. Our food safety system is the best in the world, as stated by the OECD. Canada is one of the best performing countries in the 2010 Food Safety Performance World Ranking Study. Its overall grade was superior, earning it a place among the top tier countries. We also know that the Canadian Food Inspection Agency's first priority is to maintain the safety of food supply, and that the agency acts on science-based evidence to protect public health. Canadian Food Inspection Agency acted to contain contaminated products beginning on September the 4th, and it has been acting ever since. By the way, I'm going to refer to E. coli strain as 0157H7 simply as E. coli. In order to understand what happened at the XL plant, CFIA launched an in-depth investigation which ultimately uncovered deficiencies in the establishment. In their in-depth review of plant operations, pointed to a combination of several deficiencies that caused the problem. Regulated establishments are expected to be able to monitor higher than normal detection rates and modify their control programs accordingly. However, this facility, this didn't happen. CFIA found that the company had an approved plan to deal with E. coli, but the plan wasn't followed and was not being updated. The company was unable to demonstrate that it was consistently and effectively implementing its agreed control program. The CFIA also noted deviations from the company's documented control systems for E. coli and its sampling and testing procedures. This was serious and likely to contribute to E. coli contamination going undetected. CFIA also identified a number of other general maintenance and sanitation issues that may have been found in the high-volume plant, particularly in an older plant. These problems would not typically contribute to E. coli contamination, but had to be fixed. The company made a series of commitments to correct the deficiencies identified by the CFIA. However, based on information from the company and from CFIA staff in the plant, the agency determined these deficiencies had not been fully corrected. As a result, CFIA suspended XL Foods' license to operate the Brooks plant on September 27th. Prior to this, on September 16th, XL Foods had already begun recalling affected products, and the agency alerted the public. CFIA administers a highly effective recall system to protect and inform the public by tracing, identifying, and working with retailers to remove product from the marketplace should problems occur. The CFIA continues to work with XL Foods to collect information from suppliers, distributors, and retailers to identify where affected products have been distributed. As a result, additional products have been and may still be recalled, in which case CFIA will immediately alert the public. These recall expansions are common because some of the affected products went for further processing or to other distributors before going to retailers. This means affected products could be repackaged and relabeled after leaving the XL facility. When dealing with public alerts, CFIA needs to be sure that it has identified all the right products. CFIA inspectors contacted and visited retailers across Canada to make sure all identified products are removed from stores. This can be a time-consuming process. As the recall proceeded, CFIA also conducted a rigorous review of the XL Foods plant in Brooks, Alberta. The agency sent an expert review team of specialists to conduct a thorough review of the plant and the company's progress towards fixing problems. The review conducted on October 9th and 10th determined that the plant and equipment had been cleaned and sanitized to meet requirements of Canada's meat inspections regulations. The team also verified that the specific maintenance and sanitation problems identified by CFIA had been corrected. In addition, the CFIA also evaluated the company's written corrective action plan for enhanced E. coli control. On October the 11th, the agency announced it would allow the facility to proceed to the next stage in the review process. This means effective October 11th, the plant was allowed to process, not ship, mind you, carcasses that were in the plant when it closed on September 27th. The CFIA sampling and testing of the carcasses in the facility found that more than 99% tested negative for E. coli. The remainder will be destroyed and will not enter the food supply. Carcasses tested for negative E. coli are being allowed to proceed to processing so the CFIA can observe the plant's food safety controls in action. No products will leave the plant until the CFIA has confirmed in writing to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food that plant controls are effectively and consistently managing E. coli and risks, and all the products are safe. And let me say, even though this process has been hard on Brooks, people of that great city, excuse me, know that if CFIA does not take every step possible to assure consumers that meat coming from XL in the future is safe, then the future of the plant is even in more doubt. CFIA plans to do even more, and as I've outlined, the CFIA's current focus is to verify the plant, put measures in place, and follow these measures to effectively control possible E. coli contamination at all stages of production. Once the facility is confident in the food safety controls at XL Foods, and the CFIA will review this incident to determine if improvements to Canada's food safety system can be made. The CFIA's first priority continues to be the health and safety of Canadians. The CFIA's decisions have been and continue to be based on science, evidence, and precautionary approach to protect consumers. Industry has a major responsibility when it comes to safe food. They are required by law to produce it. Many food-producing companies have instituted state-of-the-art food systems in their operations. As well, they should. They need to leverage new technologies and new techniques to meet their requirements to government regulators such as CFIA and the people of Canada to produce safe food. That precautionary approach simply means the agency will err on the side of caution if there is a risk that some action or policy is harmful to consumers. From the beginning, Canadian Food Inspection Agency's actions throughout the XL Foods Inc. investigation and recall have been guided by science and by the evidence. Nevertheless, has been some criticism of how this event has been handled. At first, the focus was on how the agency responded. Now we see the complexity of the problem that had to be assessed and acted on. But questions remain as to why problems at plant weren't found during routine inspection. Mr. Speaker, I know the president of XL Foods Union has said that, in fact, that there were many problems at the plant, and certainly suggested that these were safety issues. And yet, Mr. Speaker, the union, nor none of their employees, actually went to a CFIA inspector to see if, in fact, that these corrections needed to be done. Mr. Speaker, there is absolutely no record of a union member going to CFIA to question the food safety. Mr. Speaker, routine day-to-day inspections focus on what are called critical control points, where food risks are greatest. Less critical aspects of production and facility maintenance are assessed, but less frequently it makes sense to focus resources where they're most effective, where there is most risk. Normally, many of these issues identified by the in-depth review would have been dealt with directly with plant management. Since they were picked up during an in-depth review, the agency has required to issue corrective action requests immediately. Remember that the investigation determined that a combination of several deficiencies could have contributed to the problem. There was not one major issue, but a few smaller ones. By themselves, each of these deficiencies would not typically be cause for immediate concern during routine inspection procedures. Now, procedures at the plant will continue to provide CFI with more frequent intent analysis and more stringent bracketing procedures. These involve removing products from the assembly line if they are near any lot that contains a sample of meat that tested positive for E. coli. The CFIA's current focus is to verify that the plant has put the measures in place and follow those measures to effectively control possible E. coli contamination at all stages of production. Once CFIA is fully confident of the food safety controls at Establishment 38 of XL Foods, Inc., the agency will review this incident to determine if improvements to Canada's food safety systems can be made. As I have said, the process has been hard on the people in Brooks, and the plant workers have been temporarily laid off pending resumption of normal activities. I've had discussions with the Minister of Agriculture and the Minister of Human Resources on this very issue. That's why Service Canada has proactively contacted the company and assigned a reference number to track claims. Furthermore, Service Canada staff is in town to assist employees to file their claims, and information sessions are being arranged to help that, along with my staff from the Brooks office. I encourage all employees to submit EI claims, and I know, Mr. Speaker, that there have been some 800 applicants already being in the process. I would like to speak to the claims that made the government has somehow undermined food agency underfunding. When we took office in 2006, actions on food safety, we don't see any underfunding. In response to the 2009 Weatherall recommendations, the government has initiated a review of Canada's food inspection safety system and made an initial investment of $75 million over 3 years to improve the system's ability to prevent and detect and respond to foodborne illness. That was a direct infusion coming between annual budgets. 6 months later, Budget 2010 provided CFI with an additional $13 million for 2 years to increase its capacity to inspect meat processing facilities. By Budget 2011, an additional $100 million over 5 years for the CFIA to modernize its food inspection system. This enabled the government to complete its response to all of the recommendations of the Weatherall report, though targeted investments in inspector training, additional science capacity, and electronic tools to support the work of frontline inspectors. Budget 2012 underscored the government's continued commitment to keeping our food safe. It included another $51.2 million over the next 2 years for CFIA, the Public Health Agency of Canada, and Health Canada to continue to improve food safety. Since 2006, CFIA has received funding to hire more than 700 net new inspectors, including 170 meat inspectors. It is food safety and public health investments like these that have driven down the incidence of E. coli illness in Canada by 50% over the last 6 years. The government is also pursuing complementary activities to strengthen Canada's food safety system, including proposed new legislation. Safe Food for Canada's Act would strengthen food safety legislation and regulations to support CFI's core mandate of food safety and consumer protection. It's unfortunate that some of the proposed changes to Canada's food safety system have been already drawn through fire through misguided association with the XL Foods recall. There have also been claims that CFIA is reducing frontline food safety inspection. That's simply not true, Mr. Speaker. No staffing reductions have been made by CFIA that will affect food safety in Canada. In fact, from March 2006 to March 2012, our government has increased inspectors by a net number of over 700, or 20% increase. The staff increase demonstrates the agency's commitment to continue to direct available resources to specific areas of priorities, such as food safety and frontline inspection. As for XL Foods plant in the heart of the recall, the CFIA has 46 full-time staff at Brooks, Alberta plant, 40 inspectors, and 6 veterinarians. These inspectors work in 2 shifts to ensure full coverage at all times when the plant is operating, providing systematic inspection and oversight. There have been no changes to CFIA staffing levels in the plant in the last 12 months. CFIA will continue to maintain a strong presence at the XL Food plants and all other federally registered plants to verify that the industry processes and practices are minimizing food safety. Our government is fully committed to protecting the health and safety of Canadians by ensuring that Canada's food safety system remains among the best in the world. It's true that ranchers, farmers in my riding, and the industry need a strong processing sector, but everyone understands that food safety is the cornerstone of the industry's success. That's why XL Food plants will resume full operations only when the president of the CFIA confirms to the Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food that the health of Canadians is not at risk. I would say directly to the NDP agriculture critic, the member from Welland, whom I sit with on the Agriculture Committee, end your political games and for once do something constructive and support our government's investments in food safety and support our legislation, the Safe Foods for Canada Act. Mr. Speaker, I strongly urge all of those concerned about improving food safety in Canada to support the Safe Food for Canadians Act when it comes to the House. This bill will strengthen food safety legislation and regulations to support CFIA's core mandate of food safety and consumer protection. Mr. Speaker, I would ask unanimous consent for the following motion: that notwithstanding any order or unusual practice of the House, Bill S11, an act respecting food commodities, including their inspection, their safety, their labeling and advertising, their import and export and interprovincial trade, the establishment of standards for them, the registration or licensing of persons to perform certain activities related to them, the establishment of standards governing establishments where those activities are performed, and the registration of establishments where those activities are performed be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Western... pardon me. Before I go to questions and comments, I have to... The member is seeking unanimous consent to move a motion. He does not have unanimous consent. Questions and comments? The honourable member for the Western Arctic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I know the concern that we all have about food safety, and I'd like to reference back to and see if the member can answer some questions about what has happened over the past number of years with the Brooks plant. In the past, the Alberta government invested heavily in speeding the processing in this plant. They increased the rate of production through grants that they gave to XL Foods. Now, can the member tell me what was the federal government and the CFIA's response to the effort that was made by the Alberta government to increase the production from that particular plant?
The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for his question. It's interesting to note, Mr. Speaker, as a member of the Ag Committee, I had the opportunity to go to another meat-producing facility at Cargill. And it's interesting when I was comparing the two sites, because I've been to both sites, Mr. Speaker, that the rate of production did not seem to me to be any different from one facility to the other. So I'm having some issues with trying to figure out what the issue was. And according to some individuals, and I believe it was the management of XL, that their speed production of cattle going through their facility was actually less than some other facilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's interesting they continue, even the member from Medicine Hat continues this rouge, this malarkey that S11 is the panacea to food safety when he knows, Mr. Speaker, that the Meat Inspection Act, Section 13, gives the CFA all the power it needs to do what it needs to do. That's why Cargill got it right. That's why all the other abattoirs in the country are getting it right, because CFA has that power. So that rouge can stop now. But I want to know if the member who's deflecting all responsibility to everyone else is prepared to take some responsibility for this himself, because in the budget, what he failed to say, Mr. Speaker, after saying the money that's been given, is that on page 261 of their budget, after giving some money, they took $56 million away. And the parliamentary budget officer confirmed 2 weeks ago, $16 million of that is already gone. Why won't you take responsibility?
Just to remind all honourable members to direct their comments and questions to the chair rather than their colleagues. The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague from Guelph. You know, he's an interesting individual, to say the least. I've had the opportunity to sit on the Ag Committee with him, and that member has written in to my writing, into our newspaper, and certainly has complained that we have reduced inspection, Mr. Speaker. And you know what, Mr. Speaker? We have not reduced inspection. Yes, what we did make some adjustments in the funding for CFIA, Mr. Speaker, and that was looking at administrative. Where are areas that we can become much more efficient and certainly improve our systems? That, Mr. Speaker, that's where those reductions have happened. And I must also point out, Mr. Speaker, Canadians want us to ensure we have a balanced budget, rather than what we would see from the Liberals or the NDP, which would increase the deficits to Canadians and hit their pocketbooks much, much harder. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to first of all congratulate my honourable colleague from Medicine Hat for his excellent speech, for recognizing the importance of food safety when it comes to this issue, and really for taking this out of the partisan realm and addressing some of the issues that are really there on the ground. I recognize he's been a leader in our caucus on this, and he's been very diligent on this. I would like to ask the honourable member from Medicine Hat if he could, I know there's been some interest expressed about concern for need for human resource skills development staff, citizenship and immigration staff on the ground to help out at a more of a humanitarian level. If the member could talk a little bit about what he's been able to do and what our government's been able to do to help assist in that, and once again congratulate him for rising above the partisanship that unfortunately happens in this House far too often.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Westlock St. Paul for that good question. It's really interesting, Mr. Speaker, because as part of the government, we were able to put together a number of situations where we were able to get Service Canada, get their EI experts to that smaller community to help with the certainly large amount of layoffs from XL. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but we've also had the community come together. We've had people available for interpretation, because many know that there are a lot of temporary foreign workers and other workers who come from other parts of the world, Mr. Speaker. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but in fact, we've been able to help with the EI. We've also helped them, Mr. Speaker, in many ways, being available to help them through my office as well, Mr. Speaker. And it's important that we recognize that even some of the refugees will have to have some issues there, and we're there to help them. We're there to help the temporary foreign workers. We're there to help the 2,000 employees who are currently laid off, and we're going to make sure we do our best to get them back to work and or alternate employment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, here we have a minister who in 2008, when there was the listeriosis crisis, 22 Canadians were killed, recommendations were made, who has not implemented any of those. And now, under the same minister, we have this second major disaster, one of our largest recalls, and we have a member of parliament from the very riding, instead of questioning the minister on why it took him 14 days to actually put full recall into place, or even questioning why the minister was not here and taking responsibility and answering questions that were critical and assuring Canadians. And then for this member to go on and talk about refugees, I think he was talking about the temporary foreign workers and everything they are doing right now. What we're here today to debate is the ministerial accountability of this minister. So my question is, do you believe that your minister, sorry, Mr. Speaker, do you believe that the minister acted in a responsible manner when he was making jokes about the beef being safe and his lack of responsibility in this House?
Once again, I'd like to remind members to direct their questions to the Chair. And on this case, I suspect that the question actually was directed at the Honourable Member from Medicine Hat rather than the Chair. Nevertheless, the Honourable Member from Medicine Hat.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know what? The member opposite, there are refugees there who we're working with as well. So I just want to point that out. But as far as the minister goes, Mr. Speaker, I have been in regular contact, if not every day, every other day, talking to the minister about the situation in that facilities and recognizing, of course, the huge impact that has on the community, has on the employees. Mr. Speaker, the minister has worked his way through. He says we will not reopen that facility until we know it is absolutely safe. If we did, Mr. Speaker, and I concur absolutely with the minister, there is no way that we should open that facility. It would damage our industry if, in fact, we opened it and there was a quick reoccurrence. Now, Mr. Speaker, the minister, I think, has done an outstanding job. The other thing that the NDP think you can flip a switch and know, yes, today we have it and tomorrow it's solved. But you know what? There are 4,000 head of cattle going through there every day. There are records that must be maintained by the XL Food Management. There are records that have to be reviewed by CFIA inspectors. And as it was stated earlier, the trending was not sufficiently effective, and that's part of the reason that it took a little bit longer to find out. In fact, that's why the inspectors are there, and that's why they have taken the corrective action, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that, in fact, the food coming out of XL Food Plant is going to be safe for Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Beauharnois.
Okay, the Honourable Member for North Delta. Pardon me. I think this is the second time I've mixed up the riding name for this member. The Honourable Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I heard the member respond in regards to how the Conservatives are trying to balance the budget. Let me tell you some facts here. Under this government, we've had $54 billion in deficit, the largest one ever in Canadian history. It's under this government. And what they've done basically...
The Honourable Member, I was calling for resuming debate rather than further questions. Pardon me, resuming debate, l'honorable député...
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Before beginning, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that I will be sharing my time with the member for Stanton, or rather Compton Stansted. Mr. Speaker. The situation in which we find ourselves today is not one of our most shining moments. Yesterday we learned that the Food Safety and Inspection Service, the U.S. equivalent of our Canadian Food Inspection Agency, had warned Canada several times about the deficiencies in our food safety system. A series of reports, not just one, but a series of reports was sent to the Canadian government between 2003 and 2008 concerning problems at a number of meat packing plants, including XL Foods, to the extent that the Brooks plant in Alberta was temporarily delisted as an authorized meat exporter by the American authorities. In the reports, they talk about equipment on which meat stayed for hours, traces of blood and fats from the previous day, a lack of qualified staff, and inadequate inspection of carcasses. It's quite alarming, is it not? The problems at XL Foods are not new, despite repeated warnings by American inspectors and Canadian experts. The Canadian government did not take action. It's completely irresponsible. And it's not really surprising, then, that we would be in the midst of another crisis and have been for over 40 days. We have to say that this is the largest recall of meat in the history of our country. We're talking about 1,800 products in all the provinces, in 40 American states, as well as in 20 other countries. Canada's reputation has been tarnished, and this government, including the Minister of Agriculture, continues to say that they did what needed to be done. What arrogance! And it also shows great incompetency. It's, in short, a fiasco. Does this government, which is so in love with deregulation and prefers to protect the interests of multinationals instead of the health of Canadians, realize the economic consequences of its inaction? It is promoting its economic exploits. I'd like to give some examples of this fiasco. The Albertan company and the food sector has suffered billions of dollars in losses. Just because of this situation, our beef exports has significantly decreased. The company had to pay over $3 million in compensation to employees. Despite all that, a number of workers are currently unemployed. The mayor of Brooks, Martin Shields, is concerned. The small town of 13,000 people is suffering from this crisis. The municipality is trying to help all the workers to apply for EI, to support them in finding temporary employment or directing them to food banks. For a government that boasts about championing the economy, well, bravo for a total disaster. XL Foods is now operated, or will now be operated by JBS, and perhaps purchased by this Brazilian multinational. JBS is the largest beef processor in the world with annual sales of $30 billion. The Brooks plant will continue to slaughter over 4,000 heads a day. Let's hope that the government will now be able to comply with and even exceed food safety standards. But that would be surprising, because they still haven't learned what happened during the last crisis, the listeriosis crisis. Instead of strengthening our oversight system, the Conservative government has proceeded with deregulation of that system. It prefers to let the industry self-regulate. But who will oversee food safety in Canada? We mustn't forget that E. coli contamination can lead to death. 22 people died in 2008 during the listeriosis crisis. Do we want that kind of tragedy to happen again? What lesson has the government learned from the last tragedy? None, apparently. Once again, we have flirted with disaster. 15 people got seriously sick. And if you don't know it, the symptoms of E. coli are that for 5 or 6 days the person can have a very high fever, vomit a great deal, as well as have diarrhea and cramps. And this is for 5 to 7 days. It's not as easy as all that. Fortunately, these people who were sick did not die, but that could have happened. What are they waiting for to act? The motion by my colleague from Welland is quite clear. It's essentially asking for 3 things: to reform the food system and make sure our health is safe. One, ensure that the current minister is removed from office and unsigned food safety portfolio to a minister who can restore public trust, reverse budget cuts and halt the deregulation of Canada's food safety system, and direct the Auditor General to conduct an immediate assessment of food safety procedures and resources. We should remember that on September 3rd, an E. coli bacteria was found in a delivery of ground beef by XL Foods, but we had to wait until the 16th of September before the Canadian Food Inspections Agency issued its first recall. A few days earlier, on September 12th, meat exports to the United States had stopped. The meat was not good enough for Americans to eat it, and yet it was considered good enough for Canadians to do so. I think there's something that doesn't work here. What did the Minister of Agriculture do? He is drowning in denial. On September 26th, the minister said that no contaminated meat made it to supermarket shelves, while a number of Canadians were sick. It's either one of two things. Either the minister was not aware of the situation, which is quite shocking since he is supposed to be responsible for the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, or he continued to underestimate the crisis. In either case, it's an egregious failure to show ministerial responsibility. He no longer has the confidence of Canadians, and he must be replaced. Now let's look at our food inspection system. Experts have been asking for reform for a number of years. In 2009, following the listeriosis crisis that led to the death of 22 people, Sheila Weatherall, an expert, had been given the mandate to investigate what had happened. And this was from the Prime Minister. In Sheila Weatherall's report, she recommended that the compliance verification system be reviewed because there were serious deficiencies. She had also recommended to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to take proactive measures to ensure the safety of our foods. All these things are essential to modernizing our oversight system. A number of major parts of Ms. Weatherall's report were not implemented. Furthermore, cuts of $46 million have been imposed on the agency, which equals the loss of 308 jobs, including a number of inspector positions. In fact, we've heard a number of times the Conservatives today tell us that there have been increases in the number of inspectors, but we should not be misled here because 170 were added after the listeriosis crisis, after which 200 inspectors of the 700 that they're announcing us with great ceremony, while 200 are simply associated with processing and not inspection. Let me continue. The crisis, after having all of that information, we realized that the crisis is in no way accidental.
It is the result of negligence on the part of the Conservative government. It is also the result of their ideology. They don't believe in a role of this for the state in protecting the public. During the listeriosis crisis in 2008, we realized that the Maple Leaf Company had no obligation to report to the Canadian Food Inspection Agency when there was meat contamination. We're asking the industry to self-regulate. Is this a joke or what? It's clear that the minister is giving the responsibility to oversee public safety to them. Is that true? This unfortunate policy makes me think of the crisis when we had the shortage of generic drugs just a few months ago. There again, the federal government said, whoa, well, we weren't told in time by the business, and there was an interruption in the production change. But it's because there's no close monitoring of the industry. We count on self-regulation, and we can see that there are problems, but we don't react. It's serious. Once again, Canadians are the ones who pay the price. Let's remember that the surgeries were postponed and patients had to take alternative medicines. What we realize is that our oversight system for food has significant shortcomings. What are we guaranteed for the meat that we buy in the supermarket? There are too many doubts for the moment. Bill S11 doesn't answer all of the questions and doesn't deal with the current shortcomings. The bill does include a mandatory verification by the agency, but 5 years is too long to wait. I don't think the Conservatives understand that Canadians' safety is at risk here. I know that many people know about the quantity of meat that goes through the meats, but the state has to play a role in the safety of Canadians. The Conservatives have to understand that. They have to show some leadership, and they have to be accountable to Canadians and take good decisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
Member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
I'd like to thank the member for her comments. The comments were thoughtful, and she's always thoughtful. Yesterday, JBS, a Brazil-based company, of course, it was announced as if it were a cure-all for this problem, would be buying XL. However, JBS has many safety and trade practice violations in the United States. Massive recall for, you guessed it, E. coli, violations of worker hours of service, U.S. immigration raids for exploitation of foreign workers, and forgery of meat quality data. Isn't that a nice list? Many Canadians have been worried about the proposed foreign takeovers of Nexon and Petronas' key energy strategic resources, but food is also a key strategic resource, but it's not even mentioned in the Investment Canada Act. So my question to this honourable member and to the members on the other side of the House are, many Canadians have been worried about those takeovers, but will the government be reviewing this foreign takeover, and will that review include food safety considerations? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
L'honorable deputy.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Obviously, the goal is not to transfer all of the activities that are carried out in Canada to other companies. We want our people to have jobs, except we want them to be able to work with exemplary conditions and use the best practices. But here, we had 2,900 employees from the plant that have been affected and that have been laid off, even temporarily, because of this. During this time, there are employees who are telling us very clearly, and I quote, that the employees have training to show them how to sterilize knives and to do it between each cut of meat, but they can't do so because they would be late in their work if they did. There are procedures that are not complied with, or they're not respected because they're being asked to go so fast. The minister's saying that there's nothing to be done, that everything's fine. Can the minister really assume his responsibilities here, please? Questions and comments? The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I congratulate my colleague for her excellent speech, and indeed, there seems to be negligence on behalf of the minister here, including the time it took him to react, and I have the impression that this is going to be a question of confidence for the population in years to come. So my question really follows in that direction. Does she think that something like this kind of negligence on the part of the minister could result in people having far less confidence in him in time? And especially as these kind of plants are concerned and the CFIA is concerned. What should the minister do now following this scandal? The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Sherbrooke. Indeed, people have lost confidence in this Minister of Agriculture. Many people have supported our request, which is to ask the minister to resign, given that he has misled the population. Several times he said, he even made jokes about this crisis, but he said that there wasn't tainted meat that had made its way onto grocery store shelves, whereas we know very well that people fell ill and that we're faced with the biggest recall in the history of our country because of all of these products being recalled. So it's completely justified. Several people, several workers also in the industry have asked for the resignation purely and simply of the Minister of Agriculture. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I find it really quite sad to see our colleagues across the way this morning including the Minister of Agriculture, asking us to debate S11 when we think that it comes from an unelected chamber. Once again, they're trying to discredit our work here. We were elected by the people of Canada here, coast to coast to coast. And we're being refused the right to do our jobs. And it's sad to see that once again. Mr. Speaker, today's subject particularly affects an industry that has been hard hit by many irritants over the last decade. Whether it's the mad cow disease or listeriosis, and now the current stories with E. coli, agriculture has been severely pointed out in this, and is particularly been the case by the government here. This vital sector of our economy, it represents 1 job out of 8 in Canada that come from agriculture and food processing, deserves that we pay particular attention to the place that it takes in our lives and on our plates. When I think of all of the producers who earn a living for their families in my riding alone from agriculture, I think that I can defend these Canadians from across the country and support the action plan that is proposed today in the motion we are debating. If a few years ago we thought that we would see our pantries attacked by foods coming from all over the world, and here I'm not just talking about meat and fruit that are really exotic, when the reality is that we have the time to select these products at the grocery store. We now have to face a crisis of confidence that is a serious crisis concerning these products that puts at risk the very survival of many family farms that have already been weakened by the Conservatives' inaction for too long a time. I'd therefore like to start my speech by reading a part of this excellent motion. And this would be by giving the Auditor General the power to conduct an immediate assessment of food safety procedures and resources and report his findings to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food. And I imagined that our system was one of the safest on the planet. At the beginning of this crisis, I was convinced that we were facing a situation that rather concerned contaminated American meat. And when I saw how this government across the way acts daily, they always react too late and to an order of the American authorities, we have to really wonder how it is the governments are really governing here. Because if you look at our slaughterhouses and processing plants, the training school for new farmers, not just in my riding, but all regions of Quebec, all the stakeholders agreed that we have some of the strictest standards in the industrialized world. It was an effective system. So my question really is, what could possibly have happened on the front lines here? Where were the CFIA inspectors? Why did the chain of command between the CFIA and the minister not work properly? He is responsible. Why did people not react in order to ensure Canadian safety, but also to ensure that the confidence that we have in a sector that's already had difficulties not be at risk of the ideology of this government? We have to really shine a light on the current crisis here and have an investigation. It is critical in order to restore the confidence of consumers. Today, Mr. Speaker, in this House, we are asking through this motion the government to restore Canadians' confidence in the food safety system of the country. But let's talk about how this could be done by quoting the second part of the motion, which is by reversing budget cuts and halting, which is passing over $100 million, and halting the deregulation of Canada's food safety system. How can we have confidence in a system when we're supposed to be investing in one part of it, but we keep pulling out? It doesn't always work, this kind of thing. Several stakeholders in the industry warned us. They said it would come to pass at some point that people would lose control of the business here. So this these cuts affected the number of inspectors and the harmonization of regulations with our neighbors to the south. Rather than taking care of the people who give their lives to this sector, which is essential to our country, and therefore giving consumers confidence in their products once again, we're now investing in photo ops and publicity and advertising. There's no accountability. There's no sense of ministerial responsibility. This is what we are facing currently. While the minister is spending more time with some of his colleagues in tanning salons, the industry is suffering radically from the lack of action and the absence of involvement. And this is a sector that requires collaboration, cooperation, and above all, communication. So, in removing the current minister from office and assigning the food safety portfolio to a minister who can restore public trust, we could therefore ensure that we would have an investigation and have a new breath of fresh air here. I understand that the Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture would very much like to appoint the next Minister of Agriculture. But is he prepared to do so? Is he the man for the job? With several other members of the Conservative government's cabinet, either they live in a parallel universe or they only follow the directions that they get from the PMO. And if you think about it, perhaps we should include some ministers that we've seen for industry and transport. And we can talk about that another time. That's a whole other file. In conclusion, I would very much radically like to support this fantastic motion that we're debating in the House here today and assure my colleagues from the Agriculture and Agri-Food Committee of my undying support for their request here. It's really unfortunate what's happening right now, but the Conservatives really fought hard for self-regulation, and now the inspectors are bringing them red tape rather than meat. This motion here today is a direct result of the Conservatives' incompetence, and Canadians are the ones who are paying the price. And above all, it's our valiant farmers from east to west who are doing their work with integrity, and often they even give their lives to this. Thank you, and bon appétit.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened closely. I believe the riding is the Compton-Stansted, and he did talk about the lack of confidence, the crisis in confidence of this minister as it relates to the food safety issue, and is not taking responsibility for the crisis as a minister should. But the member talked a fair bit, Mr. Speaker, about the producers in his riding. And I think there's as big a reason there for why this minister should step aside. And that is that this minister has been responsible for the biggest gutting of the agriculture safety nets in Canadian history. Agri-stability was cut from 85% reference margins to 85%. Agri-invest was cut from 1.5% to 1%. Those are the safety nets that are there for producers in difficult economic times, and this minister not only has failed Canadian consumers on his lack of responsibility on food safety, but has failed producers in terms of protecting their safety net. And so I ask, what will be the impact on producers from both the loss of the safety net and the problems on pricing as a result of the beef crisis, because this minister just wasn't there?
The Honourable Member for Compton-Stansted. I thank my colleague for his question. And indeed, this is a sector that was already weakened. Cattle producers and other food sectors as well are having trouble making ends meet because the government never acts when they should. It's really, they're just left to their own resources. They're not able anymore to produce at the level that governments would like to see, that the Conservative government would like to see. That's to say that we're promoting big factories, but the small level producer, who is the person who's supporting all of rural Canada, well, his situation is really at risk. He's already been weakened, and through a crisis like this where we're refusing to support these people and help them with the decent income that they need to be able to hand their farms down to their descendants, this is just an untenable situation. Questions or comments? The Honourable Member for Grosmont. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague from Compton-Kansas for his excellent speech. He really demonstrated so well why the Minister of Agriculture must resign. It's very rare that we demand the resignation of a minister, but here we've realized that the minister did not assume his responsibilities. He was negligent in the management of this whole file. 15 people fell ill, and he didn't take the situation seriously. And that's why I want to ask my honourable colleague the following question. Does he believe that this way of functioning of this government, by cutting into such strategic areas like food safety, are these decisions really that are in the best interest of Canadians? The Honourable Member for Compton-Stanstead. Mr. Speaker, the irony here is that the small farmers have to respect extremely stringent standards in their businesses. And when we look at huge plants like XL Foods, where the standards are lowered, where we're cutting back on the number of inspectors, where we're not watching over or monitoring this training of these people as much as we should, it's so unfortunate. It's deplorable. Farmers only want to produce quality foods and really serve their environment and their people well. Their consumers, these people carry a huge burden. And we in the NDP are going to continue to defend them and will act for them on behalf of them until the end.
Time for government orders has expired. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. For the third year running, the City of Grand Prairie has been named the most entrepreneurial city in the country by the Canadian Federation of Independent Business. I am proud to represent the hardworking and innovative and forward-looking entrepreneurs that have led this country in building a thriving local economy that has created significant opportunity and prosperity. Our community has been blessed with abundant natural resources and fertile land, but to carve opportunity out of the often challenging climate and remote location has demanded unceasing innovation, determination, and vision. Our local entrepreneurs embody the pioneering spirit that settled our region 100 years ago. Like the first pioneers, our local business owners are industrious, generous, and committed to their families, their neighbours, our community, and our country. On behalf of our Conservative government, I want to congratulate the business leaders from the Grand Prairie region for truly leading this country.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, on this Person's Case Day, I'd like to take this opportunity to mention the Women's Forum being held today at the Government Conference Centre in Ottawa. Organized by the NDP member for Churchill, this activity brings together women from all across the country. In attending this forum, we're taking part in a national dialogue on women's equality. The day will be marked by various speeches by women in activist, academic, and leadership roles on the issue of equality in the economy, society, and our communities. We have the opportunity today to chart our course for the years to come. Inspired by forum participants, by the famous Five in the Person's Case, and by women all over the country, we have chosen to come together. The first step is to get together and have the conversation. We have to be aware of the challenges women face and of how crucial it is to work together. Together, let's push ahead with the fight for women's equality. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
This summer, I had the opportunity to visit over 60 organizations in York Centre to see the important work they are doing and to discuss ways we can work together to build a better community. One of the many highlights of my summer was when Minister of State for Science and Technology visited York Centre to announce our government's $5.4 million investment in B'nai B'rith and the Ivy International Centre for Health Innovation for the creation of a Centre for Innovation Excellence and Alzheimer's Care. As the member for York Centre, it gives me much pride to know that our government is investing in the future well-being of all Canadians. On that note, I am excited to announce that on November 1st, a global leader in developing and providing brain health innovations, Baycrest, will be visiting Parliament Hill. During Baycrest's visit, my office has meetings and events planned that I hope many of you will attend. York Centre is home to many wonderful organizations that are working to are making incredible advances in research and innovation. It makes me proud that our government is choosing to invest in organizations like B'nai B'rith to help all Canadians enjoy a better quality of life.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, this week Canadians all across the country are celebrating Small Business Week. I was an entrepreneur and business owner for many years before running for public office, so I know the hard work, dedication and optimism it takes to succeed. I know that small businesses give much to Canadian society and they need government to do its part. Because right now this government isn't doing enough. Shops near the border are losing customers to the United States thanks to higher duty-free limits. Hotels near national parks, tourism operators are struggling, and the government's payroll tax increases are hurting many small businesses and discouraging them from hiring. This government doesn't get it, and small businesses are the engine of our economy and they need government in their corner. Today, I congratulate everyone who owns, runs or works in a small business for their immeasurable contributions to Canadian life. And I ask all Canadians to remember this. If we all shop small, it can make a big difference.
Good job. The Honourable Member for Delta Richmond East.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's Awards for Teaching Excellence honour outstanding and innovative Canadian school teachers. In my riding of Delta Richmond East, I am very proud of those named for this singular recognition with certificates of achievement. Wendy Graham, a grade 6 teacher at Delta's Sacred Heart Elementary, shows obvious care and concern for her students, combined with endless energy and commitment to lessons that are current and interesting. Her career success emanates from an abiding respect shown for each child she guides through her classroom. Diane Simonson teaches grades 10 to 12 at Richmond's R.A. McMath Secondary School and helps students with career preparation. She launched the Link Crew initiative where 100 seniors mentored 245 new grade 9s. This success led to helping other schools do the same and authoring a peer tutoring resource guide. She challenges, guides and builds leadership skills that has allowed her students the confidence to pursue their dreams.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lillet, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Thank you.
Businesses make up more than 99% of all companies in Canada and employ over 60% of all private sector workers. If the Canadian economy is still standing despite a very difficult global economy, it is thanks to the amazing capacity of those businesses to adapt and innovate. To celebrate entrepreneurs, the Business Development Bank of Canada has created the BDC Small Businesses Week. And this week, the BDC has organized activities like conference and trades fair all over Canada. Pour sa part, la Fédération Canadienne de
The Canadian Federation of Independent Business has established October 20th as the first Small Business Saturday, an opportunity for entrepreneurs to showcase the crucial role small and medium-sized businesses play in our local economies and for consumers to learn about special promotions. To the millions of Canadians who support and grow small business, generating over 50% of our GDP, on behalf of all my colleagues in the House, I'd like to express my sincere admiration and thanks.
The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Mr. Speaker, 3 years ago, the Federal Court of Canada and the Immigration and Refugee Board ruled that former KGB agent Mykola Lenikov was inadmissible to Canada. Lenikov is now a fugitive, evading deportation orders, and has illegally taken sanctuary in a church basement in Vancouver. 2 weeks ago, the NDP MPs from Burnaby New Westminster and Vancouver Kingsway had Thanksgiving dinner with the former KGB agent in a show of support. It must be said that anyone who was part of the former KGB assisted in one form or another with the atrocities carried out by the KGB. It doesn't matter how basic or advanced their role was, they all worked together to fulfill the KGB's brutal mission. How many people were wrongfully arrested or killed by the KGB as a result of Lenikov's services? These two NDP MPs have insulted Vancouver's Ukrainian community and over 1.2 million Ukrainian Canadians across Canada, as well as the other ethnic groups who suffered under the cruel hand of the KGB. I demand these MPs apologize.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, this is National Small Business Week, and I rise in the House today to pay tribute to the Streetsville Business Improvement Association. On October 10th, I attended their fall open house and enjoyed speaking with the members. Established in 1979, the purpose of the SBIA is to maintain and promote a vibrant business community within the historic village of Streetsville and is dedicated to serving the needs of local businesses and residents. With close to 325 member businesses, the Streetsville BIA manages the beautification of the area, marketing and promotion of the village, and provides important business services. It hosts many seasonal events, including Canada Day, the Bread and Honey Festival, Streetsville Santa Claus Parade and tree lighting, and historic walking tours. I'd like to pay tribute to the board, Todd Ladner, Al Yeomans, Harold Johnson, Charmaine Tavares, Julie Walker, Christian Kinnery, Todd Smith, Tony Asta, Bruce Daly, George Carlson, and staff Angela Trewartha and Kim Bunting.
L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Versailles-les-Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, yesterday we celebrated the International Day for the Eradication of Poverty to encourage various anti-poverty initiatives. It was an ideal opportunity to support the Dignity for All campaign, which advocates a poverty-free Canada. In my riding, several organizations work day in, day out to improve the lives of fellow Canadians. There's the Table Itinérance Rive-Sud, which looks for special solutions for the homeless in my region. There's also the Maison de l'Entraide, which provides food vouchers to economically disadvantaged families in Sainte-Julie. There's also the Knights of Columbus and the Daughters of Isabella, who come to the assistance of the poorest among us every day through fundraising. Finally, there's the Centre d'Action Bénévole, which organizes volunteers. Today, on behalf of my constituents, I'd like to say thanks to those who fight poverty in our region. Together, we can make the difference. Thank you.
The honourable member for Coastal.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the RCMP announced the results of Operation Snapshot, targeting online child predators. One child was rescued and more than 30 individuals were arrested on charges that include indecent exposure, invitation to sexual touching, accessing, possessing, distributing, and making child pornography and internet luring. Over 1,000 computers were seized along with hundreds of thousands of images. I am very proud, Mr. Speaker, of the work of our RCMP officers. These types of successful investigations send a clear message to individuals who are engaged in this despicable behavior. The police will find you and will prosecute you to the full extent of the law. Our government has taken strong action to protect children and put in place new mandatory minimum sentences for children sex predators. We have eliminated the ability of those who sexually abuse children to get criminal record suspensions, and we have taken steps to ensure police have the tools they need to do their job. Sadly, the NDP have voted against these common sense measures. Canadians know that the Conservative government will always...
Order. L'honorable député.
The honourable member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, today we mark Persons Day. I'd like to take this opportunity to remind everyone that's the date on which the term person was held by the Supreme Court to apply both to women and to men. The fight for equality of the sexes is unfortunately not over yet. Women are still affected disproportionately by poverty and violence, particularly Aboriginal women. There are also sizable barriers to employment, and harassment seems to be part of the corporate culture in a lot of organizations, with far too women in senior positions, to say nothing of repeated attacks by the Conservatives on women's freedom of choice. Fortunately, good things are happening. My colleague from Churchill has organized the first ever Women's Forum taking place today. I'd like to thank her for spearheading this wonderful initiative, and As members of Parliament, we are responsible for following in the footsteps of those who fought before us.
Senator Norris.
Persons Case. The Governor General's Award and the commemoration of the Persons Case are given to outstanding individuals who have advocated for the equality of women. This week, 5 Canadians will receive the 2012 Persons Award, including 2 Youth Award recipients in honour of the first ever International Day of the Girl, a day championed internationally by Canada.
Accompanied by all Canadians, I'd like to thank all those who help move forward the cause of women's equality in Canada.
Rise in this place, we do so with a deep appreciation for those who championed our rights to be here. Let it never be lost on us that the right for our voices to be heard in equality is a stance that forever binds us together for the sake of those who should one day follow us here. Mr. Speaker, as a woman parliamentarian who is profoundly proud of her free and democratic country, congratulations to this year's winners.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today, October the 18th, is Pierre Elliott Trudeau's birthday. He served as Prime Minister from 1968 to 1979, and again from 1980 to 1984.
Mr. Trudeau served Canadians with remarkable talent and dedication. And whatever your political stripes, I'm sure everyone here in the House will agree that the life of Mr. Trudeau is worthy of our respect.
The entrenchment of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, a cause to which he was dedicated throughout his life, has provided Canadians with not only a symbol, but a real and living protection for human rights in Canada. His voice was clear, his courage and determination an example to all who aspire to leadership, and we celebrate his life on the anniversary of his birth. Quel homme!
What a man, what a life.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga, Brampton South.
Just last week in my riding, I was speaking with constituents at our local hospital fundraiser. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, my constituents are firmly opposed to a new $21 billion carbon tax that the NDP would propose. Mr. Speaker, they can deny it all they want, but they cannot hide from their plan to bring in $21 billion of new revenues from a carbon tax. The NDP leader said on December 4th, 2011, that his cap-and-trade system, quote, will provide a lot of revenue. Then last February, he further boasted that this plan would, and I quote, I have proposed a system of carbon pricing which will produce billions. Mr. Speaker, our government will never allow the NDP to bring in $21 billion of new revenues from a carbon tax. Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, the Conservative members for Orleans and the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Public Works didn't talk about their ridings. They talked about the official opposition. In fact, the member for Elmwood-Transcona has only made one statement in this House since we returned. And what did he do with this precious limited opportunity? He also parroted the PMO's blatantly misleading lines about the NDP. So if the member doesn't want to talk about his great riding, I'm proud to share with the House some of the fantastic things going on in Elmwood-Transcona. For instance, Transcona is celebrating its 100th anniversary this year. This coincides with the annual High Neighbour Festival, which is also celebrating its own 40th anniversary. These celebrations have allowed people in Transcona to reflect on the famous Canadians who have also come from the area, including Terry Fox, Olympic speed skater Susan Ock, sports commentator Rod Black, and of course our own Bill Blakey. We on this side of the House take great pride in celebrating the centennial. Shame on this member for kowtowing.
Honourable Member for Cypress Hills.
Mr. Speaker, today Canada's Finance Minister introduced the second phase of our low tax plan. What a contrast with the NDP election promise to impose a $21 billion carbon tax. Our plan creates jobs, strengthens economic growth, ensures long-term prosperity. Theirs takes us back to high taxes, no growth, and higher prices on absolutely everything. Now they don't want to talk about it. Even their pet bloggers won't acknowledge that they were very clear. on page 4 of the 2000 election platform? There it is, a proposal to bring in $21 billion in revenues with a carbon tax. NDP leader mentioned his plan multiple times during his leadership campaign. He promised if elected he would be proposing a system of carbon pricing which will produce billions. Now he wants to hide from it. But last week, the Broadbent Institute, already funded illegally by the NDP, backed up his plan. The NDP are clear. Canadians must pay higher taxes. We're just as clear. Our government will not support a job-killing, tax-hiking, backwards-looking carbon.
Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Speaker, the Conservatives are trying to shove another 450-page budget bill down the throats of Canadians. The Finance Minister once again showed total disregard for our democratic institutions, choosing photo ops rather than Parliament. 450 pages. The Prime Minister once criticized the Liberals for their omnibus approach. He was right then, he's wrong now. Will the Prime Minister respect Canadians, respect the role of Parliament, and split this omnibus bill to allow for proper study?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians' priorities are focused on the economy. They remain jobs and growth. This government continues to move forward with the plan, with the latest version of the plan presented in March to promote jobs and growth across this country and to continue the relatively superior performance of the Canadian economy. What we, of course, won't do, Mr. Speaker, in all of our proposals is propose tax hikes and, more specifically, a carbon tax. Our goal is not to kill jobs. Our goal is to create.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Mr. Speaker, last spring, even Conservative MPs who criticized the government's omnibus bill, but the Conservatives have learned nothing. A new, monstrous bill, just in time for Halloween, 450 pages without a possibility for the MPs to do their jobs, to take the time they need to study the very disparate elements contained within this bill. Ultimately, where is the Prime Minister's contempt for parliamentarian institutions coming from? Why not do things in order, divide up the bill and study it the way that we need to? The Right Honourable Prime Minister, Mr. Speaker, it is the NDP that did not learn that the priority of Canadians remains the economy, job creation, economic growth. That is our priority. And we now have our second part, our bill for our budget that was adopted in the House several months ago. I would encourage the NDP to change its position. Our government wants to cut taxes. We don't want to increase them, and certainly not to create a carbon tax like the NDP wants.
Leader of the Opposition.
This lack of respect for Canadians explains many things, Mr. Speaker. The clear disregard with regard to the tainted meat crisis, for example. American inspectors were the ones to sound the alarm first. Once again, it was the Americans that forced the latest recall on meat a few days ago, and now American inspectors once again are cataloging many health violations at XL Foods and have been for a number of years. Why do American inspectors know more about the serious problems at XL than the Minister of Agriculture of Canada? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that is completely false. The Canadian Food Inspection Agency has immediately reacted to the information available to it. It has taken a number of measures, including the closure of that plant, and its priority remains clearly, Mr. Speaker, that the plant will not reopen until it is safe to operate.
Means having one of the strongest, if not the strongest, food inspection system in the world, and we will continue to work with our partners around the world on that.
The Honourable Member for Welland.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Canadians are worried about troubling news stories exposing deficiencies at the Brooks beef plant. During routine audits, the USDA documented proof of an ongoing pattern of mismanagement at Brooks, including cross-contamination, sloppy maintenance, and bad record-keeping. These are the very problems that led to this E. coli crisis. Why does the minister not think it is important for CFIA
to enforce food safety? And why is he gambling with the reputation of our great and proud beef industry?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what CFIA does. We continue to build a robust food safety system. Of course, the NDP continue to vote against it. We saw a shameless display again this morning, Mr. Speaker. They had the chance to expedite Bill S11 to give the CFIA more powers. They chose to sit on it rather than move it through expeditiously. That's shameful.
The Honourable Member for Welling.
Well, the reality, Mr. Speaker, is they left it in the other chamber controlled by their Conservative senators. The reality, Mr. Speaker, is the more we learn, the more we find out warning signs were ignored, and this minister simply failed to act. In fact, he cut back funding to food safety, let plants regulate themselves, and now refuses to clean up the mess. The agriculture sector and beef industry need leadership and stability. But that minister's mismanagement is putting the livelihoods of communities, industries, and farmers at risk. Mr. Speaker, when will he do the right thing? Resign, step aside, and let somebody do the job properly.
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the latest OECD report is very commending of Canada's system, calling it superior. We certainly will not rest on our laurels. We continue to add resources to the CFIA to build a robust food safety system. Every chance the NDP have had to help us along that way, Mr. Speaker, they've come up empty.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the omnibus legislation which has been put before the House today, I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, would he agree with us that we could separate out the sections of the bill with respect to members of Parliament pensions, and we could agree to pass those today by unanimous consent, because for our part, there's no disagreement with respect to that measure. In fact, we're even prepared to discuss the acceleration of the timetable of implementation. But I'd like to ask the Prime Minister, why lump all these things together instead of giving the House a chance to discuss them separately?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I'll take that specific suggestion under advisement, but as the House knows well, this government committed to the Canadian public, both during an election and most recently in March, to move ahead with a comprehensive economic action plan. And these measures in various forms have been before the House now for months. I encourage the opposition to use the remaining time productively to study them. I don't know what specific objections they have to them, but I know that they've been well received by the Canadian public, and they are important to continue the superior performance of the Canadian public.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it would surprise me if the Canadian public was in a position to study 400 pages of proposals from the government if it has the support of the public. These are news for the Prime Minister. But I would repeat my offer once again, Mr. Speaker. On our side of the House, we are prepared to pass today all measures concerning members' pensions. We don't have a problem with that. It's a good thing to separate and to divide the bill in order to give us the opportunity to study the rest of the bill, but at the same time to pass the measures with regard to MPs' pensions, Mr. Speaker. The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, if the Liberal Party has already had the time to read the dozens of pages concerning the pension plan and they're in favor of those changes, I would encourage the same attitude from the Liberal Party with regard to the rest of the plan. We have in this bill measures that were proposed in our March budget, and they are important to the economy. They are important in order to be able to continue the better performance of Canada's economy, and I would encourage support from the Liberal Party.
Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, if I could just now ask the Prime Minister, is the Prime Minister in a position to tell us whether or not the Minister of Agriculture was in fact aware of the reports from the United States with respect to the conditions at the plant at Excel, of the complaints at the plant at Excel? And is the Prime Minister prepared to tell us that? And if he's not prepared to tell us that, why does the government continue to resist the very simple proposition that was made in the other place and that will be made by us here with respect to the Auditor General's responsibilities to have a look at the entire system and to know what went on and to give
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, which is responsible for dealing with the information at its disposal, reacted to this information as soon as they had it and took action as information continued to come in, up to and including shutting down the plant. Now, the Food Inspection Agency and others have indicated that it needs greater power to compel information. That's why the government has had, before this Parliament for some time, legislation to give it that additional power. And rather than delay it by saying it wants the Auditor General to have powers that the Auditor General already has, let's give the CFIA the powers it's asking for.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, today's omnibus bill does nothing for job creation. Not only is this bill full of non-budgetary measures, but furthermore, it does nothing to stimulate our fragile economy. Youth unemployment is growing fast. Our seniors' pensions are threatened, just as are essential services for Canadians. Yet the Conservatives ignore the concerns of Canadians. When will we have a real plan for jobs? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, we have a real plan for jobs. We had it in the first budget bill and the second budget bill. The budget's a wonderful document, Mr. Speaker. Here it is. We delivered it in March. There's nothing new. What's in the bill today is in the budget. If you haven't read the budget, I say to my honourable friends on the other side, I don't know what you did all summer. You got paid. You have a good pension plan. So do your work, do your job.
Order. I'll just remind the Minister to address his comments through the chair, not directly at other colleagues. The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know what this member did all summer. He clearly didn't learn his lesson from this spring. Another massive budget bill jammed with non-budgetary items, from overhauling the Grain Act to gutting the Navigable Waters Act. So only 10 heritage rivers will still be protected, but this is after exempting pipelines altogether. So will the minister now agree to split up this monster bill and allow MPs to properly scrutinize these radical changes? Hear, hear.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Sure, Mr. Speaker will recall that one of the pillars of the budget was the Deficit Reduction Action Plan. Part of that dealt with the issues at Environment and the Navigable Waters Act. All of these matters are matters with reference to the budget that was delivered on March 29th, many months ago. And if members haven't bothered to read it and haven't bothered to pay attention, I suggest, Mr. Speaker, they ought to perhaps take the weekend and review it.
Let's be clear, there are no concrete measures in this budget implementation bill that will help the number of Quebecers on employment insurance. With their new mammoth bill, the Conservatives once again are attacking environmental protection. Weakening the Navigable Waters Protection Act will again jeopardize our wetlands. We're talking about 10% of Quebec, which is covered in wetlands. 10% is huge. So I would ask, Mr. Speaker, I would ask the Conservatives, why hide this in the omnibus bill? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
As I said a moment ago, the Deficit Reduction Action Plan was a major part of the budget. It was important so we can control the growth of government expenses. Part of that was dealing with the environment and getting to one project, one review with time limits. And I'm sure the honourable member wants to be informed on these matters. Once again, I suggest that he read the budget this weekend.
Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, clearly the Conservatives are ignoring the economic reality of Canadians. Their biggest change concerns the economic reality of 308 MPs. They tabled today another mammoth bill, 443 pages long, which amends over 40 pieces of legislation. There are changes to the Navigable Waters Protection Act, which will concentrate more powers in the hands of the minister. This bill is far from perfect. Amendments will be essential. Will they accept them? The Honourable Minister of Finance.
As I said a moment ago, Mr. Speaker, there are no surprises. The budget was delivered on March 29th. The budget document itself is almost 500 pages. It is the economic action plan of the Government of Canada for our country, not only for this year, but for the ensuing years. This is the plan. This is the creation of jobs, growth and prosperity for our country, and I urge the honourable members to read it for their own edification.
The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
This minister and this government seem to have learned nothing from their experience in bringing in the first omnibus bill. Now they want to ram through another bill of over 450 pages. How do they expect Canadians to understand all the devious schemes and plans this government has for them in such a short amount of time? This is a Prime Minister who used to have contempt for such tactics. Why is it the same Prime Minister so keen to misuse this power and ram this budget down the throats of Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
You know, we have had budget bills in this place, including under the previous Liberal government, that were many, many pages longer than this budget bill. Having said that...
Order. 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 The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor. Order. Order. The Honourable Minister of Finance has the floor.
Juan wants to work just like everybody else in this place. 400 pages. Can you not, as I say, is it not, I'm sorry, you're the Honourable Member for Wichita. That's not, I'm sure you want to work too. But,
so the minister has to address his comments to the chair and not directly at other colleagues.
My suggestion.
I think the minister's out of time now. At any rate, the honourable member for St. John's East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on the one hand, we have $18,000 in free flights, a campaign manager the Conservatives call incompetent, and a minister claiming he's not responsible because he's new. On the other hand, we have Reg Bowers, the scapegoat, rewarded with a plum patronage appointment by the Prime Minister, the Minister's brother-in-law negotiating questionable agreements after the fact, and potential campaign overspending of 21% by a Minister who won by only 79 votes. Will the Minister admit that his campaign broke the law?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, this is a hard-working and honest Labradorian and Canadian, and we're proud of that. The new official agent in place will work with Elections Canada to correct any mistakes that have been made. But one mistake that still needs correcting for the benefit of all Newfoundlanders in that member's riding is that he and his party are promoting a devastating carbon tax that would kill the jobs of Newfoundlanders. We as Canadians are all proud of the prosperity that Newfoundlanders have worked hard to build, particularly in natural resources. We don't consider that a disease. We consider that an achievement.
Honourable member for Rosemount, La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, when you break the law, period. If a newly minted financial advisor defrauds his clients, he can't simply get off by saying, well, it was a rookie mistake, sorry, I won't do it again. And yet that is exactly the Minister of Intergovernmental Affairs strategy. He spent thousands of dollars illegally, and it was almost an electoral stick-up. The Prime Minister, does he believe that the pitiful excuses by his minister are acceptable? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, the minister in question works in order to build a better Canada.
For Canada, but the first thing you must do before proposing to build a better Canada is to believe in a united Canada. And that member has donated not once, not twice, but 29 times to the hardline separatist Quebec Solidaire. Mr. Speaker, for Canadians to trust and believe in that party, they need to know that that party believes in Canada. Can that member confirm if he's now a Federalist?
Member for Rosemont-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. I love Canada, I love Quebec, I love Montreal, and above all, I love the people. And I'll never let them be sickened with tainted meat. I want a fair society for all families, workers, seniors, students, and I'm pleased to work with the future Prime Minister. Order.
Order. There's far too much noise.
Honourable member has 10 seconds to finish his question. Can the minister stop hiding behind the skirts of the class clown and admit that there was electoral fraud? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
No one questions all the love that he has for everybody and everything that is good and great in the world, but he still won't answer the simple question. After donating 29 times to the same hardline separatist party, Canadians have reason to simply ask the question if he believes in a united Canada. There's nothing more beautiful than when someone who was a separatist becomes a federalist and comes to be part of this big, beautiful Canadian family. We invite him to stand up and do that right now.
The honourable member for Timmins James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians are wondering if it's possible in Canada in 2012 to buy an election. So let's see. The member for Labrador buried $18,000 in free flights. He blew past the spending limits by 21%, and then he squeaked into Ottawa with just 79 votes. And for this, he gets promoted for cabinet. And his political agent gets a plum patronage job for which he has no qualifications. And when he gets caught, he just shrugs. So will he stand up and tell his House if he believes that subverting the electoral laws of Canada is just part of the cost of him doing business?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Minister of Transport.
Subverting electoral law is just part of the way the NDP regularly does business, Mr. Speaker. In fact, his party attempted to buy elections through $340,000 in illegal union money, taken out of the pockets, forcefully taken out of the pockets of honest, hardworking Canadian employees who had no choice in the matter. So, the member could try to redeem himself by agreeing to support a bill before the House of Commons that would require financial transparency in how unions spend the money they take from workers. Will he support it?
The honourable member for Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Speaker, let's return to the issue with the minister from Labrador for just a minute. We now know he spent over $20,000. And let's look at the facts here. He says that he made a rookie mistake, but here are the real facts. He ran in half a dozen Innu Nation elections going back to the 1990s. His campaign manager has been heavily involved with the provincial Conservatives for decades. So, there are hardly political rookies here. Could the Prime Minister fire this minister? And could he, since he's the skipper of the ship, answer the question, not Gilligan?
I don't know that these kinds of characterizations are helpful. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and Minister of Transport.
I always like to hear a question from the sinking ship way over there in the corner. Mr. Speaker, they're taking on water over there. You know, they have 4 leadership candidates from 5 years ago, who have over almost $500,000 in illegal loans, which have now become illegal donations. Yet he has the audacity to rise in the House and attack the integrity of one of the finest Labradorians and Canadians, Mr. Speaker. It's shameful over there.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, with the latest scandal surrounding the Prime Minister's government, I ask, is he attempting to turn these scandals into a new fundraising scheme for the Conservative Party? We know Conservative political insiders were appointed to senior positions in ACOA. We know the Public Service Commission has placed some sanctions on some individuals and revoked the job of Kevin McAdam. Now we learn government has hired the law firm of Murray Murphy, the PC Island Fund chair. Why, in defending wrongful hiring, is the government using taxpayer?
The honourable members at a time. The honourable minister for Alcoa.
Wait, Mr. Speaker. I mean, you know, I understand. I understand he has a difficulty understanding, but this is not a political issue. The commissioner was clear.
Order. The honourable minister has the floor.
Mr. Speaker, this is very unlike in 2006 when our friends on the Liberal then used, when the Public Service Commission reported that the Liberals gave those employees of them free rides into the public service. In this instance, there is no political interference. The Commission.
Order. There's going to have to be a little bit more order during the questions and answers. The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's has the floor.
Former Conservative Party candidate Loyola Sullivan was also the federal ambassador for fisheries conservation, a high-level patronage position. When Mr. Sullivan left his position to become vice president at his family's fishery business, everyone in government should have known he was subject to a one-year cooling-off period. And yet, the Ethics Commissioner found that Mr. Sullivan contacted DFO, Foreign Affairs, and the Fishery Minister's office 17 times during this period to lobby for changes in fish quota for the family business. Why did nobody blow the whistle on this Conservative crony?
Right. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, as you know, this report of the Commissioner deals with the conduct of a former ambassador after he left the employ of the government. We have put in place very strong rules to deal with exactly these kinds of situations, and we expect that all former officials will respect the cooling-off rules that are in place. We will be reviewing the report.
The Honourable Member for Alfred-Pellant.
Spokesperson said the government will invoke a national security exemption for Share Services Canada. But yesterday, when the Minister of Public Safety was asked about this exemption, he said, quote, "I don't know where you got that information." Well, they should talk to each other. If the Minister of Public Safety doesn't know about this national security exemption, how can we trust that Huawei will not be getting contracts to control our critical national security infrastructure?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Well, Mr. Speaker, our Conservative government has put in place a cyber security strategy designed to defend against electronic threats, hacking, and cyber espionage. In fact, just the other day, I announced $155 million additional over 5 years to strengthen Canada's cyber security network, working together with not only our domestic private partners, but also our international partners.
The Honourable Member for Alfred-Pellant. Well, visibly, the communications problems continuing there. They contradict each other all the time. Several foreign countries were very clear. Huawei and some other Chinese state businesses constitute a threat for national cybersecurity. And yet, the minister continues to be evasive, and he refuses to answer. Why not be more clear and transparent for Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Perhaps the member could speak to her colleague who said the last time a country was named by this government or an official of this government that that was a piece of fiction, a novel fiction. That member right over there said exactly that. I don't think it helps, in fact, naming a particular country or a particular company unless you're prepared to take specific action. Our government continuously reviews security matters to ensure that Canadian interests are protected, and we will do that even without their help.
Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Mr. Speaker, this government stubbornly refuses to study in all detail all aspects of Nexans taking control or being taken control of by CNOOC. There are serious questions that deserve answers, but the minister is hiding behind an incompleted process to refuse to answer. Will jobs be saved? Will environmental standards be respected? And now, what about the concerns about national security? Taking all of this in consideration, do the Conservatives really think that a foreign country should control Canadian natural resources? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, one thing is clear. Every foreign investment that's made here in Canada has to result in a net benefit for this country, and every decision has to be taken with Canada's interests at heart. This is clear under the Investment Canada Act. There are guidelines, and I repeat again, for foreign enterprises, just as we put new provisions in place for national security. And having said all that, Mr. Speaker, the transaction will be carefully studied. The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Everywhere in the country, Canadians are very concerned about the prospect of a significant player in taking over, like Nexen, winding up in the hands of a Chinese state business. Does the minister share Canadians' concerns at the idea that foreign governments should not be able to take control of our natural resources? Will they listen to Canadians' concerns? Who are concerned about the decision-making process, and so they have something to say about it. The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, first of all, resources are under the provincial areas of jurisdiction, and Canadians can also say what they want to say. There are processes that exist for that, and they are implemented. I repeat once again that this transaction will be carefully studied. We're doing so now, and we know that generally speaking, in any case, the NDP is anti-investment, anti-trade, and that's not what we are. We believe in a prosperous Canada, and we are open to foreign investment.
Unlike the NDP and their job-killing carbon tax, our government's top priority is keeping taxes low and growing the economy with the Economic Action Plan 2012. And our plan is working. Over 820,000 net new jobs created since July 2009, the best record in the G7. But the global economy remains fragile, especially in Europe and the United States, who are our largest trading partners. And that's why we're taking the next step in our plan with the Jobs and Growth Act 2012. Can the Finance Minister please inform Canadians how this legislation will support the Canadian economy?
Let us know.
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Well, I thank the Honourable Member for the very informed question. Our government is supporting the economy. Of course we are. Jobs, growth, and prosperity. The NDP needs to explain why they are against that. Why is the NDP against extending the hiring credit for small business to create jobs? Against promoting interprovincial trade? Against improving the Registered Disability Savings Plan, against new tax relief for clean energy generation equipment, and against closing tax loopholes. Why is the NDP against all of this and against growing the Canadian economy?
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway. It took 18 years to negotiate a trade investment deal with China, but Conservatives want it approved in 21 days. And they refuse to bring it before this House for debate, a vote, or input from Canadians. Mr. Speaker, trade with China is important for our economy if it is done right. But Conservatives are proving to be incompetent negotiators. They agreed to a 31-year deal with that lacks reciprocity, fails to open doors for our companies in China, and abandons Canada's commitment to an open and transparent arbitration process. Why won't Conservatives allow debate and input for this important deal?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the member is quite wrong. This treaty has been very well received by the business community in Canada. It's very similar to other treaties that we've signed with other countries. It is designed to protect and promote Canadian investors in China through stable, predictable rules and protection against discriminatory and arbitrary practices. Our government is committed to creating the right conditions for Canadian businesses to compete internationally. In the meantime, of course, the NDP's investment strategy is to suck $21 billion out of taxpayers' pockets. We will not do that.
Honourable Member for Abitibi Bay, James Nunaviki. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. It's unexpected to shove this down Canadians' throats without discussing it with anyone. Think about it. Less than 1 month to approve an agreement that binds us for the next 3 decades. It's ridiculous. And we know that the Conservatives are familiar with that. They're proving once again that they are amateur negotiators, unable to obtain reciprocity. The Canadian economy will be in great upheaval because of this agreement. Why refuse to hold consultations with Canadian workers? They're the ones who will be forced to live with the consequences of this agreement. The Honourable Minister of Trade.
The government has introduced an unprecedented process for putting Canadian international treaties to the scrutiny of this House. That's why the Canada-China Investment Treaty was tabled in this House, and if opposition members wish to debate it, they have an opportunity to do so. However, surprisingly, the NDP has already missed 3 opportunities to debate it in this House with opposition days. If Canadians know that the NDP is anti-trade, today they know that they're also anti-investment. Shame on them.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, we have another example here of the Conservatives' insensitive approach. In their final report, published just before they were dissolved by the Conservatives, the National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy said, in truth, Canada is not ready to be competitive in a world where carbon emissions would be controlled. Why are the Conservatives choosing to put our jobs and economy at risk by ignoring climate change? Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Our government has pursued green economic opportunities, including the Clean Energy Fund, Eco-Energy for Alternative Fuels, and Eco-Energy Innovation Initiative. Unlike the NDP, we will not impose a job-killing carbon tax that would increase the cost of gas, of groceries and electricity. The NDP leader plans to raise $21 billion through his new tax, which will cost Canadian families $1,500 over the next 4 years.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
How many times they repeat the same fib, it's not magically going to come true. Mr. Speaker, they're embarrassing themselves. And what we know is clear. The Conservatives...
Order. Order. The Honourable Member for Halifax has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What we know is clear is that the Conservatives' reckless sector-by-sector approach is going to cost us billions. And waiting to reduce emissions is going to cost all of us. The National Roundtable estimates that by rejecting a practical, economy-wide approach to tackling climate change, it could cost Canada $87 billion by 2050. So why are the Conservatives locking Canada into an approach that kills jobs and hurts our economy?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows, there are different approaches to climate change. The Liberals tried to talk it away and then campaign.
Order. The Honourable Minister of the Environment has the floor.
As I was saying, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals tried to talk climate change away and then campaigned on a $15 billion carbon tax. Now the NDP would pick the pockets of Canadian taxpayers with a $21 billion carbon tax, which would increase the price of everything. And then, Mr. Speaker, there's our government's plan to responsibly regulate and actually reduce greenhouse gas emissions without disruption of our economy or imposing a heavy financial burden on Canadians.
The honourable member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, since the Minister of Health refuses to answer public health questions, today I have a question for the Minister of Agriculture. The inability of this government to properly regulate XL Foods has put Canadians and the Canadian beef industry at risk. Today we learned that the plant may be headed for a new foreign ownership. This will not fix the problem. Only an independent audit of CFIA by the Auditor General will ensure improved health and safety protocols to better protect Canadian food. Will the government commit to this audit here and now?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Well, Mr. Speaker, regardless of who's managing the day-to-day operation.
Order. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture has the floor. If we keep on having to have these interruptions, we're going to have to make up the time somewhere else. The Honourable Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Regardless of who's managing the day-to-day operations of XL, there will be a robust food safety system adjudicated by CFA on a day-to-day basis. Talking about the review she's screaming about, Mr. Speaker, there is an expert panel that was constructed during the Weatherall report. That expert panel will be doing a concise review, and we'll table that publicly, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, an American businessman dumped 100 tons of iron sulfate into the ocean off of BC's west coast this summer, and scientists are puzzled because this experiment may have breached an international moratorium. The proponent claims that he had government's blessing, but the minister denies it. So that's worrisome. Who dropped the ball? And I'd like to hear from the minister. When did his department know about this experiment? Why was there no scientific oversight? And why is the minister ducking responsibility?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Environment Canada was not asked to approve this apparent violation of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act. Environment Canada did not approve this non-scientific event, and enforcement officers are now investigating. This government takes very seriously, Mr. Speaker, our commitment to protect the environment, and anyone who contravenes environmental law should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
Important issues that go beyond partisanship are raised in this House. That's what I did 2 weeks ago when I asked the Minister of Health to take action so that foreign cancer drugs could be rapidly sent to Ms. Michelle Lajoie, as her doctor was asking. Her life depended on it, but the minister contented herself with reading her lines in the House. We'll never know if that might have helped her overcome her illness. She died Tuesday after waiting for 2 months. It was an urgent case. Why did the Minister of Health not act more quickly or in time? Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, our condolences go out to the family and friends of the person that we've lost. As I stated earlier this week, the Special Access Program is available to physicians who would like to access special drugs to treating patients who require that through the application process. I'd be happy to provide the members of this House a briefing on the Special Access Program and how the process works if the member requires more information on it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the minister is missing the point. This is about a system that doesn't work, and the need for the minister to sometimes choose compassion over bureaucratic red tape. Unfortunately, Madame Lajoie unfortunately passed away last Tuesday. Her drugs were finally approved last week, but not without 2 months' battle to get them, and no help at all from this minister, even after we raised the issue repeatedly with her. It's now too late for Madame Lajoie. But can this minister at least promise that this sad situation will never repeat itself again?
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as I said last week, the process starts when a physician applies under the Special Access Program, and within 24 hours, the Health Canada responds to these applications. And the Special Access Program is there to individuals who require drugs under the normal system. It would probably take about 12 months, but the special program is there to access drugs, and within a month that application was approved. And again, I'd be happy to provide a briefing to all members of this House on the Special Access Program if the member requires more information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Designate Mississippi Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, my private member's bill on the Indian Act will be debated for the very first time. It has evolved through 4 drafts based on my discussions with First Nations from across Canada. My bill reflects their desire for real change. It will ensure that bylaws are made accessible to band members, by First Nations governments. It will remove all references to residential schools, and finally will create a process to review and consult with First Nations on the way forward towards repeal and replacement of the Indian Act. Will the government support my bill and contribute to unlocking the potential of Canada's First Nations people?
Wonderful. The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. The Indian Act is a barrier to the success of many First Nations. That's why we support, in principle, this private member's bill, which proposes concrete, incremental steps to create the conditions for healthier, more self-sufficient First Nation communities. This approach is consistent with the government's own approach to Indian Act reform. We look forward to studying the bill, exploring opportunities to improve it, and passing it into law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, more than 200,000 households across the country are living in co-ops or not-for-profit housing, and they're at risk of losing their rents because of this government. This government said that they clearly don't believe housing to be the problem, but this is of no use to the hundreds of thousands of Canadians who could lose their housing. This government will it rather commit to reinvest the billions of dollars that they gradually cut for affordable housing?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite the opposite. With our Economic Action Plan in 2009, we invested $2 billion into affordable housing. And, Mr. Speaker, we believe that people should have access to safe housing and affordable housing, and that is why we are supporting our people. Unfortunately, the Liberals did not vote for it.
With $112 million in cuts to airport security, Conservatives are putting air travelers at risk and Canadian jobs on the line. 60 security jobs are gone, and over 400 workers have their hours cut, even though this government fleeces Canadians $624 million a year in security fees. It's no wonder more Canadians are flying out of the States. Why is the Conservatives putting people at risk and subjecting travelers to long, unbearable lineups?
The Honourable Minister of State for Transport.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for that member, but in this case, the member is way out of line. Canada has the safest airline standards in the world. The government has invested $1.5 billion in airline security. The number of people working on the lines at the various airports, of course, adjusts depending on the usage of the airlines and airport. And by the way, a carbon tax would make it a lot more.
The Honourable Member for
Mr. Speaker, entrepreneurs are the drivers of the Canadian economy. One key element of Canada's Economic Action Plan for 2012 would be job creation, growth, and long-term prosperity. Does the Minister of State responsible for small business and tourism in a position to inform this House of a measure introduced today to support the prosperity of entrepreneurs in Canada?
The Honourable
Minister of State. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise in this House and thank my colleague for his work, for his constituents, and particularly for the business people of his region. Our government does the same thing through the tabling today of the 2012 bill on the Jobs and Growth Act. And in this bill, I'd like to remind colleagues across the way that there's a very important provision for small business people that creates wealth in this country. We know that there are a lot of small businesses in this country, and this is the hiring credit for small business. So more than 500,000 employers use this benefit to hire new people. The honourable member for HoC. No.
Oh, Beauharnois-Salaberry.
Beauharnois-Salaberry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And at Stansted in the eastern townships, the border crossing is a real sieve. Over 6 months, no less than 300 people entered illegally, according to data revealed yesterday through access to information. Yet the government has decided to cut $146 million from the Canadian Border Services Agency. More than 1,000 jobs are threatened, including 260 in Quebec. Can the minister, or does the minister, realize that these cuts are putting public safety at risk? The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Perhaps I can repeat the answer I've given so many times. Since coming to office, our government has increased frontline border officers by 26%. We have taken steps to make the border faster and more efficient for law-abiding Canadians. We are reducing unnecessary spending and duplication of work. We are not reducing frontline positions at the border.
Mr. Speaker, the government has just tabled its second mammoth bill in which they're trying to introduce a string of controversial measures. For Quebec, this is another attack on the economy of the Gaspé, the abolition of the EI office so that the government can set premium rates itself, an umpteenth reduction of environmental standards, and more arbitrary powers in the hands of ministers. As everyone is condemning this second omnibus bill as being anti-democratic, and that the Prime Minister himself said this not so long ago about the same process, will the Minister of Finance finally accept to divide it up? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, the Budget Implementation Act is following a budget that was tabled March 29th with a series of measures that are important for the Canadian economy. Canadians and Quebecers elected us to take care of the economy, to ensure that we create jobs, and that we introduce strong measures such as the tax credit for small businesses for hiring. These are the kind of measures Quebecers want to hear about, and that's what we're going to continue to do.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the recipients of the Governor General's Award in commemoration of the Persons case: Carolyn Andrew, Sarah Banji, Joanne Cave, Corinne Gallant, Regine Allende Shamboko Gang. That's it. Before moving on to the Thursday question, the Chair has notice of 2 points of order. I'll go to the Government House Leader first.
Mr. Speaker, today in question period, in response to a comment by the Minister of Natural Resources about the NDP proposal for a carbon tax, the member for Halifax suggested that that was something that was being made up. So for the benefit of everyone in the House, because I know a number of members of the NDP have suggested the same, I would like to table in both official languages for their benefit so they can read it, and also for some members in the press gallery who have taken the opposition leader's invitation to deny that this exists, an opportunity to actually read it, because at page 4 you will find reference to the $21.5 billion in proceeds.
Sorry. Order. Ministers don't need unanimous consent to table documents, as long as they're both official languages. Okay. The Honourable Member for Westmount Ville Marie.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to seek the unanimous consent of this House on the following motion: that the House recognize that sections of Bill C-45 dealing with members' pensions should be enacted as quickly as possible and passed without further debate. That Bill C-45, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March the 29th, 2012, and other measures, be divided into two bills. Bill C-45A, an act to stop the delay on making MP pensions fair act, and Bill C-45B, a second act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 29, 2012, and other measures. And furthermore, that Bill C-45A be composed of clauses 475, 476, clauses 477 to 553 inclusively, and subclause 554 brackets 1. That a clause adding the short title "Stop the Delay on Making MP Pensions Fair Act" be added to Bill C-45A. That Bill C-45A be deemed to have been read the second time and deemed referred to committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred at in report stage, and deemed read the third time and passed. That Bill C-45B be composed of the remaining clauses of Bill C-45. That Bill C-45B retain the status on the order paper that Bill C-45 had before the adoption of this motion, and that the law clerk and parliamentary council be authorized to make any technical changes or corrections as may be made necessary. And finally, that Bill C-45A and C-45B be reprinted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member for Westmount Ville Marie have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There's no consent. Are there more points of order? Okay, well, I'll go to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, simply to clarify, the sentiment we think is a very good one. It's something we would like to see. We only received the motion, which you heard was quite lengthy, just before it was presented, and as such, we'd like to satisfy ourselves as to the forum content and so on. But we're pleased to see the enthusiastic support for at least part of the budget, and we hope it will continue on to other elements of the budget.
Okay, L'Honorable Ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Declaration made by the MP of Parkdale Hyde Park during the question period. She made a comment saying that changes to Navigable Waters Protection Act will like.
I'm going to stop the minister there. We've had a few of these where members or ministers try to correct the record after question period, and that's not a point of order, it's a point of debate. And if the minister wants to address that at a future question period, he can do it, but unless he's got a point of order, we'll move on. The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Yes, on a point of order arising out of matter of question period, I would like to table the publicly available request for qualification for the email transformation initiative, which clearly states this procurement is subject to a national security exception. This is in both English and French, and as such, I understand, as a minister, I don't need consent in order to clarify the misinformation being spread by the NDP member.
Why don't we move on to the Thursday question? The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
What a great idea, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much. Monsieur le Président, c'est un honneur.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honor for me to rise on behalf of the opposition to ask the government what it plans for the House for the remainder of this week and for next week. This government, it did not understand the message from thousands of Canadians last spring regarding the mammoth Bill C-38 on the budget. Canadians have indicated this bill was an attack on the democratic process and the integrity of this House, and a violation of the rights of all Canadians to hold their government to account. Today we received Bill C-45, another monster bill from this government, which doesn't seem to understand that 450 pages covering things like R&D research funding, weakening environmental laws and regulations, and are all next to real budget provisions. The government has not learned its lessons. Canadians expect more accountability and transparency from the Conservatives.
The member from Calgary Southwest, the Prime Minister, said that, and I want to quote this to set the context for what I'm about to approach. Mr. Speaker, I would argue that the subject matter of the bill is so diverse and not a single vote on the content would put members in conflict with their own principles. We now know that that same member, as the Prime Minister, does not believe that applies to him any longer. Mr. Speaker, at the very least we need to be able to do and to understand this bill and fully analyze it. I'll ask the government 3 questions about what follows. Will the government split this bill into its component parts to allow for proper study? If not, will they allow for multiple standing committees to study the divisions of this bill that fit into those committee mandates? And at the very least, will they allow for full debate on this bill without slamming the door with further closure or time allocations as we saw last spring? Lastly, Mr. Speaker, New Democrats welcomed this morning's long overdue arrival of S11 from the Senate, which has been waiting for passage there for more than 120 days and was killed by prorogation by this government previously. We're interested in passing this bill quickly to committee. We're also interested in the integrity of the legislative process. I'm somewhat surprised that the government is not so much. They've had to amend a number of their hastily written bills, and asking Canadians to simply trust them on this one and move at all stages can't work with a Minister of Agriculture that has failed us repeatedly and so seriously in his role. Mr. Speaker, with S11 in mind, I believe that if you seek, I'm sure that you'll find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, this House move immediately to debate at second reading of Bill S11, that today's order for supply be deemed not to have been called, and that the order for the putting of the question on the supply motion and the deferral of that vote be deemed to have been withdrawn. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Before I go to the government House Leader for the response to the Thursday question, we'll deal with the request for unanimous consent. Is there unanimous consent for the honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley for him to propose his motion? Oh, there's no consent. The honourable government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just to clarify, I would have been quite happy to have consented to the motion had he not included in a provision for an additional additional opposition day, had he decided to conclude that they were prepared, since their subject for today was food safety, to make the balance of the day the debate on S11 and then have it proceed to committee. We would have been quite delighted to consent. In terms of his suggestions on the budget bill, I'm happy to, and looking forward, in fact, to meeting with him and discussing with him what opportunities might exist there further. Plus tôt aujourd'hui, comme tout le monde sait, le ministre...
Earlier today, the Minister of Finance tabled Bill C-45, the Jobs and Growth Act, 2012. This important piece of legislation will bolster Canada's economy and help improve communities across Canada with initiatives that build a strong economy and create jobs, support families and communities, promote clean energy, and enhance neutrality of the tax system, all while respecting taxpayers' dollars. We will start second reading debate of Bill C-45 on Wednesday. Once the bill can be reviewed by honourable members and discussed at next week's caucus meetings. The debate will continue on Thursday and Friday.
All members will take advantage of the budget bill study week that is available to review the valuable measures that are set out as the second half of our legislative arm of our Comprehensive Economic Action Plan 2012. One highlight of the study week will be a briefing arranged by the Minister for all honourable members on Monday evening. I hope that many MPs can attend, and certainly more than the paltry attendance of opposition members that appeared this spring for the briefing on Bill C-38. I'm looking forward to a vigorous policy debate on economy and not on procedural games. Let me turn now to the business of the House leading up to Wednesday. This afternoon, we will see the conclusion of the NDP's opposition day. Regrettably, I was personally disappointed that the official opposition didn't answer my call last week to lay out the details of their $21.5 billion carbon tax and how it will raise the price of gas, groceries, and electricity, though I was encouraged that this week in question period they actually did acknowledge the subject and raise it. Tomorrow and Monday, we will see us resume second reading of Bill S7, the Combating Terrorism Act. I understand we should finish that debate sometime on Monday, at which time we will then turn to Bill C15, the Strengthening Military Justice in the Defence of Canada Act, Bill S2, the Family Homes on Reserves and Matrimonial Interests or Rights Act, and Bill S8, the Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act. On Tuesday, we will debate the second reading of Bill S11, the Safe Food for Canadians Act, unless we find some other approach that allows us to move on a more urgent basis. And of course, since we did not get unanimous consent to move it forward quickly, we are hopeful there will be some other approach that can be agreed upon to move quickly with it. And of course, we hope that if we do debate it that day, we will be able to deal with it quickly and then spend the balance of that day debating Bill C15 and C12, which is the Safeguarding Canadians Personal Information Act. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Government orders. Business of supply. Resuming debate on the opposition motion. Standing in the name of Mr. Alan Welland. Food safety.
Resuming debate. La prise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member for Calgary Centre North. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity to speak to this motion as it permits me to update the House on the government's actions and roles and responsibilities with respect to food safety, primarily from a public health perspective. Colleagues, the health and safety of Canadians has always been and will continue to be our top priority. I'd like to talk to you about the role that the health portfolio plays in foodborne safety. But before I do that, I'd like to focus my remarks on the role of the health portfolio in responding to this incident and, in particular, the progress made over the past few years to enable federal departments and agencies to better anticipate and respond to food safety incidents. The Public Health Agency has been working with the provinces and territories from the very beginning of this process on a daily basis. It has been dealing with the public as well as the provinces and territories in providing support on this very important matter. In Canada, the number of cases of E. coli infection that are reported annually has been declining over the past several years. Our national laboratory surveillance systems are detecting linked cases faster than ever before and enabling quicker action to identify the source of the outbreak and limit spread. From a health perspective, we are, of course, concerned by any foodborne illness that arises. These are the protocols in place to address food safety incidents. I believe it is important for members to understand the roles and responsibilities of the federal, provincial, and territorial governments when an outbreak such as this one occurs. It should be noted that whenever there is any question of food safety posing a risk to Canadians, the health and agriculture departments and agencies at all levels of government work together to address the outbreak. When an outbreak takes place in a single province or territory, that particular province or territory conducts its own investigation. The Public Health Agency maintains databases that allow provinces to compare the fingerprints of the strain causing infection with those that have been seen in other Canadian provinces or in the United States. This allows more rapid detection of clusters of foodborne illnesses. In certain cases, a province or territory will call upon the federal government for support. When a foodborne illness outbreak spreads beyond a single jurisdiction, the Public Health Agency of Canada works closely with Health Canada and the CFIA to address outbreak investigation and response. In this particular situation, provincial public health authorities in the affected provinces are leading the investigations into the E. coli illnesses in their jurisdictions in consultation with their local and regional medical officers of health. However, given the situation involves foodborne illness in more than one province, the Public Health Agency of Canada is leading the multi-jurisdictional public health investigation. This involves consultation, content expertise, coordination, and leadership at the national level with the goal of preventing additional illness and to share and integrate their communication practices. In fact, FAC has been speaking daily from the start with the provinces and territories to exchange information. Since then, the 15 cases have all recovered or are recovering. When the agency undertakes an investigation of a foodborne outbreak, it first tries to develop a full picture from the public health perspective. This can be trying for the agency, as not all people who suffer from foodborne illness will actually visit their doctor. Samples are taken from those who do seek treatment and are sent for testing by the agency and or other public health laboratories to identify the pathogen causing the illness. These tests provide detailed information about a pathogen very similar to a fingerprint. The results of the tests are entered into PulseNet Canada, a network of federal, provincial, and territorial public health and food laboratories that is coordinated by the agency for comparison across the country. This helps identify matching patterns and clusters of illness that may indicate outbreaks. Every case of foodborne illness is examined. To be in a position to identify an outbreak, public health officials need to identify unusual rates of illness and a cluster of cases, each with a strain of the same DNA fingerprint. When more illnesses than normal are identified, the agency assesses whether an outbreak is occurring. This requires a comprehensive epidemiological investigation and response. If illnesses are occurring in more than one province, territory, or country, the Public Health Agency of Canada establishes and manages an Outbreak Investigation Coordinating Committee. The committee's role is to coordinate a multi-agency response to a multi-jurisdictional foodborne illness outbreak with the goal to protect the health of Canadians. All provinces and territories are invited to participate along with the agency, Health Canada, and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. The main purpose of the committee is to allow partners to share information, coordinate the outbreak investigation, identify the source of illness, and contain the effects of the outbreak. It is worth noting that in some cases, the committee can be struck even when an outbreak is restricted to one province or territory, such as is in the current situation, where Alberta requested committee investigation when illnesses were limited to that province. These efforts are guided by the Foodborne Illness Outbreak Response Protocol, also known as the FIORP, a protocol that was collectively developed by the Public Health Agency of Canada, Health Canada, and the Canadian Food Inspection Agency in consultation with provincial territorial stakeholders. The protocol is put together for the collaboration and overall effectiveness of a response during a multi-jurisdictional foodborne illness outbreak. The protocol provides guidance that enables governments to work together and to communicate quickly when managing national or international foodborne illnesses and outbreaks. Once the food source is identified, a health risk assessment is required to determine the level of risk associated with the food and inform risk management decisions. These health risk assessments are conducted by Health Canada and help determine appropriate interventions and mitigation strategies such as recalls and/or public advisories. Health Canada works closely with federal partners to ensure a coordinated approach to addressing the risk and communicating with Canadians. When there are illnesses, the Public Health Agency takes the lead in communicating to Canadians about the risks, the response, and how they can protect themselves. Mr. Speaker, this requires close collaboration amongst a number of parties. It also includes strong national public health surveillance tools, solid laboratory diagnostic and networking capacity, and excellent communication. I'm pleased to say that the coordination of the investigation with provincial health authorities has been going well. And that's thanks in a large part to the protocols in place which were modernized as part of the actions taken over the past several years. Following the 2008 listeriosis outbreak, the government immediately took a number of actions to prevent and reduce risk to our health, guided by the Weatherall Report. And working in collaboration with our federal and provincial partners, the health portfolio continues to strengthen its capacity to prevent and respond to foodborne illnesses, building on significant progress made in addressing the Weatherall recommendations. I'd like to take a few moments to outline that progress. Mr. Speaker, as we have said before, in fact, our responses to the XL Foods recall exemplifies the improvements our government has made to strengthen the food safety system. We are better at detecting and responding to outbreaks such as foodborne illness through a number of improvements such as strengthening our national surveillance systems. During a potential outbreak of any kind, early detection and fast response is absolutely crucial, and I'm proud to say that Canada's ability to do so is truly world-class and has been greatly improved in recent years. We are now able to use innovative, state-of-the-art laboratory technologies to identify outbreaks more quickly and with more scientific certainty. For example, because this particular E. coli strain has common DNA fingerprint, a lab method requiring more detailed analysis is needed to accurately confirm suspected E. coli cases and link them to recalled products. Mr. Speaker, the National Microbiology Laboratory is the only lab in Canada certified to perform this more detailed analysis and is playing a leadership role in confirming all suspected cases of E. coli linked to this outbreak. Federal agencies are continuing to develop faster and more accurate methods for detection of foodborne pathogens. In addition, Health Canada has taken measures so that it can sustain its immediate response to outbreak situations in a 24/7 basis. The Department has increased its health risk assessment expertise and capacity to assess the risk posed by products and processes to the Canadian public or to provide expert advice on the effectiveness of proposed corrective actions. It's also crucial to ensure that all involved in addressing foodborne illnesses outbreaks have a clear understanding of the protocols. Mr. Speaker, that's why our government strengthened measures under the Foodborne Illness Outbreak Response Protocol with provincial and territorial authorities. The recent update to protocols that include strong communication mechanisms allow public health and food safety authorities across Canada to respond faster, more efficiently, and more effectively to specific foodborne illnesses and outbreaks. Over and above the need to communicate with authorities, it's important to communicate with Canadians. The Health Portfolio and CFIA have provided regular updates to Canadians on the situation and how to protect themselves from foodborne illnesses. The public health notices are issued when new cases are confirmed. Mr. Speaker, each of these initiatives highlights the important contribution of the Health Portfolio during an outbreak and the importance of coordination and collaboration with large network of partners. The public health response to XL food incidents exemplifies many of the improvements our government has made to the food safety system. Now, Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have left? Almost done? Oh, okay. I was wondering, Mr. Speaker, because the opposition House leader said that he would like to see speedy passage of S11, I would ask for unanimous consent for the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill S11, an act respecting food commodities, including their inspection, their safety, their labeling and advertising, their import, export, and interprovincial trade, the establishment of standards for them, the registration or licensing of persons who perform certain activities related to them, the establishment of standards governing establishments where those activities are performed, and the registration of establishments where those activities are performed, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Does the Parliament Secretary to the Minister of Health have the unanimous consent? No? There is no consent. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Gaspésie et La Madeleine. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like the government member to understand that we should perhaps have a bit of notice before moving for that kind of unanimous consent.
I was very proud of the fact that there's no rapid response. I'd like him to explain then what is rapid response. What's an acceptable response if the government had known for over 2 weeks that there was a problem and people were getting sick? It seems to me that rapid responses are rather slow. So could you please define what rapid response is to help maybe so the people who got sick through this crisis will actually understand that perhaps they got sick a little too soon. Thanks.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
I'd like to thank the member for his question and just to let him know for the unanimous consent. We've actually read this motion to the House several times today, and his own House leader read a very similar one. So we have to be realistic. If we'd like to move this issue forward, why does the NDP keep voting against that motion, Mr. Speaker? But of course, I don't accept the premise of his question. It's incorrect. Food safety officials learned of concerns with some products on September the 4th. They acted based on the information available and contained that batch. Since then, Mr. Speaker, CFIA has been responding to available information in order to protect consumers, and the Public Health Agency of Canada has been engaged on this since being contacted by CFIA on September the 6th. Actually, Mr. Speaker, the Minister has offered more information to the opposition. One of the important things that opposition members should know, they should become informed about the protocols and exactly what happened in this situation. They shouldn't be out there fear-mongering. I think, Mr. Speaker, all of us want the health and safety of Canadians held at a high priority, and I think it's important that all of us become educated about the system out there, how it works, in order to keep our constituents informed about the very important issue of food safety. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Quite enjoyed listening to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, mainly because it was the one I made this morning, outlining FEOP, outlining the responsibilities of the Public Health Agency of Canada and of the Minister of Health and of the Department of Health. So my question is, obviously, somebody found the document and read it in the Ministry of Health, and what I'm saying is, exactly repeating the question was asked earlier by my colleague from the New Democratic Party, is if you know that these are the protocols, which were written, incidentally, in 1999, why is it that the only time that we saw anything on the website of Health Canada, of the Public Health Agency, was on September the 27th? What about warning Canadians? What about putting out something that says, please be aware there is an enteric illness. If you have one, please report. Please let us know. What about sending it out to hospitals and doctors and saying, if you have a person with an enteric illness, please let us know? It's called surveillance. Why did they...
Need to give the Parliamentary Secretary a little time to answer the question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As I said earlier, as soon as we became aware, we did act. And I think what this member has to understand and realize that Canada has one of the safest food systems in the entire world. And what we've done, and we've learned since 2008 with the listeriosis issue, we've worked with Ms. Weatherall and her report to implement those recommendations. And we've shown, Mr. Speaker, that we've actually been able to respond much quicker. And again, the health and safety of Canadians is our priority, and we will continue to work with our partners to make sure that we still have one of the safest food systems in the world.
Time just for a short question and response. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And my colleague does a lot of work in the health portfolio as his role in as Parliamentary Secretary, and perhaps he could speak a bit to some of the good work that CFIA does in partnership with Health Canada, some of the investment measures that we've put forward in the budgets over the last few years to help increase food safety and ensure that Canada's food safety stays at that superior rating, which the OECD report mentioned very recently.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, I know I only have a short period of time to answer that question, but I want to thank my colleague because this government has been acting in a coordinated fashion. In fact, we have made huge investments in more inspectors, and each and every time we've made an investment to improve food safety, Mr. Speaker, the opposition has voted against it. And that is very sad for Canadians because there's a lot of talk going on in this House, but when it comes down to action, the Canadians can count on this government to take action for food safety, and they can count on the opposition to vote against it. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's always a pleasure to rise and speak in this House. And on this topic today, I think it's important to note that whenever there is a food recall of unsafe products, it does cause concern for Canadians about our food safety system. But what Canadians need to know is that we, in fact, have one of the best food safety systems in the world. Our recall system, in fact, is proof positive that our food safety system is functional. It catches problems, it alerts us to problems, and it alerts Canadians to things that they need to know about their food supply. And I mentioned this earlier in my question to the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health, but a recent OECD report recognized Canada's superior food safety system. So there is international recognition that Canada does have stringency in food safety rules, in inspection, and in making sure that Canadian consumers have that right, have that access to safe food. But no system is foolproof, and there are clear safeguards in place to detect problems and clear procedures and policies to address these problems as quickly and as efficiently as possible. Canadians expect safe and healthy food, and this is why our government has heavily invested in strengthening Canada's food safety system and has introduced Bill S11, the Safe Food for Canadians Act, which will, I'm very glad to highlight these things in the House today, strengthen our ability to trace and recall foods, including the authority to allow the creation of tracing systems and stronger record maintenance requirements, enhance food safety oversight, including new prohibitions targeting unsafe practices such as tampering, hoaxes, and deceptive practices, reduce regulatory duplication, increase cooperation among food safety authorities, provide standardization and uniformity in the way CFIA carries out its inspection and enforcement duties, provide stronger import controls on food coming into Canada, further align our food safety systems to those of our key trading partners, and provide the authority to provide export certification for all food. These are great things. These are things that are timely to issues that are going on in our country right now, and I find it very unfortunate that my colleagues opposite are not willing to expedite this bill's passage through the House of Commons. I really don't understand their rationale for doing this, and I hope that one of them can accurately speak to this today, because I haven't heard any good rationale in the debate today whatsoever. But, Mr. Speaker, S11 builds on our government's already strong track record of investment and policy making in Canada's food safety system, including delivering the biggest budgets ever for Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Budget 2011, in fact, committed an additional $100 million over 5 years to the CFIA to improve food safety capacity, establishing guidelines for Product of Canada, Made in Canada labeling, funding the Canadian Integrated Food Safety Initiative to the tune of $47.16 million under the Growing Forward to support the development of food safety and traceability systems by national organizations. And highlights, Mr. Speaker, of this initiative include up to $7 million for the Canadian Pork Council to strengthen the national swine traceability system, up to $2 million in funding for the Canadian Animal Health Coalition for the West Hawk Lake Zoning Initiative, which will help to monitor the movement of animals and agricultural products between eastern and western Canada, up to $4.45 million to help the Canadian Cattle Identification Agency to strengthen livestock traceability. You know, Mr. Speaker, there's so many things that our government has invested in for food safety. And with this new legislation that's about to come to this place, Mr. Speaker, I do feel like our government is getting it done with regard to food safety. But that said, we also understand that there are 3 pillars of food safety in this country. There are 3 different groups that play active roles in this. Consumers have a role, industry has a role, as well as government. And when we look at industry roles, all federal government-inspected meats and fish processing facilities must follow strict guidelines and rules for food safety. This involves identifying what can go wrong, planning to prevent a problem, and taking action where a problem is identified. Industry must not only ensure a culture of food safety and consumer protection from the top leadership through its employees, but it must adopt a science-based risk management practice to minimize food safety risks. To that end, industry works to identify potential sources of food contamination, update production practices to reduce risk, comply with inspection and testing protocols, and pull in safe products from the market. Again, going back to the government's role in this, it begins with effective laws, and then CFIA delivers all federally mandated programs for food inspection, plant and animal health products, and production systems. As Canada's largest science-based regulator, the CFIA holds industry to account for the safety of their products, responds to food safety emergencies, carries out food recalls, and prevents the spread of animal disease to humans. Given the complexity of this mandate, as we were speaking about earlier, the CFIA works with a variety of partners, including Health Canada and the Public Health Agency of Canada. One of CFIA's key jobs is to inspect both domestic and imported food. It also inspects audits and tests products to verify that industry is complying with food safety regulations, and it enforces those regulations in federally regulated food processing facilities. Once the food safety system has identified a contaminated food product in the marketplace, Mr. Speaker, an investigation takes place that can lead to a food recall. More often than not, under the CFIA's direction, industry itself takes charge and carries out the recall of its food product. In fact, it's extremely rare for a firm to be found unwilling to remove an affected product. In these cases, the CFIA can issue a mandatory recall letter. The agency can also seize affected products and prosecute any firms which do not comply with recall orders. Again, an example of Canada's very safe, very effective food safety regulations. When dealing with potentially unsafe food, the CFIA's investigations are driven by 3 imperatives in ensuring the safety of food supply: accuracy, thoroughness, and timeliness. And as you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, the gathering of facts is critical to a science-based, thorough investigation. Thus, the CFIA must achieve 2 objectives in such a situation: undertake a robust review process which produces accurate and reliable information, because there is an impact on the outcome of this investigation, both to consumers and to industry, while ensuring that the public is informed as soon as possible about potential risks. And to achieve this balance, the CFIA issues regular alerts for recalled products, even while an investigation is ongoing. As a result, it may issue several public alerts for the same recall. Once a product is known to pose a health risk, it is recalled immediately. This is an important point. The series of expanded alerts issued over the past few weeks related to the XL Foods recall reflect the new information obtained during the course of a continuing, ongoing, science-based investigation. The timing of these notices is a normal part of the recall process. It's important to note that the XL plant will not be allowed to reopen until the Canadian Food Inspection Agency has certified that it's safe. At the moment, XL Foods continues to work with the CFIA to identify and trace contaminated food products that may be in the market. At the plant right now, the CFIA's immediate focus is to verify that XL Food has put measures in place and follow those measures to effectively control E. coli contamination at all stages of production. And you know, Mr. Speaker, as an Albertan and as someone who is also concerned about her food safety, this is a delicate balance. We want to make sure that that plant is producing food which meets our stringent food safety guidelines, but is also being cognizant of the worker, of the cattle ranchers in this country who depend on that plant to get their product to market. But what I want to emphasize is that first and foremost, we need to make sure that that food is safe. And our agency, our agents that are there right now, the inspectors, are working with the company to make sure that that is in place, that stringent food safety standards that we're all expecting are in place before the plant reopens. And Mr. Speaker, I want to make sure, especially for my constituents, for those across the country, that everyone realizes that that is something that everyone in this House, including our government, that we're committed to. And we certainly hope that that takes place as soon as possible. But, you know, to conclude, Mr. Speaker, this is why the passage of S11, the bill that we were talking about earlier, is so important in this House. The amalgamation and streamlining of food safety regulations that are currently set up under separate umbrellas is accounted for in this bill. It's something that needs to happen quickly. And, Mr. Speaker, I certainly hope that my colleagues opposite will take the opportunity to, in fact, pass this bill to expedite its passage. And, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague before me did, I'd like to ask for unanimous consent in the House for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill S11, an act representing food commodities, including their inspection, their safety, their labeling and advertising, their import, export, and interprovincial trade, the establishment of standards for them, the registration or licensing of persons who perform certain activities related to them, the establishment of standards governing establishments where those activities are performed, and the registration of establishments where those activities are performed, be deemed read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Agriculture and Agri-Foods. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the Parliamentary Secretary have unanimous consent? There is no consent. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And
excuse me, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour is rising on a point of order.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise on a point of order to make a suggestion in response to what the government has offered. And I believe that you will, if you will seek it, that you will find unanimous consent for a motion that is similar, if not the same, as the one that was just voted down. It says that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, this House move immediately to debate at second reading of Bill S11, that today's order for supply be deemed to have not been called, and that the order for the putting of the question on the supply motion and the deferral of the vote be deemed to have been withdrawn. And I so move.
You can do it with unanimous consent. Does the Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour have unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There is no consent. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I think that shows the sincerity of bringing forward their motion. I would like to, Mr. Speaker, through you, put a question to the Honourable Member who spoke. One of her colleagues, one of our fellow colleagues from Alberta, when he spoke in the House, also raised the suggestion that perhaps it's also the workers' fault and that they have the option of bringing to the attention of the company issues that they find on the floor. I wonder if she'd like to respond to the information provided to me by the Food and Chemical Workers Union, who have said that they, in fact, have tried to reach out to the workers, particularly the temporary foreign workers who may be struggling. They have been denied that information by the company, so they can't reach out to those workers. Secondly, they've called for whistleblower protection legislation, which is not found in this bill, so that workers can feel free to be revealing these issues. Does she agree, Mr. Speaker, that this law should be amended to provide whistleblower protection to all workers in food operations?
A member for Calgary Centre North.
Well, Mr. Speaker, to characterize my comments as saying that it was the workers' fault is both insensitive and inaccurate. I cannot believe the member opposite is making politics with workers who are caught in this situation when we're trying to fix it, when the CFIA is there working to make sure that that plant opens up with safety and rigor so that that plant can continue to operate for the long-term safety of these workers. And moreover, as a member from Alberta, for her to stand up constantly in this House and argue against Canada's energy sector, to pit Eastern workers against Western workers, I cannot believe that she would have the audacity to stand up and talk about workers' rights in Alberta.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Guelph.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for her comments. She keeps perpetuating this rouge that started this morning with, well, S11 is the panacea for food safety. Interestingly, that it was in the Senate. The Senate could have passed it last spring. The Senate doesn't run like a school term schedule. They stay at the will of Parliament. And the Prime Minister could have said, stay, get it passed, then bring it to this House. They chose not to. I just want to inform the Speaker of this point. Section 13 of the Meat Inspection Act provides the CFIA with all the authority they need to impose regulations and require compliance by the industry with all the rules. It was repeated in the Processor's Guide to Inspection guidelines sent by your government to them in February of this year. That's why Cargill's running well. That's why all the other abattoirs are running well, Mr. Speaker. So I would just encourage the member to be a little dissuaded, stop at the talking points, and understand that S11 is not the answer.
Parliamentary Secretary.
That my colleague opposite, Mr. Speaker, is talking about talking points from a sheet of talking points. But that said, the Senate bill review, took 22 sitting days, I believe. That's what we're looking at. This bill did move quite quickly through the Senate, and I also believe with verbal support from some of his colleagues in the Liberal Party in the Senate. I think that there's a recognition of how important this legislation is to Canada, how timely it is, especially given the situation in Alberta, and I certainly hope that I have agreement from all my colleagues to proceed with this in a timely manner in this place.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I really do wish that the opposition would act for food safety rather than just follow through with partisan politics like they are today. You know, demanding the resignation of the minister, that's right out of Opposition Playbook 101. We actually have a bill in front of Parliament today. It's S11. We had a motion. There was actually discussion amongst House leaders this morning to move that bill to committee and not have it sit in the House for debate. Let's review it in depth at committee. But they keep saying no, Mr. Speaker. They've been asked time and time again. I'd like to know what my colleague thinks about the cheap partisan politics that the opposition is playing with Canadians' food safety and with an important bill that's in front of Parliament as of now.
Hear, hear. Thank you. Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of the Environment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to take this opportunity to personally thank my colleague for all the excellent work that he's done on this file. He's done a lot of good work in communicating the facts on this case to Canadians, and to his point, this legislation is vital. It's something that addresses a need that's timely, that's of concern to Canadians, and I do agree with him that this needs to transcend partisanship and that all parties should agree to move this to committee as quickly as possible.
Resuming debate, l'honorable député de Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before we begin, I'd like to point out that I will share my time with my colleague, the member for Edmonton-Strathcona. Mr. Speaker, I'll get right to the heart of the matter. In Saint-Hyacinthe, in my riding, doctors and nurses at the hospital Honoré Mercier have been direct witnesses of the Conservatives' failure to protect food safety. At the beginning of October, they had to treat the first victims of the tainted meat scandal in Quebec. It was after having eaten hamburger meat from XL Foods in Alberta that a man and a woman from the Eastern Townships had to go to the ER of the hospital. They both suffered from E. coli poisoning, and what they suffered afterwards is undescribable. The pain was that akin to giving birth. They had intense diarrhea and fever as well. The man was so sick he had to stay in the hospital for a few days. He had to take morphine every 2 hours simply to deal with the pain. The only thing to do? Well, to wait. Indeed, this man and his spouse had to let their bodies flush the bacteria out of their bodies, and the only thing that they could take was morphine and water. But worse was to come. Throughout the treatments, the man's condition worsened and his intestines became paralyzed. He had trouble breathing. Doctors even thought of removing his upper intestine, and this would be, of course, a life-changing experience. He suffered for 5 days, but he eventually recovered. Mr. Speaker, this man really did not believe he would survive. But the worst in all of this is that this couple has 2 young boys, 18 months old and 3 years old. Can you imagine what would have happened to them if their parents had suffered the worst possible consequences from their E. coli infection? Well, I don't even want to go there. The doctors of the hospital were witnesses of the failure of the Minister of Agriculture. They saw a horrific scene unfold before their eyes. However, this situation could have been avoided, and despite this, it happened elsewhere in the country. In fact, Canada is now going through the greatest recall of beef in its entire history. 15 people were infected with the E. coli bacteria, traced directly back to XL Foods in Brooks, Alberta. Over 1,800 products were recalled by the CFIA. And this plant in Alberta produces over 40% of the beef in Canada. And today, this situation is still playing out in Canada's beef industry. Of course, it has also affected the 2,900 employees of the plant. All this could have been avoided if the Minister of Agriculture had acted when he should have. I must remind you, Mr. Speaker, that 2 weeks passed before the government recalled the contaminated meat, even though a red flag had been raised on September 3rd. If a recall had been made immediately, this couple from Belleuil may not have been infected. Canadians, as well as food workers, demand better protection from this government through a better monitoring system. Again, I have to point out that the beef industry is barely recovering from the consequences of mad cow disease. They need clear and reliable rules, as do consumers. The NDP has understood this, and that's why we are asking 3 things of the government. First, we are asking for the Minister of Agriculture to resign and to be replaced by someone who can regain the trust of the public. The facts speak for themselves. On September 26th, the minister said that no contaminated meat had ended up on grocery shelves. In that time, however, Canadians were becoming sick. This same minister, in fact, was making jokes when over 22 Canadians died of listeriosis. This minister has truly lost the confidence of Canadians and must be replaced immediately. Second, we're asking for the government to reverse the cutbacks it made to the Canada Food Inspection Agency. The agency needs all the resources it can get to fulfill its mandate for Canadians. Its mandate is simple: to protect food safety in Canada. Recent events have shown that the Food Inspection Agency cannot do its job. This agency is extremely important for all of the country, but also for my own riding. In fact, my riding has a regional office of this agency. It has the CFIA operational center. It conducts a lot of research and development work in the area of food safety, and my riding is very proud to also be the location of the Quebec Artificial Insemination Centre, which has 45% of the Canadian insemination market. Cutbacks made to the operational centre could also compromise the quality of meat. Saint-Hyacinthe is one of the most important agricultural production regions in Quebec. So it is very important that the Canada Food Inspection Agency have all the resources at its disposal to do its job well.
The equation is quite simple. Cuts at the FCI mean that there will be loss of jobs in my riding, economic losses in my region, and this opens the door to less rigorous inspection. That's not what Canadians want. Conservatives must therefore take on the responsibility for having cut resources for food safety. These aren't peanuts that were cut back, $56.1 million, and hundreds of workers from the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Mr. Speaker, everyone knows that the Conservatives tried to have more self-regulation, but now inspectors are looking at paperwork rather than meat. The problem we have right now in food safety is the direct consequence of the incompetence of the Conservatives, particularly that of the Minister of Agriculture. Once again, it is Canadians who are paying the price. That is why we are asking, thirdly, that the Auditor General conduct an immediate assessment of food safety procedures and report his findings to Parliament. It's high time that Canadians gain new trust in Canada's health or food safety system. This is a question of health for families who should trust that Canadian products are safe, and it's a necessity for producers who want to sell the best quality products possible. We are asking for an immediate audit of the compliance verification system as suggested in the Weatherill report after the listeriosis crisis that cost 22 Canadian lives in 2008. We cannot afford to wait for years before improving the system after last month's events. This is urgent. Doctors at Honoré Mercier Hospital don't want to have to treat more people infected with E. coli. The time to act is now. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
As I listen to the opposition speeches, I note, I cannot help but note that there are many inaccuracies that are communicated by the opposition. This member made one in her speech where she said the minister said that no products made it to the store shelves and yet Canadians are sick. Now, if this member had done even the smallest amount of research, Mr. Speaker, this member would have known that when the minister made that remark, he was talking about the batch that was sampled on September 4th that tested positive on September 4th. I invite her to check Hansard. I invite her to take only a moment to actually read what the minister said, and it's important because if this member knows what days of production are affected by the recall, she will note that September 4th is not one of them. So I'd like to know how she responds to this. This promulgating of inaccurate statements. Shame.
Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe Bagot. No, Mr. Speaker, I am not prepared to correct these alleged inaccuracies in my speech because we did our research too. We did our work. I have a team standing behind me that helped me a lot. I have colleagues too who conducted research. So I really don't see where the problem lies. The minister said one thing. He has to assume the consequences of that. There are people who took sick. The minister has to resign. That's as simple as that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, Mr. Speaker, back in the mid-90s, there was a great effort by former Prime Minister Jean Chrétien to bring in something that would ultimately provide assurances in safeguarding our food products. In fact, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency was then created by Mr. Chrétien, recognizing how very important it is to ensure that we have safe food. And, Mr. Speaker, I think all in all, the agency has done a phenomenal job given the resources that they have. Now, the concern is that this agency needs to be able to have the resources necessary in order to provide consumers or Canadians the assurance that that food product is, in fact, of good quality so that we can prevent things from this nature taking place in the first place, and when it does occur, Mr. Speaker, that there is an obligation of this government to be forthright and transparent with Canadians, thereby protecting their health and, to a certain degree, also protecting those stakeholders, such as the industries affected, like our cattlemen in the prairies.
The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I couldn't hear a question in what my colleague just said, but look, there's no doubt. I'm sorry. I find this funny. Look, we need a system that makes sense to protect Canadians. We don't want people to get sick because of the negligence of a minister who is incompetent, I must say, and whose resignation we've been asking for months or weeks. I don't know why he's still there. I'd ask the government to take action. In 2012, we have to avoid having people get sick. This is an industrialized country, Mr. Speaker. We have to do something. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to join my voice to that of other members who offered their sympathies to the victims of this food poisoning, the very numerous Alberta workers who lost their jobs and ranchers who've lost a significant portion of their income. After the Bay of Pigs invasion, it was said that victory is an orphan. John Kennedy had accepted political responsibility for the defeat at the Bay of Pigs. Now we don't have people of that caliber in government. We have a problem with resources. A law is all very nice, but if it does not get applied, it's pointless. Could the member tell us how we could provide resources to back up this legislation? The honourable member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. I thank my colleague for his excellent question. To put resources behind legislation, you need investment that makes sense, Mr. Speaker, and they have to stop cutting back on essential programs that are important for the health of Canadians and the quality of our food. In order for legislation to be properly applied, inspectors from the CFIA need resources. They shouldn't be losing inspectors. We're talking about $56 million that were cut back. That's not how one ends up with a decent food safety system and prevent infections, as we've just seen. There are people who are still sick out there. So that's what I had to say about that, and I thank you very much.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
For Edmonton, Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm rising, Mr. Speaker, in support of the motion tabled by my colleague, our official opposition critic on agriculture. I fully support the call, both for the removal of the minister, the reassignment of the food safety portfolio, and I'll speak to that a bit more, reversing the cuts in the deregulation of the food safety regime, and an independent assessment by the Auditor General of whether or not we're proceeding in a way that will ensure food safety for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to start with a quote from a former progressive Conservative Minister of the Environment. And Tom McMillan, when he tabled the first version of the Canadian Environmental Protection Act in this place, he also made an historic decision to table an enforcement and compliance policy. And in making that decision, he transformed the way of doing business for governments across this country, both federal, provincial, and territorial. And when he tabled this enforcement compliance policy, Mr. Speaker, he said, "A good law, however, is not enough. It must be enforced ruthlessly if need be." Well, Mr. Speaker, in no place is that more significant than in the case of food safety. All of those in the House may not be aware, but back in 1997, the decision was made, I think then, by a Liberal government to transfer responsibility for food safety, I believe, from the Health Department to Agriculture. So that now the then created Canadian Food Inspection Agency was designated to report to the Minister of Agriculture. And so very clearly, if you look in the legislation, the Minister of Agriculture is the highest authority in all decisions on food safety. The Health Minister, though, did retain responsibility to assess the effectiveness of the CFIA in food safety. And I think it would be fair to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that there was some controversy at the time in that transfer. And it's because of the issue that a number of people have raised in this House previously, and that is that regrettably the Minister of Agriculture retains a conflicting portfolio where he is there to try to promote the food industry of Canada, including its export, and that includes the beef industry. At the same time, he has this other hat that he's supposed to put on from time to time, or at exactly the same time, to protect food safety for Canadians. Now, around at the same time, interestingly, the government made a decision that it removed the regulation of pesticides, the oversight of the use of pesticides by farmers from agriculture, but at the same time put in food safety into agriculture. Mr. Speaker, that may have been the beginning of the problem, and that is why we're sincerely raising this issue today, this motion. We're calling on the government to again look at this and see if it's meeting the needs of Canadians, the safety in their food, and to protect the interests, frankly, of food producers so that their industry is not put at risk. Has this crisis in XL triggered a review? Well, so far it appears not. There's a lot of denial of any kind of problem whatsoever. Previously, the government in the listeriosis crisis called in health expert Sheila Wetherill to review problems, and she made a number of recommendations. Now, interestingly, Mr. Speaker, when we look at Dr. Wetherall's report, she said that coincidental to the events that led to the 2008 outbreak of listeriosis, a new federal meat inspection system, the compliance verification system, was introduced. So this system, which we've talked a lot about in this place, this compliance verification system, was brought about, as I understand, because of this crisis that occurred previously in the food safety industry. But Dr. Wetherill added, we were told of gaps in the compliance verification system design and implementation in the ongoing management and delivery of that system. And those deficiencies, she said, are noteworthy because inspection requirements can only be as strong as the regulatory policies and standards against which compliance is verified. She then goes on, Mr. Speaker, to raise a number of concerns, including a number of sources had said that the lack of staff was a major constraint, as was the pressure of time. Well, I think, Mr. Speaker, those are certainly two factors that we've seen raised repeatedly during the time of this crisis with food safety in XL Foods. The Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Speaker, has a duty to identify potential conflicts in his portfolio, as does the Prime Minister. It's the prerogative of the Prime Minister from time to time with his Cabinet to reconsider the portfolios and where they are assigned. The Minister has been clear in his mandate to promote Canada's beef industry. There's no doubt about that. But in failing in his parallel mandate to ensure food safety, surely he has put that very beef industry at risk. Why is there a need for an independent review, Mr. Speaker? The government saw the need to bring in Dr. Wetherill, as has been mentioned here, in listeriosis. Why not then is there not the need, when this is the largest food recall in the history of this country, why then does it not appear logical to this government? One would have thought they just would stand up and say, my goodness, we've got an even greater problem this time. Perhaps we should take a second look at our system and retake a look at the weather report. Have we acted appropriately? Let's talk to the food industry. Let's talk to the public. Let's talk to the union and the workers. It is important to remind this place of the name of the agency, Mr. Speaker. It is the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. Why do I point that out, Mr. Speaker? Because what has happened is this government has chosen to replace an enforcement and compliance regime which is common in all the other agencies at the federal level and across the provinces and territories of this country, and frankly, Mr. Speaker, from my experience, across nations of the world. They have replaced the enforcement compliance policy, which would normally direct the role of the government agency. They've replaced that what's called a compliance verification system. Well, generally speaking, Mr. Speaker, a compliance verification system is a system that is applied by the industry being regulated. In other words, their role is to comply with the law, and therefore they put in place a compliance verification system. So let's be clear, Mr. Speaker. The government's job is to establish the food safety rules and to enforce them, and the government's job is also to ensure that they protect the public. The industry's job is to comply with the law, including training all their workers to ensure the capacity to comply and taking timely action to prevent harm. Well, as I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, beginning in the mid-1980s, previous federal governments moved to improve the way that they actually enforce the law. And they put into place enforcement compliance policies, from time to time improve them. I'm pleased to say, Mr. Speaker, that back in the late 1980s, I actually developed the enforcement compliance policy for the Department of Agriculture. I further developed enforcement compliance policies for the Federal Department of Environment, for the Yukon, and around the world. So I fully credit those governments have taken that measure. It is very important to have a concise, credible system to show the public that you're sincere about enforcing. What is the role of an enforcement compliance policy? It's very clear and simple. It clarifies the roles and responsibilities for inspections, investigations, analysts. It clearly delineates the criteria for response to violations or non-compliance. And it identifies the priorities for targeted inspections. It also identifies the needed enforcement staff, the resources needed, and the training plan, so that the government, at the moment that that law comes into effect, is ready to properly enforce that law. Very, very important measures. So as the previous Minister of Environment had said, a law enacted is hollow unless you actually have a sincere, effective enforcement compliance plan. The CVS, as we said, is not the enforcement compliance policy. Well, what does it say, Mr. Speaker? It says that inspectors shall divide their time between assessing establishments' safety assurance programs and conducting on-site inspections. It also says that compliance is normally achieved through cooperation with the plant operator. So already, Mr. Speaker, we're getting an idea of the direction that this government is going down. No longer is it believing that it actually is the role of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to inspect and enforce the law. The enforcement compliance policy actually had criteria set out for which enforcement action to bring, and that was based on harm, the history of that operation, and the intent. And Mr. Speaker, if we look at the situation here and we look at the past record of that operation, surely that warranted some kind of strict enforcement action. To date, Mr. Speaker, we don't have any knowledge of any enforcement action whatsoever taken. They did finally, eventually, withdraw the license, but we're waiting to hear what kind of enforcement action will be taken. Will it be a monetary penalty, the maximum of which is $15,000 for a serious, significant violation? Or will they be referring for prosecution? So, Mr. Speaker, again, I just wish to reiterate that it is just as important. This government is saying they've solved all the problems. They are tabling a new improved law in this place. We've waited a long time for that law to come. I would encourage that this government, Mr. Speaker, table in this House an enforcement compliance policy for review by this place and the public. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to comment on the fact that she was saying that the government hasn't done much. We have Bill S11 right here in Parliament. The opposition has the opportunity to move that bill to committee, where it can be studied thoroughly by the Agriculture Committee. If the opposition wants to propose amendments, they can do so clause by clause at the Agriculture Committee. And yet they're holding it here in Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, really two questions. Has she read Bill S11 so she sees what important measures there are regarding food safety and CFIA regulatory powers within that act? And secondly, why will she not allow it to go to committee in the shortest time possible so that we can move this through Parliament?
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I don't think the public are seeing any credibility in this move. They know that this problem has been going on for quite some time. This government has been in power for, what, 6 years? And now they are bringing forward an improved, supposedly, food safety law? I've taken a look at that law, Mr. Speaker, and I can't see a lot except for an increase in the potential penalty if someone is prosecuted. And what I'm putting to this government is we don't even see any basic enforcement action, let alone moving towards prosecution. A law which proposes higher penalties is hollow unless there is sincerity and commitment in this government to support its enforcement agency to be pulled away and separated from this relationship tied to the industry, to separate them out, make them independent, and allow them to enforce the law no matter what it is.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that we need to put it in the perspective of that this is indeed the largest single most significant size in terms of a recall of a food product in the history of Canada from what I understand. And there is no doubt that the government has not been forthright and transparent in regards to reporting it to the public, and their actions have been questioned to date. And my question to the member is, and I appreciate her comments in regards to the history back in the 90s of bringing forward the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, but my question to the member is, does she believe that the government is adequately resourcing the Canadian Food Inspection Agency to ensure that they have the hands-on in order to ensure the quality of the product that our consumers are going to be consuming, and to protect the integrity of our industries, in particular in the prairies regarding beef?
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. Regrettably, I cannot in all sincerity give him an easy answer, and that is precisely why we called for an independent review by the Auditor General. We've asked repeatedly, where exactly have these supposed new inspectors been assigned? And it becomes increasingly apparent that these so-called 600 or 700 new inspectors are simply replacing the 600 or 700 that were there before and are assigned to other duties. As I mentioned, Mr. Speaker, in a framework for effective enforcement of a critical law such as food safety, you need a whole framework. So we need the government, first of all, to give us that framework. How many inspectors are needed to ensure food safety in these operations? What kind of resources do they need? And what kind of training have they been provided? And will they amend the Act to include whistleblower protection for the workers so that they can bring those issues to the attention of the inspectors?
Question et commentaire. Madame la députée de Drummond.
The honourable member for Drummond. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her excellent speech and for having pointed out that what we are doing today is something that is very rare. We're calling for the resignation of a minister. That's not something that we do commonly. If we're doing so, it's because the situation is serious. The Conservatives have slashed $56 million from the CFIA's budget, the Canada Food Inspection Agency. And what that means is that there are crises like the one we have seen, and that endangers the health of Canadians. And the minister in question, the Minister of Agriculture, really lacked leadership, showed inaction, and still today he is showing a lack of responsibility and accountability with regard to this crisis. So what I would like to ask my colleague is whether the minister should resign for not having performed his duties.
Ascona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his question. As a number of the members in the House have said, the request for a minister to resign is not taken lightly, and it is not done frequently by this party. At many times, this side of the House requested that the Prime Minister intervene and replace the minister. Why did we do that? Because the minister was clearly not accepting his responsibility for this matter and to move more expeditiously. He simply was not admitting that there was a problem with the system in place. Therefore, he has the power to resign. He has that power. He could take on another portfolio. So we're simply asking him to do the right thing.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, they say that those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. Never did I think that this government would fail to learn from the frightening lessons from the listeriosis crisis in 2008 that killed 23 people and made hundreds others ill, or from the Walkerton tragedy, which a number of members of this Conservative government's front bench actually presided over, that killed 7 people in 2000. Yet here we are, 3 years on from the report of the independent investigator, Sheila Wetherill, into the listeria outbreak of 2008, in the midst of the largest beef recall in Canadian history. 15 people sick and consumer confidence once again rattled, unjustly punishing Canadian cattle farmers who are producing good, safe beef. The manner in which this Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food handled his file is an embarrassment, trivializing the outbreak as he did listeria and claiming it was contained. His mismanagement of the recall and communications around the E. coli contamination are directly to blame for the negative impact on our cattle ranchers and exporters. However, he is not alone in the blame. Every Conservative member who stood up and supported cuts to the budget and number of inspectors at the Canadian Food Inspection Agency before they had an idea of what resources were necessary to successfully protect our food safety system should take a long, hard look in the mirror. As we stand here and debate this issue today, we are 45 days removed from when American food inspectors found E. coli in a shipment of beef destined for the U.S. and stopped it at the border, a day before Canadian officials first became aware of an E. coli contamination at the Brooks Alberta XL Foods meat processing plant. Had the minister learned the lessons from past failures of food safety, this is where our story would end. In fact, had the minister treated food safety on at least an equal footing as trade, the contaminated meat would not have left the plant at all. 2 weeks after becoming aware of a contamination of E. coli 0157, the same pathogen that killed 7 in Walkerton in 2000, did the CFIA first issue a recall on XL beef. The minister attempted to have Canadians believe this was standard. However, he neglected at the time to mention that beef only started being recalled 3 full days after the Americans had delisted the plant, shutting their doors to any more product from Brooks. On September 25th, even as the recall was expanding daily, the minister informed this House, and I'm quoting, "I reiterate that none of the product made it to the store shelves and no illnesses have been linked back to this particular strain of E. coli. We have actually done a tremendous job," end quote. 2 days later, the XL plant was closed. Surely the minister knew the closure was coming when he misled Canadians. Had the minister waited as long to gloat as he had to initiate a recall, he would have known that 15 Canadians would fall ill due to this particular strain of E. coli, including a 4-year-old girl who suffered kidney failure as a result of coming into contact with contaminated meat. Now, just the other day, the minister dismissed our concerns by stating that all 15 have recovered and gone on with their lives. But as I am sure a doctor could tell the minister, you do not just walk away from kidney failure. We were extremely fortunate that no one died, but that is no consolation. Not enough for the victims of this contamination, and it certainly doesn't reassure the vulnerable Canadians who might fall victim to the next possible contamination should our Conservative government not correct its course on food safety. Of course, it is important to note that it was XL Foods that failed Canadians first by not tracking E. coli trends or maintaining adequate sanitation standards, which would have prevented such a widespread contamination. But it was this minister who compounded that failure by refusing to provide adequate resources to inspectors at the front line to investigate and enforce our food safety standards. Senior management of the CFIA, following last spring's budget cuts, acknowledged that you cannot cut 10% of the budget without affecting the front line. The government failed to properly communicate with Canadians. If we learned anything from the Listeria crisis in 2008, it is that clear, open communications are necessary to address concerns and reassure Canadians. People want to be told the truth, but Conservatives don't believe Canadians deserve the truth. We still have so many unanswered questions. When did the minister become aware of the E. coli contamination? Why did it only take the United States days to initially confirm E. coli contamination, but it took Canadian officials 2 weeks? How did the sanitation situation get so bad at the Brooks facility to warrant being shut down now for 3 weeks? This kind of food safety decay does not happen overnight. You do not get shut down for 3 weeks for a faulty nozzle. You get shut down for 3 weeks because there are major compliance problems from the top to bottom. The minister was clear that the Brooks facility boasts 40 inspectors and 6 veterinarians. How many of those inspectors are fully trained on the compliance verification system? Is he aware that the level of training should be 100% of inspectors, and that they are not fully trained because there aren't enough inspectors to go around and replace inspectors in training? Or how about this one? Were the 46 CFIA staff on the ground in Brooks enough for the 4,400 head of cattle every day? Canadians need answers. Simply put, consumers will not trust their food supply until this government opens up about what went wrong and what is being done to fix it. But as we know, Conservatives don't believe Canadians deserve to know the truth. There is no trust when the government insists everything is under control, and yet the recall continues to expand daily, over a month after initially being put into force. That uncertainty is hurting ranchers across Canada. It is one thing that a facility that processes nearly 40% of our beef is out of commission because if its health and safety lapses and farmers are scrambling to find other processors for their livestock. It is entirely another that because the government does not trust Canadians with the truth about food safety, consumer confidence is shot. I must say, we have given the government every opportunity to explain itself. Earlier this month, I called for and was granted an emergency debate on the XL issue, except the minister could not be bothered to participate and left behind his talking points to act as cold comfort to Canadians. He has since shown his true colours and called the debate, which was an effort to get to the truth, and I'm quoting, silly. An emergency of a nature that the Speaker of this House agreed was worthy of a debate, granted only sparingly. What is truly silly is that this minister will not take his responsibilities for food safety seriously, and he continues to trivialize it. I also put a motion on notice for the Standing Committee on Ag and Ag Food to call before our committee all the relevant witnesses and experts from the CFIA to XL Foods to inspectors on the ground to discover what really happened. Honourable members will note that my motion is no longer on notice, and the committee will not be dealing with it further. They can draw necessary assumptions as to what happened well in camera on a Conservative-dominated committee. Perhaps some of those members elected from Alberta should reconsider the position of their government in the face of appeals from both the progressive Conservative government in Alberta and its Wild Rose opposition, along with Liberals and New Democrats who all agree there is a definite need for a public inquiry. But we already know Conservatives believe we can't be trusted with the truth. Just last week, I sent a request to the Minister's office to reinstate a technical briefing for the members and senators on the respective agricultural committees that the Minister's office cancelled. And while the Minister feels comfortable enough making comments about its cancellation, his office has yet to reschedule the meeting or even give me the dignity of a response. These Conservatives simply do not trust Canadians with the truth. That could be why they've refused to call for a comprehensive third-party resource audit of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, which we have requested as early as October 3rd, and I thank the member from Welland for including it in his motion today. In fact, the audit was first called for by the independent investigator into the Listeria outbreak, Sheila Wetherill, who said, and I quote, "Due to the lack of detailed information and differing views heard, the investigation was not able to determine the current level of resources as well as the resources needed to conduct the CVS activities effectively. For the same reason, we were also unable to come to a conclusion concerning the adequacy of the program design, implementation plan, training and supervision of inspectors, as well as oversight and performance monitoring. Accordingly, she recommended, I'm again quoting, to accurately determine the demand on its inspection resources and the number of required inspectors, the Canadian Food Agency should retain third-party experts to conduct a resources audit. The experts should also recommend required changes in implementation strategies. The audit should include analysis as to how many plants an inspector should be responsible for and the appropriateness of rotation of inspectors. To this day, that has yet to be done. A mere survey was undertaken, and the former president of the CFIA, Carol Swan, stated that the review was not the same as a comprehensive audit. The government cannot answer who their inspectors are, what their roles are, or where they are located. They obviously cannot answer the question of whether there are enough or if we might need more. Yet this spring, Conservative MPs stood up en masse to slash the CFIA's budget, lay off food safety workers, with the Parliamentary Budget Officer already confirming $16 million in cuts and 308 jobs lost. And so, the honourable member for Toronto Centre, the interim leader of the Liberal Party, wrote to the Auditor General at the beginning of October asking him to begin an immediate audit of all Government of Canada resources that support food safety in Canada, as well as issue recommendations for changes and improvements. We have also asked, while the government's new food safety legislation Bill S11 was before the other place, the Senate, that the bill be amended to require a comprehensive audit at least once every 5 years. Sadly, that amendment was defeated both at committee and at its third reading yesterday by a Conservative-dominated Senate. What possible reason could this government have for voting against our amendment, except that they remain afraid of what? The truth. Even more than beneficial to ensuring further outbreaks are minimized or avoided, it's simply good for any institution. The review is not effective if it is internal either. Outside auditors without an agenda to make sure we're getting things right. That's the healthy way to find efficiencies. It is common sense for fresh eyes to see what is missing, and we are fortunate in Canada to have an officer of Parliament who specializes in that, the Auditor General. Wouldn't one think food safety, if it is such a priority for the government, would be at the top of the list for areas under review and scrutiny? You see, the truth is, they made a mistake by cutting those resources in the last budget. But even more startling is that they haven't devoted the appropriate resources all along, and they know it. More concerned with communication victories than public safety, Conservatives are now caught empty-handed as Canadian consumers and Canadian cattle ranchers come looking for answers. They're not even ashamed that Canadian facilities are now in line for audits from the U.S. Department of Agriculture's Food Safety Inspection Service. The same organization that found the contamination in the first place and that first shut down shipments from the plant after finding subsequent positive tests is now coming to audit us. A standard move for one country importing from another, but how are they supposed to have confidence in our system if we won't open the books up for them to look at? Are we really going to start relying on American food inspectors to catch our mistakes and then clean up after us too? None of that restores consumer confidence, and it does not help our ranchers sell their livestock. So we need some solutions. First, order a third-party comprehensive audit of all resources, including human resources, of the Canadian Food Inspection Agency. The minister has shown that outside of lacking the will to act on this file, he's too close to the industry and has proven he cannot be trusted to do it objectively. I agree we need to be opening doors to trade, but to save the government from itself, we should make sure we're working not just to open new trade doors, but can guarantee food safety standards that keep those doors open. Doors that take years to open and only days to slam shut. Second, open communication with the Canadian people. Here's where they should start. Our beef is safe, full stop. XL Foods got out of control because we did not have the resources in place to ensure they properly police themselves. Full stop. We will have an independent auditor to determine the resources they need and give them what they require. Full stop. Canadians need to know that it is not uncommon for E. coli to be present in raw meat, and that through safe and cooking, proper sanitation and cleanliness, meat is perfectly safe to eat. When it gets into muscle cuts and as widespread as this, it is as a result of lapse in food security. They need to know that from coast to coast, Canadian cattle ranchers are raising healthy, safe beef. They should not be punished for Excel's lapses or for the CFIA's lack of resources. In her report, Mrs. Witherall said, and I quote, "Until the system is remedied, events like those of the summer of 2008 remain a real risk." Despite that being 3 years ago, here we are again, and her initial concerns still ring true. When these events recur, there is collateral damage. Getting out in front of the situation would have eliminated or minimized it. It is just another example of how poorly the minister handled this. The Conservatives argue that all these issues will be resolved in S11. They have created a myth that S11 is key to ensuring inspectors have all the resources they need. Not true. I'll grant that it is an important step towards modernizing, but it is one thing to build a new car, yet another thing to make sure there are the resources for a driver and gas. The authority highlighted by the Prime Minister, his Minister, and the Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture is one that inspectors already have. The Meat Inspection Act already gives powers compelling, and I'm quoting, any person to produce for inspection or for the purpose of obtaining copies or extracts any book, shipping, bill of lading or other document or record that the inspector believes on reasonable grounds contains information relevant to the administration or enforcement of this act or regulation. Additionally, current regulations state that the owner or person in charge of a place and every person found in that place shall give the inspector all reasonable assistance to enable the inspector to carry out his duties and functions under this Act, and shall furnish the inspector with any information the inspector may reasonably require with respect to the administration or enforcement of this Act and the regulations. That's why beef is safe from other abattoirs in this country, because they have the authority, Mr. Speaker. They don't need S11. For those who remain unconvinced, I would also invite interested members to visit the CFIA website and read one of the 6 new guides for inspection from February of this year and peruse, and I'm quoting, the Processor's Guide to Inspection. The bottom line of that guide is you are legally required to provide information to and assist an inspector when requested. As we discuss S11 further, I sincerely hope that none of that is lost in the translation and that members opposite are more open to constructive amendments than their colleagues in the other place. What remains clear is that this minister and the Conservative government did not learn their lessons from the listeriosis outbreak. Until they do, food safety will remain a question, and consumers and producers will be left wondering when the next crisis will arise. For all our sakes, Mr. Speaker, and even though it has taken more than a month to do so, I urge decisive action to restore consumer confidence now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The l'honorable député de La Pointe.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, for the people listening to us today, people watching us on TV, this is very important. You need to know that when the government talks about its budget and its measures, we have the impression that it's trying to pull a fast one. The facts speak for themselves, and I'll tell you what these facts are. On September 13th, the meat was not good enough to go to the States. On September 13th, a permit was removed, and the company was not allowed to export meat to the United States anymore. When was it withdrawn for selling meat in Canada? Well, it was 2 weeks later. So what is the government telling us? That the meat was good enough for Canadians and not good enough for Americans? Are there two standards here? The facts speak for themselves. We're not trying to sell a car, Mr. Speaker. We are talking about the lives of Canadians and our food safety. Why did it take 2 weeks for the meat to be recalled from Canadian grocery store shelves?
Well, I want to thank my honourable friend for that question. I can't frankly explain why it took the minister 2 weeks, and I suffer from the same lack of information from this government that my honourable friend does. That's why we need the audit. That is why we need funds restored to the CFIA. And I quite agree with you. Therein lies the lapse in our food safety system. Therein lies the responsibility that should have been undertaken by this minister much sooner than he did. The Americans beat us at every single point, from finding the E. coli to closing the plant down. We didn't even exercise a recall until 3 days after the Americans shut the plant down. 3 full days, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I listened very attentively to my colleague's comments, and once again, the speech is full of inaccuracies, Mr. Speaker. I'll just give you 2, actually. One is that he says that S11, that actually we're saying that S11 is the panacea for all food safety. Nobody has said that but him. We're saying it's a bill that's got important measures to improve regulatory powers for CFIA. We are saying it's an opportunity to modernize. We're saying it's an opportunity to take a good system and make it better. No one has said panacea except him. That's an inaccuracy. The second one I'd like to correct, Mr. Speaker. He mentioned in his speech that a 4-year-old girl suffered kidney failure. She was sick from XL food product. This is false. Our hearts go out to the girl and to her family, but she was not sick. This was thoroughly investigated. She was not sick from XL product. And I would ask this member to please tell the House that he is wrong on that point and to withdraw that comment from his speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Guelph.
Kurt. 5 or 6 times, members from the Conservative Party today stood in this House, Mr. Speaker, and asked consent of this House to push S11 through right away. You know why they did that? They did that as a rouge. They did it so that the public that are watching these debates think that S11 is the panacea to food safety. Had S11 been in effect, you think that this problem wouldn't have arisen in XL? Of course it would have arisen. And they had all the time in the world to get S11 through the Senate last spring. They didn't have to adjourn the Senate. They could have asked the Senate to complete the bill and bring it back to this House quickly. And again, he trivializes. There are 15 people across this country that are suffering from illness relating to E. coli contamination. And he should be apologizing to every single one of those people.
Questions and comments. Order. The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Mr. Speaker, just to pick up on those comments that my colleague who has spoken so well on this critically important issue that Canadians are in fact very concerned about, because they want to see and know that their food product is in fact of good quality, so that they don't have to risk having health issues related to consumption of whether it's beef or pork or any other food produced here in Canada. The question that I have for my colleague is that the government continuously tries to say that we've hired hundreds of food inspectors, and again trying to give the impression that that there is an issue that is not related to resourcing the Food Inspection Agency, when in fact that is not the case. That there is a need to look at the resourcing of the agency to ensure that they're able to maintain the high-quality standards that Canadians have of this great agency.
Honourable Member for Guelph.
Well, I want to thank the member from Winnipeg for that question. And as was suggested by the Minister of Finance, I did go and read the budget. And on page 168, they gave $51.2 million over the next 2 years to Canadian Food Inspection Agency, Public Health Agency of Canada, and Health Canada. Well, if you divide that by 3, those 3 agencies, that's $16 million. You divide that over 2 years, that's $8 million for each. Great. But they didn't tell you that on page 261 of the budget, they then tore out $56.1 million from where? The CFIA. So they don't have adequate resources, Mr. Speaker. I see you're about to stand. You want me to? I'll stop there.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Pierrefonds-Dollard.
The honourable member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our colleagues opposite, the Conservatives, say they want to move forward. They are proposing a solution to fix the problem, but it's strange. I don't trust people who basically do not want to acknowledge the problem and their own mistakes. There's a conflict here. There's a doubt on their sincerity and the relevance of what they are proposing. Here are a few examples. The minister said that no contaminated meat made it onto grocery store shelves. Well, I think that's wrong, and it should be pointed out. The government does not want to acknowledge cuts made to the CFIA, and there are other such examples which are not acknowledged in the speeches of my colleagues, so perhaps my colleague can speak to that.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my friend for the question. The recall was so large that it affected people in British Columbia, Alberta, Quebec, and Newfoundland and Labrador who suffered from illness related to E. coli contamination. Over 40 states in the United States, there was a recall. Japan and Hong Kong. That's how pervasive this is. And yet the Minister of Agriculture trivializes this by saying in the opening, I think it was on October 3rd actually, that nobody was falling ill. Nobody was falling ill. And it just does not make common sense. Intuitively, we know that he was absolutely wrong. He should have been on this file. He should have been out there filling the gap where CFIA had failed, providing them with the proper resources they needed, instead of just pushing blame off to them and to XL and avoiding any responsibility whatsoever, responsibility that he should have assumed.
Questions and comments?
It's Albert.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I must say, Mr. Speaker, I've been here all day listening to this debate and listening to the colleagues from the opposition talk about the seriousness of the event. And there's no question about it. It's a very serious event. And there's no question that we're very concerned about the people that got sick based off this. But you know what? I think a lot of this has to be put in proper context. And I think we have to be remnant of the fact that if they keep blowing this thing out of proportion, again, not taking out of context, but blowing this out of proportion, which they are doing. They keep highlighting things that aren't true. They keep on making statements that are not true. They keep on adding questions to the safety of the food. They keep undermining the CFIA. My question to the member from Guelph, who actually has a packing plant in his riding, when his employees are laid off because they've undermined the industry so bad, what is he going to tell those employees why he did what he did? Because it's been...
The honourable member for Guelph.
My friend, for the question. I'm proud of the plant in Guelph. They comply. They comply with the rules. They have a functioning relationship, Mr. Speaker, with CFIA and the inspectors that are employees of the industry. They actually know how to do it right. I feel bad for the beef farmers. People should know, or the beef ranchers, people out there should know that if you cook your beef to 70 degrees centigrade or 170 degrees Fahrenheit, beef is safe to eat. I want to make that clear. They still have to check for beef that came from XL. My point is that this could have all been avoided had he exercised his responsibility and made sure that the CFIA was doing their job and provided them the proper resources that they needed to do their job in the XL plant.
Order. Before we resume debate,
it is my duty, according to Section 38 of the Standing Orders, to put the question to the House. With regard to the adjournment debate, the honourable member for Alfred Pellant Justice.
Charles, regarding employment insurance, and the honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North in regards to foreign takeovers. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. and I'll be sharing my time with the member from Dartmouth Cole Harbour today. Well, Mr. Speaker, it's not very often, in fact, it's very rare in the House that we would debate a motion all day that, in effect, is calling for the resignation of a minister. But that's exactly what we're doing, and we're doing that because we are faced with an incredibly serious issue in this country around food safety, and we're facing a very serious issue about lack of accountability at the ministerial level, which is a fundamental tenet of our parliamentary system. Mr. Speaker, the motion before us calls on the House to restore Canadians' confidence in Canada's food safety system by removing the current minister from office, by reversing budget cuts and halting the deregulation of Canada's food safety system, and directing the Auditor General to conduct an immediate assessment of food safety procedures and report to the Agriculture Committee. That's the motion that the NDP has brought before this House. I think it's been a very thorough debate today on a most incredibly serious matter. We have to recognize and look at the context of what's going on. This is the largest food recall in Canadian history. That in and of itself should ring a whole bunch of alarm bells about what's going on. We have now, I believe it's 15 cases of E. coli that have been specifically traced to the XL Food plant in Brooks, Alberta. And we have the CFIA, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency, that has now recalled more than 1,800 beef products due to possible contamination. So, Mr. Speaker, this is this issue is extensive, and the recall extends to every single province, every territory, 40 states in the U.S., and 20 other countries. So this is something of incredible magnitude. And yet we have a minister who kind of rushed out the door too soon, saying that, well, they'd resolved the problem and there really wasn't a problem and they were taking action. But we know that the seriousness of what has taken place is something that is actually still unfolding as more and more information finally gets into the public realm. And I would like to say that I think one of the key issues in this tragic situation that's unfolded and this lack of safety in our food system, one of the key questions is the fact that on September the 13th, the Canadian Food Inspection Agency yanked XL's exporter license at the request of U.S. officials. But the Minister of Agriculture and his department determined that this meat was not safe enough to be sold to American consumers, yet they did not pull XL's Canadian license for another 14 days. And, Mr. Speaker, I have to say that from the very beginning, every single day in this House, we have raised this question, and the Minister has still not been able to answer this question as to why it took 2 weeks from the initial action that took place in terms of the American market and a willingness to provide American families from possible contaminated products, and yet here in Canada that same action did not take place. So that, Mr. Speaker, to me that is a very significant issue that strikes right at the heart of the issue of ministerial responsibility, and that's why this motion is here before us today. I do think that it is incumbent upon us as parliamentarians to look at this issue in a holistic way and to look at it in a systemic way as to what's going on. We have one plant. I believe it's the third largest in Canada. It's a place that is processing 4,000, some people say up to 5,000 cows a day. So it's a major operation employing thousands of workers. But I think we have to look underneath what's going on here and look at whether or not we are also dealing with a systemic failure of our food safety system. And I would say that for all of us in the NDP, bringing forward this motion today, this is exactly what we are putting forward. We are alerting the Canadian public that this is more than just one plant. This is about a system overall. It's about a lack of proper inspection and regulation. It's about the failure of a self-policing system that is now, thrown into question as a result of what's happened. You know, Mr. Speaker, I have not been to this plant, and I imagine that most of us have not, so I have no direct experience. But everything that I have read, like many, many other Canadians, causes me to be very disturbed and very alarmed. I remember just reading an article in the Globe and Mail very recently, and I'd like to quote from it because for me anyway, it gave me some glimmer of understanding of what these mega plants, these mega operations are all about. So to quote from the Globe and Mail article, the headline was, "Can meat factories be safe at 4,000 cows a day, 3,000 steaks a minute?" Quote, "You have 35 seconds. Gut the cow without damaging its organs and be sure not to drop the stomach on the floor. Do not cut yourself with a swift-moving blade. Do not touch the scalding sanitary services. Then walk in hot water to clean your white rubber boots. Swap your knife out and start over again and again and again." This is life on the production line at the Lakeside Slaughterhouse in Brooks, Alberta, one of the 3 largest such facilities in Canada that together dominate the market. Owned by XL Foods, Lakeside slaughters 4,000 cows on a full day, cutting them into about 2 million pounds of beef. That's the equivalent of 3,000 steaks a minute. Plants like this are the reality of modern mass food production. Now, the article goes on much, much longer, and I don't have time to go into other issues that it brings forward. But to me, when I read that, and seeing films like Fooding, for example, that tell us about the food production industry and how it is now controlled by massive corporations and how its operation is so concentrated in these mega slaughterhouse plants, it does raise incredibly serious questions about the safety of our food, the food security. It raises questions about inspection and how it's done and what kind of oversight there is. And, you know, I hate to say it, but the situation in Brooks, Alberta, at the XL site, has really brought this now to the front of public attention. And I think that's actually a good thing. If anything that's happened that has, I think, been positive is that it has alerted a public consciousness about the seriousness of the situation that we face. And I'm sure that we've all had many emails from people expressing their concern about the situation at XL Foods and wondering what the heck it is that Parliament is going to do about it. I got one email that I was very interested in, and it was from someone who pointed out to me that originally the Canadian Food Inspection Agency used to be part of the National Health and Welfare. So it actually was not in agriculture. It was part of National Health and Welfare Canada. When the change was made and it was moved over to agriculture, there were actually many criticisms that were made that now the Department of Agriculture would have an inherent conflict of interest in administrating the CFIA. And I think that the question still remains today. How can a department whose primary role is to promote and to develop agriculture and agribusiness be to also serve and safeguard the health and well-being of consumers? I don't think that question has been answered either, Mr. Speaker, in the days that we've now spent on this issue in the House of Commons. So I think that is also very much a part of the question that we're examining here. I'd also like to draw attention to the situation of the workers at the XL plant. We know there's close to 3,000 workers, and we know that the UFCW, their union, Local 401, has clearly come out and expressed the concerns of the workers themselves, that the speed lines are way too fast, there's sewage backup, dirty washrooms, inconsistent temperatures, lack of proper training, and the list goes on and on and on. And so I actually feel very badly for these workers that have now been laid off. Some of them are having problems with EI. And working in a plant like this, where the stress of this high-speed production, as we heard, 35 seconds again and again and again, and the stress that places on workers, particularly if the rules and the procedures are not being followed, is something that is very serious. For example, we know that the workers are trained and want to sterilize knives between cuts, but they're discouraged from doing so because it means they'd fall behind their very, very stressful schedule of this 35 seconds. They'd fall behind in their work if they did actually follow the procedures. So we can see, again, another dramatic consequence of what's going on with the food safety system. So, Mr. Speaker, this motion today is very important. It is about ministerial responsibility. It is about good public policy and ensuring that our food system is safe in Canada, and I hope that members will support this motion. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? L'honorable député de Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague sits on the Health Committee, as I do. She does an excellent job as the NDP health critic. So I'd like to know whether, due to her experience in that portfolio, it is normal to take 2 weeks to inform Canadians of a risk to their health. Thank you. The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Thank you to the member who also sits on the Health Committee and does a great job. We're a good team on the Health Committee, and we take our work very seriously. And I think one of the underpinnings of our work is the notion of public health. And so it's very disturbing that from a public health point of view, there's such a dramatic time lag of 2 weeks from when Canadians were fully alerted to what was going on. We know that the Public Health Agency of Canada has had information on their website, but we've not heard directly from the chief officer, who surely should be communicating directly with Canadians about the health issues involved here. And so I do feel that the whole public health side of this, in a broader way, has been really underplayed. We have a Public Health Agency of Canada. They're there. Their mandate is to protect the health of Canadians. But one gets the sense that the Conservatives, all that they're interested in is political damage control. They're interested in saving their own necks and not in dealing with some of the deeply systemic issues that are involved here that are posing risks to our food safety in Canada.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Agriculture.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Once again, the opposition, rather than taking a serious look at food safety, looking at a bill that is in front of Parliament, they're playing partisan politics with a motion that we see in front of the House today. I mean, if Canadians could see this motion and refresh their memory about what this motion is actually about and what it actually says, it would be evident, it would be apparent that it is simply partisan politics. But even in this milieu of partisan politics from the opposition, I really would stress that it is essential that they are accurate in what they say. And, Mr. Speaker, once again, this member said that the Americans uncovered it first, and they told us, Mr. Speaker, it is simply not true. That's not the case. The Americans discovered it when CFIA discovered it, and they were communicating at the same time. And I would ask this member, is she aware of this? And if she is aware of this, would she please correct the record for the House and for Canadians? I think it's the fair thing to do, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver East.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I am, so surprised to hear this member say that we are not taking this issue seriously. I mean, really? Come on. We've been raising this issue day after day after day in question period, in committee, in the public forums, through this motion today. This is why we have this motion today, because we are so concerned. We are so serious. We've done our homework. We know exactly. We've got the timeline of what happened. I mean, come on. The reason that we're debating this today is because there's been a complete lack of accountability from the minister on this issue. That's where the blame lies, Mr. Speaker, not with the opposition.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? Honourable député de...
Honourable member for Gaspésie-La-Madeleine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to thank my colleague for her excellent presentation and the great work she does for her riding. I think that's quite appreciated by many, many citizens.
Specifically on this responsibility question, the government seems to have a serious problem of accountability here, especially that it took them almost 2 weeks to actually come down and start a recall procedure. I'm wondering how does risking the Canadian public mean that in any way help Canadian citizens have any degree of belief and credibility in the CFIA?
The honourable member for Vancouver East, a short response, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And just a quick response. Well, really, at the end of the day, it does come down to ministerial responsibility. Our system of governance, our parliamentary system, is based on that very foundation. You can't pass the buck. You can't blame your officials. At the end of the day, the ministers are responsible. And as I pointed out, still to this day, the minister has not answered the key question as to why it took him 2 weeks to take the action that he needed to take. And because we've never had an answer to that question, we've not had an answer to many other questions, the only recourse we have left is to say that this minister should not be allowed to be in his job.
Before we resume debate, I'll just let the member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour know that the period allowed for business of supply today comes to an end at 5:15, so I'll have to interrupt him at that time, partway into his remarks, I'm sure. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member from Vancouver East for sharing her time with me, even though it is limited to, I believe, 4.5 minutes. I want to say that we've had a very interesting debate, and it was suggested earlier from a member opposite that we're not taking this matter seriously, and I would suggest that nothing further from the truth. It's been at the forefront of our questions and question period since this information came to our attention. We're continuing to seek answers and accountability from this government to the point where we've introduced this motion by our ag critic to call for that accountability by the resignation of the minister and for some specific recommendations in order to make sure that we finally address a very complex system. So I'm not going to take time. I don't have time to do it anyway to go down through all of the reasons why this is so important. Suffice it to say that we know that the government has not responded quickly, has not responded appropriately, we believe. They initially shut off the export of beef from XL to the U.S. It was 2 weeks before they contained the distribution of beef throughout this country. 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, that contaminated beef was able to be distributed throughout the country. We're now looking at a recall, the largest in the history of this country. Over 3 million pounds are under recall in every province and territory of this country, and yet we continue to have a minister which is downplaying this. And I would suggest members of government, they defend, they try to blame others. Never once have we seen the Minister of Agriculture, in light of this catastrophe, stand up in this House and apologize to the 15 people, to the 15 families who suffered as a result of contracting E. coli. Never have we heard him say to Canadians, the system failed in this instance, and we are going to do everything in our power to make sure this never happens again. Never once has he recognized and has he acknowledged the fact that there was a failure, that the massive budget cuts in his department, the cuts to CFIA, the reduction in inspectors on the floor has led to this problem. And I think, you hear him say now that there's more inspectors in the plant. There's more efforts that's been put into trying to clean up the mess. And I think that is very much an indication of the fact that they cut too far. They cut back on inspectors. They cut back on dollars to CFIA, and it's led largely to this problem. And we have to move forward in order to make sure it doesn't happen again. What's the opposition, the official opposition, saying needs to be done? Let me list some of the things, other than the fact that we need this minister to be replaced by somebody that can handle this important situation. We want to see, for example, a complete audit, comprehensive audit, adopted immediately of the compliance verification system. Adequate resources, authority, and independence given to the CFIA so they can do their job. Better traceability requirements for meat, fish, and fresh produce in the case of a recall. Better and more transparent surveillance of outbreaks of food-borne illnesses and deaths and serious illnesses caused by nutrition and food safety-related illnesses. A public interest intervener mechanism to represent consumers and public health. More extensive oversight of nutrition labeling with actual enforcement of penalties. These are some of the things that need to be done in order to restore some credibility to this industry, Mr. Speaker, for the sake of this industry, for the health and safety of Canadians, for the integrity and the restoration of confidence in our beef industry in this country. This government needs to move now, get rid of this minister, and start bringing in some measures that will finally restore confidence in the meat industry in this country. Thank you very much.
It being 5:15 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, all questions necessary to dispose of the opposition motion are deemed put, and a recorded division deemed requested and deferred until Tuesday, October 23rd, 2012, at the expiry of the time provided for government orders. I see the Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I ask that you see the clock at 5:30.
Is that agreed? See the clock at 5:30? Agreed and so ordered. It being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper, and now we'll invite our esteemed clerk to read the orders of the day.
Private members' business. Consideration at second reading of Bill C-428, Indian Act Amendment and Replacement Act, in the name of Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark. Order. Mr. Clark, seconded by Mr. Storseth, moves that Bill C-428, an act to amend the Indian Act, publication of bylaws, and to provide for its replacement, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for Desnethy-Missinipi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with great pleasure that today I open the debate on my private member's bill, C-428, the Indian Act Amendment and Replacement Act. I'm proud to be First Nations, and as a former member of the RCMP for over 18 years, just as proud to have achieved the rank of sergeant. During that time, I was in charge of 2 detachments. All of my service was involved in policing on and off First Nations reserves. In 2008, I was elected to represent Desnethy-Missinipi Churchill River, a constituency containing over 23 First Nations communities and the second largest First Nations population in Canada. Having had to enforce the Indian Act across Saskatchewan, I am keenly aware of the challenges posed by the outdated, racist, colonial statute referred to as the Indian Act. Mr. Speaker, the problems created by this archaic piece of legislation are far-reaching, extending to every aspect of the lives of every First Nation individual and the root cause of the Attawapiscats of our country. During the Assembly of First Nations election speeches in July of this year, all the candidates stated that the Indian Act must go. Clearly, everyone agrees that changes must be made to the Indian Act in order to start a process of consultation, in order to start a dialogue. In order to amend the Indian Act, I hope in my lifetime to see the complete repeal of the Indian Act and see it replaced by a more modern set of laws that reflect today's values, but also respects our past. I hope one day the amendments proposed in my private member's bill will help lead us to build a more modern, respectful relationship between federal government and First Nations, and finally kickstart this larger process to repeal and replace the entire Indian Act. These amendments to the Indian Act can be an important stepping stone on the path of achieving self-sufficiency, prosperity in First Nations communities. The acronym for this path would be ARC, and that means amend, repeal, replace, and most importantly, consult. Mr. Speaker, in my bill, I will amend the bylaws section of the Act. repeal and replace several outdated, unused, and patronizing sections of the Act, and create a process that will enable collaborative consultation with First Nations. The goal will be replace the Indian Act with laws which will both describe and enshrine a more respectful and modern relationship between First Nations and the Crown. I would like to expand on the content of Bill C-428. This bill would enable First Nations band councils to publish their own bylaws without having to seek the permission of the Ministry of Aboriginal Affairs or the signature of the Minister. Empowering First Nations communities to take control of their lives and the environment in which they live is a crucial step towards anonymity and self-reliance. Under this amendment, a band would also be required to publish bylaws created by their council on one of a variety of forms of media, such as the band website, the First Nations Gazette, or in a local newspaper or newsletters that have general circulation in their First Nations communities and to their band membership. By making plain the bylaws of each First Nation, we create greater transparency and accountability for First Nation residents and for those enforcing the bylaws. And this will take the minister out of the equation and put the responsibility for the bylaws squarely where it belongs, with the band council and band members. It will provide First Nations with the same rights and responsibilities that rural and urban municipalities have today. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to stop here for a moment and talk about the everyday challenges that are faced by First Nations governments. We are all aware of the crisis of the alcohol, drug, and solvent abuse that has led to the high rate of suicide in many of these First Nations communities. It is with this in mind that I want to see First Nations be able to act on these problems expediently, to create legislation that will reflect their culture and communal standards without having to seek the permission of the minister to act. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the bill will replace Section 85(1), which prohibits the sale of alcohol on First Nations, and will place that option back into the hands of the Council. In fact, the decision to allow the sale of alcohol on reserves has been in the hands of some bands for some time, but the Indian Act is not up to date with the current policy. First Nations people also do not have the same rights as others Canadians in regards to wills and estates. The Indian Act gives extraordinary powers to the Minister of Indian Affairs and Northern Development, including the ability to appoint executors of wills for First Nations people and to appoint administrators. Mr. Speaker, what most Canadians and First Nations don't know is that the Minister also holds the ability to declare the will of a First Nations individual, not valid. No will pertaining to a First Nations resident is valid unless approved by the Minister as dictated by the Indian Act. I call this paternalistic, a paternalistic approach. This does not belong in a free and democratic society. My bill will repeal the sections of the Indian Act that grant the Minister these exceptional powers in the administration of wills of all First Nations individuals. This bill will also remove impediments to trade in the form of a repeal of Section 92, which restricts certain members of society from engaging in trade with First Nations individuals. Importantly, this bill, at last, removes the archaic educational element of the Indian Act, which led to the formation of residential schools, and remove the term residential schools from the Act. Mr. Speaker, I am proud of the accomplishments of this government in regards to recognizing the tragedy of apologizing for residential schools, and I am proud as First Nations man whose grandparents attended residential schools in Duck Lake, Saskatchewan, to be privileged as a member of the House of Commons to repeal this particularly shameful section and wording in the Indian Act. I fear that having this remain in the Indian Act will enable future governments to create residential schools on First Nations reserves. I am proud that our Prime Minister has apologized for the travesty of residential schools and for the pain and deconstruction it brought to all First Nations and the shame it has brought to Canada. I only sat 2 seats from the Prime Minister as he delivered this apology and personally witnessed the emotion with which he had delivered the speech. The Prime Minister deservedly received praise not only for the sentiment of the statement, but also for the eloquence with which he expressed and the sincerity of his remarks. However, for me, the most important part of the bill is the mandate given to the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs to report annually on the progress being made towards the repeal and the replacement of the Indian Act. This report specifically on collaborative work being done with First Nations and the Crown to get out of the Indian Act. This section of my bill requires a collaborative consultation process between First Nations and the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs, specifically on the Indian Act. A report must be published to the House of Commons Committee on Aboriginal Affairs by January 31st of each year. This will ensure that First Nations can hold the government accountable for moving forward towards the complete removal of the Indian Act in a meaningful and respectful way. Mr. Speaker, it should be clear to all that the substance of this bill provides no cause for alarm among First Nations individuals, nor is there any cause for false alarms to be raised by First Nations leaders. I have arrived at the current set of changes through consultation with other First Nation members within my constituency as well as around the country. I have had 4 drafts in the past, and I'm open to amendments that may come forward through this important dialogue. There is no larger agenda at play. The repeal of sections of the Indian Act represents a step towards a modernized relationship between our government and First Nations of Canada, and nothing more. It is plain for all to see there is no suggestions that the Indian Act be repealed in its entirety with nothing left in its stead. Rather, my bill simply seeks to remove outdated concepts and language from the existing Act. I hope that individuals will be inspired to reflect on and review the Indian Act and my private member's bill in this light. It is my hope this debate will start a larger process to look at outdated language in this Act. When I started this journey 4.5 years ago, I hoped this bill would open a discussion and meaningful dialogue and debate. I hope with passage of this bill we can look forward to a better relationship and a true partnership between First Nations and all Canadians. And I mean all Canadians. Today, as I stand here, I feel strong emotions about what I'm doing. This is not a partisan effort. I am doing this as a proud Canadian who has served my country and also as First Nations man who wants to see a better life for First Nations and all Canadians. I'm hoping that the opposition will support this bill because this is not a partisan issue. I encourage all members of the House to support my bill, modernizing this outdated and colonial paternalistic legislation called the Indian Act. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for outlining his intention behind the bill. And the question I have for him, of course, is to do with consultation. I've got a quote here from Vice Chief Watson from FSIN, where they state that they have a consultation policy and that the federal government needs to recognize our inherent sovereign and treaty rights. And I wonder, since this is actually could have wide impacts, and under the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, it's well recognized that there needs to be free, prior, and informed consent. And I wonder if the member would tell this House exactly which nations he consulted with and what their approach was to this particular piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Desnefe, Mississippi, Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have 23 First Nations in my constituency. One of them is Pelican Lake First Nations. That's a start. First of all, I'm First Nations. There is 633 First Nations across Canada. And in the process, all 633 on 4 separate occasions have received communication with me asking for their input and their recommendations to amend my act if they saw anything that they would like to improve. Mr. Speaker, I stand here and I'm in bewilderment on the parliamentary process of myself being a First Nations and not given the opportunity to bring a bill forward as a First Nations in the House of Commons, as every other member in the House has that right. As First Nations leaders, they also have a responsibility to consult with their membership and make the decisions as well. And on many occasions, as First Nations leaders, I'm not consulted as well. So to reply, many First Nations chiefs are afraid to come forward right now in fear of reprisal. Also, too, they also have to face elections in the near future. It's a peer pressure system which the Indian Act has created. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You know, we all as individual members have the right to bring forward legislative ideas. And, Mr. Speaker, what we within the Liberal Party are disappointed in is the fact that the current Prime Minister has not recognized how critically important it is to work with the Aboriginal, First Nation in particular, leadership from coast to coast to coast in trying to deal with the many different issues that need to be dealt with, to be able to sit across the table in a comprehensive way, much like what Paul Martin did, Mr. Speaker, and ultimately came up with the Kelowna Accord, which was in fact something that would have had a very positive impact on our First Nations. And I can see that the government's a little sensitive, given that they're the government that ultimately burnt that particular accord, Mr. Speaker. My question to the member is, does he not see that the Prime Minister of Canada needs to start talking with the stakeholders, in particular our First Nations, sitting at a table to try to come up with a way in which we can assist in resolving the many outstanding issues that are there and treat them as strong partners, Mr. Speaker, moving forward so that we can deal with these issues.
The Honourable Member for Desnethe, Mississippi and Churchill River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his question or statement. I recall back in January of this year, the First Nations gathering, where the Prime Minister stood up. But we also heard First Nations come forward and ask government to remove the barriers or the handcuffs of the Indian Act. What I've heard in years past from the Liberal Party are all these false promises. We've heard the Kelowna Accord. We heard Robert Nault stand up and want to introduce a bill, a government bill, to get rid of the Indian Act. We've heard about the white paper in which the Liberal Party, and they're over there squawking, they're a little upset because they didn't get it done over the 13 years they were done. They had 13 years to introduce the Kelowna Accord, and they implemented the Implementation Act, Mr. Speaker. And they didn't get it done. They had the opportunity. One I want to address is that with First Nations and with, how much time do I have, Mr. Speaker? When we talk with the colleague here and with the consultation process, our government is working hard towards First Nations in consultation and working towards a new modern relationship to address the needs and the crises that are facing First Nations today.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And of course, I'm rising today to address Bill C-428, an act to amend the Indian Act, publication of bylaws, and to provide for its replacement. And I want to begin by saying that New Democrats will be opposing this bill for a number of very good reasons. This bill seeks to amend the Indian Act by deleting sections dealing with wills and estates, sale of produce, trade with certain people, and the sections on residential schools. It also calls on the government to make an annual report to Parliament on its progress on dismantling the Indian Act. New Democrats do not support the bill because the member did not consult with First Nations before presenting the bill. Although it does delete some archaic provisions of the bill, like the sale of produce, other deleted sections like the provisions on wills and estates could put First Nations citizens living on reserve in legal limbo because there is no guarantee that provincial legislation will cover their situations. Tribal councils may have to provide advice regarding new provisions on wills and estates, and this will be increasingly difficult due to the funding cuts to tribal councils and Aboriginal representative organizations announced September 4, 2012 by the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs. And the deletion of the provisions on residential schools was supposed to be government legislation, not hidden in a private member's bill. New Democrats would like to see those provisions dealt with by the Minister as promised to First Nations at the Truth and Reconciliation National Ceremony. Now, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member opposite in response to my question actually not answer my question about consultation. And there have been a number of court cases that talk about what consultation involves. And consultation, I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, does not entail receiving emails from people and does not entail posting some information on your website. That does not constitute consultation, nor does consultation constitute having witnesses appear before a committee. So, Mr. Speaker, if this government is serious about a new relationship with First Nations, what they will do is have this bill withdrawn and go back to the drawing board and talk to First Nations from coast to coast to coast on meaningful consultation. They have a duty to consult. This piece of legislation could have very serious...
Point of order.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona is rising on a point of order. Sorry, the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I regret intervening. I'm right beside the honourable member, and I can't hear her because there's so much noise on the other side heckling the Speaker.
I would agree with the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona that there is a lot of noise in the chamber, and I would ask all honourable members to give their colleagues the respect that they received when they were speaking. The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan has the floor.
I do appreciate that, since when the member was giving his speech, I think we allowed him the time and the space to deliver his speech without the heckling and the noise. There have been, I want to point out, Mr. Speaker, how serious this is. What we have is a private member's bill that is attempting to dismantle the Indian Act. I think there is agreement that the Indian Act is an archaic piece of legislation that needs to go, but the question is how should it go? How should it go? Should it be through a private member's bill? Absolutely not. That does not recognize the nation-to-nation relationship that exists in this country. There have been two other major attempts that ended in dismal failure, I might point out, and those were government bills, not private members' bills. There have been two major attempts at removing the Indian Act in the past. The first was a white paper authorized by Jean Chrétien in 1969 that sought to assimilate First Nations into mainstream Canadian society by scrapping the Indian Act and reserves. Now, Mr. Speaker, you can see from the kinds of legislation that's been tabled in this House in the past, no wonder First Nations from coast to coast to coast are nervous about a kind of attempt that does not meaningfully consult. People don't know what the end result of it's going to be because they're not involved, they're not at the table. Harold Cardinal and other First Nations leaders, in response to the 1969 white paper, published the red paper called Citizens Plus that outlined in their reply, "It is neither possible nor desirable to eliminate the Indian Act. It is essential to review it, but not before the questions of treaties is settled. Some sections can be altered, amended, or deleted readily. Other sections need more careful study because the Indian Act provided for Indian people the legal framework that is provided in many federal and provincial statutes for other Canadians. Thus, the Indian Act is very complicated and cannot simply be burned." Then, in 2003, the Liberals introduced C7, the First Nations Governance Act, and it was widely panned by First Nations who questioned if it was consistent with the rights, needs, and priorities of Canadians' First Nations. And we have sadly, we have a news release today, or October 18th, that indicates that the government will be supporting Bill C-428. And the question then, of course, comes back to the new relationship that was promised in that Crown First Nations gathering back in January, and how unilaterally introducing a private member's bill on some serious matters constitutes a new relationship in this country. If this government was serious about a new relationship, they would go back to reports like the Royal Commission on Aboriginal Peoples, which a couple of years ago the Assembly of First Nations issued a report card, and essentially it was almost an F across the board for what had been implemented. Now, that was a comprehensive process that many, many people had some faith in, and most of the recommendations have been completely disregarded by various governments since 1996. So if they were serious, they would go back to that. And if they were serious about consultation, they would go back to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People and that very important clause about free, prior and informed consent. And this bill does nothing to address any of that. I want to come back to a paper that was published back in 1987, Mr. Speaker, 1987. And this is Aboriginal People's History of Discriminatory Laws. And in this paper, I just want to, I know I'm going to run out of time on this, Mr. Speaker, but it talks about the fact that it is generally accepted that often conflicting goals of civilization, assimilation, and protection of Indian peoples that have been pursued throughout the history of federal Indian legislation have their origin in primarily British colonialism. Throughout the colonial and post-Confederation periods, governments vacillated between the two policies. The isolationist policy held that assimilation could be best achieved by isolating Indians on reserves, with Indian agents gradually preparing them for integration with the dominant society. Alternatively, isolation was viewed by some simply as a protective measure until the Indian people could become extinct. The policy of immediate assimilation, on the other hand, favored immediate placement of Indians among non-native people and removal of special protective measures and legal status. The isolationist policy has predominated, but as some observers have noted, it has had the unintended result of preserving Indian cultures and providing a means for Indian people to resist assimilative pressures. Accordingly, Indians have fought to retain their reserves, treaty rights, and special legal status as a way of maintaining distinct cultural or national identities. While Indian people review reserve and treaty rights as a quid pro quo for giving up a good part of their traditional lands, federal and provincial governments have frequently taken the view that Indians refuse to abandon their distinctive cultures, governments, and identities is a refusal to take up the ways of a more advanced civilization, and accordingly a refusal to take up the responsibilities of full citizenship. In the result, the history of Native policy, particularly Indian policy in Canada, is replete with examples of legal bars to the exercise of fundamental civil, political, and cultural rights. And that continues to this day, Mr. Speaker, and this bill does nothing to address the problems that First Nations across this country are facing, whether it's human rights, whether it's the ridiculous number of Aboriginal women who are in prison. One-third of women in prison, one-third of women in federal prison are Aboriginal, Mr. Speaker. We have the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child that, again, talks about the dismal failure on Aboriginal policy that keeps children out of prisons. We have this government currently still fighting at the Human Rights Tribunal on child welfare. So if they're serious about a new relationship, they will withdraw this bill. They will go back to the drawing board and work with First Nations to fully implement a consultative approach to eliminating the Indian Act. Am I up, Mr. Speaker? How much time have I got? 2 minutes. Great. I want to. There was a man named Leo Bascatawan who.
The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul's rising on point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to direct your attention to the issue of relevance. The honourable member is calling on the government to withdraw a bill that is a private member's bill, and a private member has the right to put their own legislation forward.
This is not a point of order. The member is speaking in debate and is certainly speaking about the matter before the House. The honourable member from Nanaimo Cowichan has 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to mention some of the Leo Bascatawan did a march on the Indian Act about Indigenous rights in the Indian Act, and I won't have time to do all of the work. But one of the things, all of the things that he did, but what he wanted was most Indigenous leaders agree that it is essential that legislation written by Indigenous people, for Indigenous people, is the way to go. And there is a consensus on that, Mr. Speaker. This government may choose to disregard it, but the reality of it is if they're going to do an overhaul of the Indian Act, if they're going to change wills provisions which could actually download more responsibilities to the province, they need to involve the people who are going to be directly affected by it. They cannot do this unilaterally as they're proposing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Paul's.
very much, Mr. Speaker. Debate tonight is about a very serious matter. The Prime Minister stated in January that our government has no grand scheme to repeal or to unilaterally rewrite the Indian Act. After 136 years, the tree has deep roots. Blowing up the stump would just leave a big hole. However, there are ways, creative ways, collaborative ways, ways that involve consultation between our government, the provinces and First Nations leadership and communities, ways that provide options within the Act or outside of it for practical, incremental and real change. At that same meeting, the National Chief of the Assembly of First Nations, Sean Atleo, said of the Indian Act, like a rock that sits in the middle of that road, a boulder that blocks the path of collaboration, remains, as we've been saying here, the Indian Act, along with the age-old structures and policies that administer it and steadfastly resist change. I'm sorry that we have to raise this here tonight, because it means that the government has not taken this solemn promise of the Prime Minister seriously. He said in January that the government would not repeal or unilaterally rewrite the Indian Act, and it indicated that any future changes would be developed with consultation between the government, the provinces and First Nations communities. I'm afraid, Mr. Speaker, a backbencher's private member's bill is not an appropriate consultation for this very, very serious relation with First Nations in this country. This kind of change must be undertaken between the Prime Minister in a government-to-government way. And now we have a Member of Parliament moving legislation to unilaterally change the Indian Act with no prior consultation. All private members' bills should have consultation before they're tabled and when drafted and after. None of this happened, and it's extremely egregious that this has happened when it's an issue dealing with First Nations. If the member had consulted, he would have heard loudly—
Order. 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 I would ask all honourable members who do not have the floor, if they were to remain in the chamber to control themselves. If they cannot control themselves, maybe they should leave the chamber. The honourable member for St. Paul's has the floor, and I would ask that all honourable members listen to what she has to say. The honourable member for St. Paul's.
If the member had consulted, he would have heard very loudly that First Nations are finding this not appropriate. They want a discussion, a formal discussion with the Prime Minister of this country and the Cabinet as to how to change the Indian Act. For even the Kelowna Accord, the Prime Minister and the Cabinet met with First Nations leadership and Inuit and Métis for 18 months before that accord was tabled.
First Nations groups have clearly established that this bill is paternalistic and that it was not subject to consultations.
He would have been persuaded, I believe, to put his energies into something else that would have improved the quality of life of Canadians and especially First Nations if that was his choosing. Tinkering with the bill is not appropriate. And let me be clear. The Indian Act is the embodiment of failed colonial and paternalistic policies which have denied First Nations their rights and a fair share in resources, fostered mistrust, and created systemic barriers to the self-determination and success of First Nations. But the elimination of these barriers requires the government to initiate a formal process of direct engagement with First Nations on a nation-to-nation basis, which focuses on replacing the Indian Act with new agreements. These agreements must be based on the constitutional treaty and inherent rights of all First Nations, the historical and fiduciary responsibility of the Crown to First Nations, the standards now established in the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, including the principle of free, prior, and informed consent, respect, recognition, reconciliation, and support for First Nations, a partnership and mutual accountability before the Crown and First Nations, and the stability and safety of First Nations. The member Mississippi Churchill River spoke at a Federation of Saskatchewan Nations Assembly this summer, but did not even allow questions or seek input from the assembled leaders. This would have been an ideal time for him to consult and hopefully listen to what the people think. If the member had done even a basic consultation, he would understand that the issues he is dealing with in this bill are not what First Nations leadership is calling for across this country. Ces chefs exigent l'adoption.
These leaders are calling for, they are demanding a process which will take them beyond the Indian Act, a process grounded in relations between nation to nation and based on consultation and collaboration, respectful of historical and legal rights, and on First Nations treaties, and in line with the federal government's historic and fiduciary responsibilities towards First Nations.
Obviously missed the mark with this private member's bill, and I was extraordinarily, like my colleague from the New Democratic Party, surprised today in question period to hear that the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs agrees. For him to say that they will support the bill in principle and hope to see it pass into law is exactly the opposite of what the Prime Minister promised in January to the assembled leadership of the First Nations. I encourage the member to read carefully the motion put forward by the leader of our party, the member from Toronto Centre, whose motion that will be debated on Monday puts in place a proper formal process to actually work with First Nations to actually make this egregious wrong right. And I quote, that in the opinion of this House, the Indian Act is the embodiment of failed colonial and paternalistic policies which have denied First Nations their rights, fair share in resources, fostered mistrust, and created systemic barriers to the self-determination and success of First Nations. An elimination of these barriers requires the government to initiate a formal process of direct engagement with First Nations within 3 months of the passage of this motion on a nation-to-nation basis, which focuses on replacing the Indian Act with new agreements, which would be based on the constitutional treaty and inherent rights of all First Nations, the historical and fiduciary responsibilities of Crown to First Nations, the standards established in the UN Declaration of the Rights of Indigenous People, including free, prior, and informed consent, respect, recognition, reconciliation, and support for First Nations, partnerships and mutual accountability between the Crown and First Nations, and stability and safety of First Nations, and that this process be completed within 2 years before reporting on a series of concrete deliverables for the government to act upon. This has got to be a step towards self-government. This is a process that has to be taken at the highest level of our government and its cabinet with the leaders of First Nations and must be developed bottom up. This is about self-government. It is about allowing First Nations to develop the process and then develop the concrete deliverables that they will ask the government of Canada to agree to. So I have to say Mr. Speaker, that I'm pleased that the member presenting this bill has decided to be quiet now, in that it has been completely disrespectful in the way that they heckled the member from Nanaimo, Cowichan, and this is a very serious issue. We on this side of the House take it very seriously, and I hope the member will be here for the debate on Monday night as a formal process will be described, and I hope they will support the member from Toronto Centre's motion.
Hear,
hear. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Peace River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a privilege for me to rise today to speak in support of the private member's bill that we are discussing today, the one that's been brought forward by my friend and colleague from the Conservative Party. Mr. Speaker, I think that the member that's brought this forward is the right person to bring this forward. So far in this debate, he's the only one who has ever lived under the Indian Act. Myself and my colleagues from the other parties that have spoken don't know the life that has lived under the Indian Act, like the member who has proposed it today. As a matter of fact, I didn't agree with much that my friend from Nanaimo Cowichan said in her speech today. But one quote that she did give, one thing that I fully agree with, is she said, "A bill wrote by Indigenous people for Indigenous people is the way to go." Mr. Speaker, that's exactly what we have happening in this House tonight. We have a bill that's been written by a person who has lived under this Act, a bill that would rectify some of the most egregious portions of that particular Act. I can tell you that my colleague just recently suggested that my friend and my colleague who's brought this bill forward be silent. I would suggest it's no longer appropriate for my friend to be silent. He has worked to become elected to this House of Commons. He has overcome the travesty that is this Act and overcome past injustices to reach this House. He has every right to bring forward a private member's bill and to be heard in this House. I will defend every member's right to do the same thing, to bring legislation forward to change other legislation. So I will continue to advocate for that right for my colleague. Today we have before us this piece of legislation. And at the core of this proposed legislation is the acknowledgement that the Indian Act is holding First Nations back from achieving their full social and economic potential. Bill C-428 is the Indian Act Amendment and Replacement Act proposes a series of amendments to the Indian Act that will lead to a healthier, more self-sufficient First Nation across this country. At the same time, this bill recognizes the change that must be made in a systematic and thoughtful manner that provides First Nations with the tools and the time that they need to eventually transition completely out of the Indian Act. And this is consistent with this government's approach to providing First Nations with practical, incremental, and real alternatives to the Indian Act. I quote the Prime Minister's speech at the historical First Nations gathering last January. "The Indian Act cannot be replaced overnight, but through the use of existing tools and the development of new mechanisms, both parties can create the conditions to ensure sustainable and successful First Nations," end quote. Mr. Speaker, the bill proposes concrete action that will provide greater autonomy for First Nations, lessen the role of the ministerial involvement in the day-to-day lives of First Nation citizens, and give back the responsibility for several key areas, such as bylaw-making powers and the administration of wills and estates over the First Nations where it rightfully belongs. As my colleague has so appropriately described, quite simply, this bill will do these number of things. Firstly, it will require the Minister of Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development to report annually to a parliamentary committee on the action taken in partnership with First Nations and other interested parties to develop new legislation to replace the Indian Act. Secondly, it will remove the Minister's role in the administration of wills and estates and the approval and voiding wills. Thirdly, it will remove the Minister's bylaw disallowance powers. Next, it will remove the outdated and the archaic provisions of many of the archaic and the outdated provisions of the Act. And finally, it will repeal all references to residential schools and the removal of the outdated schools-related provisions. Mr. Speaker, these are changes that are consistent with the direction that our government has been taken over the last 6 years. It's focused on bringing forward initiatives that will unlock the economic development potential by removing certain barriers to First Nation governance that currently exists under the Indian Act. And ultimately, this will lead to the development of strong, accountable, and prosperous First Nation communities where First Nation citizens have the access to the same rights as other Canadians. The proposed amendments to repeal all provisions relating to residential schools is particularly symbolic and important for First Nations people. On June 11th of 2008, the Prime Minister of Canada in this House made an impassioned and heartfelt apology to the First Nations people of Canada for the treatment of children in residential schools. A sad and shameful chapter of our nation's history. Following this momentous apology, the government also announced its intent to repeal these sections of the Indian Act that allowed for the establishment of Indian residential schools and the removal of children from their homes and communities. I believe by removing this antiquated language and references to residential schools, we can take another step further down the path towards healing. Mr. Speaker, this bill would contribute to the larger effort underway to create these tools and mechanisms. The government is proud to support this private member's bill, and I urge my honourable colleagues from the other side to reconsider their position, to speak to First Nations within their own community, like I have, like my colleagues have, who have heard the devastating stories and the hope that they find in this bill. The government looks forward to studying this bill in committee, hearing from witnesses, and always exploring opportunities to improve this bill as it may be required. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat, l'honorable député.
Calling debate. The honourable member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, I'm rising in the House to speak, as I have before, on my former positions on the barely veiled attempts by the Conservatives not to live up to the obligations towards First Nations. And when I say passive as well from a social standpoint, but it can be economic as well, and it can be quantified. I met the Six Nations in Toronto last year. At one point, they were demanding many millions of dollars from the Canadian government, so it is quantifiable. I will emphasize the fact that the government is misusing legislation. Given my experience in the past year and a half and the many sessions of the Aboriginal Affairs Committee, I can say today that too often initiatives put forward, be it legislation or action in the field, put forward by the Conservatives, seems to be an attempt to distance themselves from the First Nations and dissociate themselves from the fiduciary responsibility of the Canadian government. I don't know if it was the same with other governments in the past, but this is a tendency that I've seen till now. They are attempting to dissociate themselves and distance themselves from the First Nations. I have bad news for them. This is in the Constitution. It will be very difficult. It's not with a private member's bill that they can distance themselves and dissociate themselves from their obligations. There's no doubt that the many international reports which have exposed the government's treatment of First Nations, as evidenced by the disparity, contribute greatly to the malaise. So we see this distancing. The government is pleased to do that. And it's because of international exposure. In the past year, I attended meetings and met UN representatives that were quite interested in the living conditions of Aboriginals in this country. Because although the Conservatives keep telling us about economic development and the enviable economic position of Canada, we see that this enrichment doesn't necessarily benefit these communities. They're even being impoverished. What we see is that natural resources exploitation usually targets traditional lands by these communities in the north. It's often isolated and far, and the government is exposing itself at the international level. There have been UN representatives here. They wanted to shed light on the living conditions. These communities are living in third world conditions, even though we are an expanding industrialized nation, and we are cited as an example for that kind of development, and that's probably why the federal government is attempting to create this gap and dissociate itself from its own responsibilities, but that is a losing battle. It should be noted here that the proposed new changes affect sensitive areas such as trading relations. When I say sensitive, I'm talking about Aboriginal rights that are in the Constitution. I was able to note another tendency in the House of Commons. Quite often the Conservatives attempt to use private members' bills in order to sound out the Canadian population, try to send a tribe balloon to see if things are well received across the country, trying to take the pulse of public opinion. And I think that this initiative before us today targets exactly that, because, first of all, they're trying to assess the reception this will get in different communities and see whether members of First Nations communities across the country will see such legislative initiatives positively or whether they resist the idea. Now, it also indicates there are chances that there will be an attempt to see whether the First Nations can put forward legislative amendments for the measures being proposed. So they're trying to see the lay of the land and whether or not there will be a court challenge. As a lawyer, at first glance, I would say that given the notions in here, I can say from the outset that these things will be challenged in court. There are very good chances that the First Nations communities will be successful there, because there's an effort to substantively change the fiduciary responsibility between these communities and the Crown, and that's in the Constitution, as I repeat. You can't take out one brick in the castle without having it collapse. It should be noted that the unilateral nature of this edict goes against the spirit of any commitment by the state when it comes to self-government by First Nation. I'm talking about international commitments, the will to recognize self-determination by First Nations, and their promises were made. There was a supposedly historic meeting in January in Ottawa that was supposed to be inclusive. Even though I was escorted to the door, I wasn't able to attend because I was an undesirable. I ended up with other Aboriginals on the sidewalk, and they also were qualified as undesirable there. So what about the inclusive nature of this meeting? But anyway, this supposedly historic meeting emphasized the need to work as a team closely and have real effort at working with the communities, but I think this was smoke and mirrors. It was a media circus, and we have the proof here today, since the real will of having the contribution of First Nations is not there. As my colleague said earlier, it's quite nebulous. It's not quantified. The number of communities consulted before this and the drafting of this private member's bill is not known. It's like other initiatives put forward so far. Systematically, the government imposes bills. Talk about paternalism, but we're copycats, because it seems that my colleagues opposite have a rather paternalistic attitude toward these communities by imposing unilateral legislation. There's a defect here, and my colleague opposite mentioned it. There's not much transparency when it comes to the efforts really invested in consulting the First Nations to make sure that they really want this. So And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member from Disnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River, for the opportunity to have a discussion and participate in this debate today. I'd also like to congratulate him for not only having the vision but the courage to put this bill forward. I have had the opportunity to move a private member's bill through this hallowed place, and it's not something that is easy to do, especially when you're not talking about National Tree Day or something that everybody agrees with. You're talking about something that is somewhat contentious. It actually takes the courage and strength of character to be able to even put the motion forward. And at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, I sit back and I wonder, well, what is it that gives him this strength? And you have to look at his history. You have to look at his past. You have to look at the fact that this is a member of Parliament who grew up on a First Nations reserve. This is a member of Parliament who raised his children in a First Nations community, who has lived under this Act and understands what this Act does to individuals. I have First Nations communities in my riding. I've taken the opportunity not only to talk to some of the leadership of those communities, but to average people on the ball diamond, people that you're sitting there talking to that are affected by this day in and day out and don't get some of the benefits that the leadership gets when they deal with this Act. And I have to tell you, this is troubling. There is nobody, whether they be on the other side today or on this side, that hasn't called this Act a paternalistic piece of legislation that is a failed opportunity for us to move forward. This is a failed piece of legislation. Nobody disagrees with that. Canadians as a whole don't disagree with that. We as Canadians are sitting on the precipice waiting for a direction to go, and that is what leaders are voted into this place to do, to help guide us in that direction. I believe there is a role for private members in this place. I believe that the private members who have lived their life under a piece of legislation that we all agree has failed should have the ability to stand up in this place and say we need to go forward in a different direction. And we should have these discussions in the House of Commons, in the Canadian Parliament, and we shouldn't be on any side of this House attacking people for simply putting forward the discussion.
That's right.
I would direct members to the actual summary of the piece of legislation we're talking about, and I quote, "The enactment amends the Indian Act to require band councils to publish their bylaws and repeal certain outdated provisions of the Act. It also requires the Minister of Indian and Northern Affairs to report annually to the House of Commons Committee responsible for Aboriginal affairs on the work undertaken by his or her department in collaboration with First Nations organizations." In collaboration with First Nations organizations and other interested parties each and every year, Mr. Speaker. If that's not starting dialogue, I don't know what is. That is what this legislation is about. We all agree that this is a paternalistic piece of legislation that is a failure, that is rooted in 200-year-old language. Now what this member from Disnethe, Mississippi, Churchill River is saying is that we need to start having the conversation about how we're going to take this to the next level. You know, I would like to remind members of the history of our government. Well, yeah, it's true. We didn't come into this place 6.5 years ago with a national strategy to deal with it. We came with a plan that included amending the Canadian Human Rights Act to make sure First Nations communities are represented under the Canadian Human Rights Act. I sat on the Aboriginal Affairs Committee when that came forward and listened to the NDP fight for 2 years the ability to bring First Nations communities under the Human Rights Act. They'd much rather run to the United Nations and look for condemnation of Canadians as a whole than sit down, roll up their sleeves, and work with this side to make positive changes. Who here doesn't think including every person in Canada under the Human Rights Act isn't a positive change? Family homes on reserves and Matrimonial Property Act. Sounds like a positive to me, Mr. Speaker. First Nations Financial Transparency Act. I'm not sure what they have against transparency, but I think when I sit down and talk to members, I know when I talk to community members of First Nations communities, as I'm going to do tomorrow in my riding, they demand transparency of their leadership, just as they demand transparency of the Prime Minister, his Cabinet, and every member of Parliament.
Sure do.
Safe Drinking Water for First Nations Act. These are just examples of things that our government did. We didn't come in with a national strategy. We came in with a plan to actually make a difference for people's lives on reserve. And I think that's much more important than taking another 5 years to develop another strategy that nobody ever actually looks at implementing. Now, Mr. Speaker, I sit there and I wonder why would they not be in favor of things like bringing First Nations communities into on-reserve communities? Why wouldn't you be in favor of bringing human rights to these communities? Well, you're right. It has to be politics. It has to be because they like the system, because they benefit from the system. That is, in fact, the case. They would rather stick First Nations communities in neutral and never see actual action taken. They'd rather have another white paper, bring up discuss racist comments from 30 years ago, rather than actually look forward into the future, as my honourable colleague from Desnithsey, Mississippi, Churchill River, that's a long riding, would have us do, and start having the discussion, start having the debate. That is how we make changes in this great country. It is through rigorous debate. It's okay to bring your positions forward, have First Nations communities bring their positions forward, and have this reported back to Parliament every year. I couldn't think of a more democratic, collaborative approach than what the member is actually proposing. And I congratulate him for that. Mr. Speaker, I see I don't have much time left. I would like to make one other comment. I would like to make a plea, actually. I'd like the NDP, the new Democratic Party of Canada, to actually stand up for once and throw off the shackles of their whip. On this side of the House, we have proven that we have the courage to stand up for our constituents and vote their conscience. I would ask the NDP to do the same. We're talking about having a conversation with First Nations communities, with Canadians, with political parties, reporting it back to Parliament. You'll still get a chance to have your input. But vote your conscience for a change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for the consideration of private members' business is now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. The honourable member for Westlock St. Paul will have 3 minutes when this matter returns before the House. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn. L'honorable député.
Honourable member for Alfred Pellon on justice. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise to discuss an issue I've been working on a lot lately as a critic for public security and as representative of a riding that has 3 penitentiaries. On May 15th, the Minister of Justice rejected the calculations of the Quebec government that said that they imprison 1,000 people a day. And these calculations come from a reliable source and are based on facts. It's the Ministry of Public Security of Quebec that feels that the bill by the federal government will increase the prison population by 20%. This is a system that's already 96% full. In addition, not having space for these people, the government decided to close 2 penitentiaries and a treatment center. Leclerc, which is in my riding, is one of them. The Minister of Public Safety makes improvised decisions thoughtlessly without thinking of the consequences, and then tells us that none of this will cost 1 red penny. Now, that doesn't make sense. You move around offenders, you close prisons, you open new ones, move employees, there are costs for that. The minister also said he saw no problem with double occupation in the cells. That impinges on the safety of both the staff and the prisoners. I was part of a symposium this summer that was organized by the John Howard Society. Experts agree that double bunking is not a solution. When you think about it, incarcerating 2 individuals with different profiles in one cell that was designed for one offender, the risk of having confrontations increases significantly. If you have confrontation between offenders, you are endangering the safety of corrections officers, because these men and women must manage this population and deal with different profiles of these offenders. The unions for these officers are worried about the repercussions of Bill C-10 in the corrections facilities. Their environment will change. It's more stress for them. It also means that they will risk their lives every day with a prison population that will increase considerably. They feel that penitentiaries are overcrowded right now because of the closure of some establishments, cutbacks at CSC, and longer sentences imposed on new offenders. I work with the union on a regular basis, especially regarding the closure of Leclerc Institution in my riding. I had an opportunity to visit this establishment on many occasions, as well as the other one that is for closing its doors, Kingston, as well as the treatment center in Kingston. There's a lack of logic behind this decision. How can you close these penitentiaries, cut back CSC budgets, impose longer sentences, and think that you can get away with that without paying anything extra? How does the government intend to manage this scourge without compromising public safety and without spending any money? Could the minister or parliamentary secretary, or have they visited these establishments? Have they consulted experts or employees before imposing these draconian measures? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The that we have as a government is to protect Canadians and ensure that those who committed crimes are held to account. Canadians deserve to feel safe in their homes, and that means criminals need to be off our streets. By moving quickly to introduce the Safe Streets and Communities Act, our government fulfilled its commitment to hold criminals fully accountable, protect families, and stand up for victims of crime. And, Mr. Speaker, as the honourable member may know, after lengthy debate and study, Bill C-10 was passed by Parliament and received royal assent on March 13, 2012. I would like to remind my honourable colleagues what exactly C-10 was. The Safe Streets and Communities Act was a very targeted and specific legislation. Our experience shows that toughening sentences does not create new criminals. It just keeps the existing ones in jail for more and appropriate periods of time. A major component of the Safe Streets and Communities Act went after the source of the illicit drug trade, the drug traffickers. Another major component of the Safe Streets and Communities Act went after child predators. No parent wants to find their child to fall prey to a pedophile. In fact, parents list abduction and sexual exploitation as two of the three concerns facing Canadian children. The Safe Streets and Communities Act introduced two new amendments to the Criminal Code, created by new mandatory minimum penalties and increased existing ones to ensure that child sexual predators are off our streets. The Safe Streets and Communities Act also after when criminals who are getting an easy ride, serving their sentences within the luxury of their own homes by further restricting the use of conditional sentencing. Lastly, the Safe Street and Communities Act better protected Canadians from violent and repeat young offenders by proposing fair and appropriate measures to better handle youth crime. These measures were balanced, effective, and responsible. Mr. Speaker, Canadians can be happy that the measures I have described have been adopted by Parliament. They can also rest assured that our government will continue to ensure that our streets and communities are safe and that victims receive the attention and support they rightly deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Alfred Pellan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's very sad that I only have 1 minute to respond my colleague, especially when I realized that he didn't listen to my speech at all. All he did was just bring forward the magnificent measures that the Conservatives have put in place. And it's funny when they talk about they're tough on crime. Sure, we all want to catch child pornographers and put criminals behind bars, but we don't want to. We shouldn't be closing prisons and forcing people to double bunk in cells, and especially we don't want to put the lives of correctional officers in danger, as I said in my speech. So in my opinion, my colleague's speech was completely incoherent, and it is very demagogic to say that they have a balanced approach. What does he have to say to that? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
On note le thème manque de cohérence et puis venant
Well, it's funny to hear the NDP talk about a lack of coherence, because that's their main theme, Mr. Speaker.
Considering the fact that the member opposite is a member of the Soft on Crime NDP party, I find it ironic that she's attempted to criticize or give advice to the Government of Canada on how to protect Canadians. If we follow the members and her party's voting record, it would seem that they think drug traffickers, child sexual predators, and repeat violent offenders should be on our streets and in our communities. Canadians can be assured that this government will never side with criminals and will continue to fight and better protect our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And now the Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles on employment insurance. Several weeks ago, Mr. Speaker, I asked the Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development to explain why her government was attacking the unemployed so relentlessly. Since the implementation of their budget bill, their mammoth budget bill, the Conservatives have relentlessly attacked workers who lose their jobs by introducing an ill-advised and reckless reform. During the weeks after the adoption of the budget, Canadians remained in the dark because the minister didn't say anything about the major points of her reform, especially by not clearly defining what her government meant by the concept of suitable employment and a reasonable job search. The opposition and civil society had to exert so much pressure to get some clarification that the minister was forced to back down in May and to explain to citizens the details of her reform, which, until that time, were not known. We might wonder whether this deliberate silence was because the Conservatives are so eager to control information, because that is part of how they manage their affairs, or whether this government simply didn't know what it was doing and wanted to hurry and reform the system by rather hastily and recklessly. In addition, the more we learned about this reform, the more it became clear that it was full of flaws that would eventually make the system inaccessible and even more ineffective. And we saw evidence of this recently when the minister had to flip-flop on her Working While on Claim pilot project. And even then, after weeks of being dogged by the opposition, the minister offered a solution that was complex and virtually inapplicable. All it was smoke and mirrors for the unemployed who are receiving low wages while they look for work. In short, what we do know now is that the system will not serve its primary function, which is to provide temporary financial assistance to people who need it and who have paid into the fund. In light of all the information concerning the changes to EI, it now appears clear that despite the bogus and scientifically baseless economic justifications, the Conservatives are relentlessly attacking workers who have lost their job and who have paid into the EI system in good faith in order to prepare for hard times. Unfortunately, the Conservatives are imposing a reform simply for the sake of their right-wing ideology, and they're using their propaganda to attack our social programs such as EI. But citizens are no fools, and they can see through the demagogic games being played by the Conservatives. By trying to cut the size of government too much, they are affecting programs and social safety nets that are essential for Canadians, and so cherished as part of their values. So I would like to know what the minister has to say to citizens who have been pleading with her since last March, telling her that the reform is negative, punishing, degrading, reckless, and in contradiction with the Canadian values of solidarity.
Okay, to the Minister of Human Resources.
Actually, to the Minister of Industry today. Monsieur le Président, de nombreux...
Mr. Speaker, there has been much speculation concerning what constitutes a suitable employment in changes announced to employment insurance.
Lacks clarity with respect to what constitutes suitable employment and what is meant by reasonable job search. Right now, the Employment Insurance Act merely states that claimants are obligated to search for and accept suitable employment, but does not say what this means. The Act only defines what is not suitable employment. This spring, the Minister of HRSDC outlined several points that will be contained in the upcoming regulations on this matter. Suitable employment will be based on 6 points, 2 of which will vary according to the claimant's EI history and duration of the claim. The first point is personal circumstances. A person receiving EI will not have to accept work if they have health problems that prevent them from taking a specific job. If they have family obligations that prevent them from working at certain times of the day, if they have limited transportation options in terms of commuting to and from work, or if they are not physically capable of performing the work. The second point is working conditions. The job offered must not be vacant due to a strike, lockout, or other labor dispute. The third point is based on hours worked and the type of work to be done, including responsibilities, tasks, wages, and experience. The fourth point is commuting time. The workplace must be within a 1-hour commute or a standard commuting time for the region. The fifth point, Mr. Speaker, is based on the type of work, and the sixth point will focus on hourly wages. These last two criteria will vary based on the claimant's EI history and the duration of the claim. In determining the criteria, claimants will be placed in one of three categories. Long-tenured workers who, after 18 weeks, would be required to expand their job search to jobs similar to the one they normally perform and accept wages starting at 80% of their previous hourly wage. Frequent claimants who, after 7 weeks, would be required to accept wages starting at 70% of their previous hourly wage. And occasional claimants who, after 18 weeks, would be required to expand their job search to include any work they are qualified to perform, with wages starting at 70% of their previous salary, but not below the prevailing minimum wage. It's important to know that these changes will provide clarity for Canadians as to what constitutes suitable employment. As we face unprecedented labour and skills shortages, it's important that the employment insurance program is working most effectively for Canadians. Our government's top priority is the economy, and we're proud to have seen over 820,000 net new jobs created since the end of the economic recession. At the same time, Mr. Speaker, we recognize that there are Canadians who are having difficulty finding work, particularly in the off-season in parts of the country where much of the economy is based on seasonal industries. Our government is working to help these Canadians find jobs in their local area appropriate to their qualifications. For those who are unable to find employment, employment insurance will be there for them, as it always has been. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I would like to remind the Minister, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to know when the government is going to admit that it will deprive people of access to EI. It'd be only 40% of people have access to it now, and the premiums are paid by workers, and this is not a government tax that goes into the EI fund. It will lower wages and exacerbate working conditions for all workers. It will impoverish and stigmatize the unemployed. It will cause a devaluation of the skills of our labor force. It will make appeal mechanisms more rigid. It will impoverish thousands of unemployed who work part-time while receiving benefits while they look for full-time work. It will undermine the economies of our regions that depend on seasonal economic sectors such as fisheries, agriculture, forestry, construction, and tourism. Next week, Mr. Speaker, is the National Week of the Unemployed, and everywhere, workers, employers, and the unemployed will speak out to say how ill-advised this reform is, and that will only reduce yet again access to the EI reform to which people are entitled. So this is an impoverishment of our fellow citizens, Mr. Speaker.
Well, thank you, Mr.
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Member for the question. She asked when the government will admit something. What I want to know, Mr. Speaker, is when will the NDP admit that this government has created more than 800,000 net new jobs through the actions that we've taken over the past several years, Mr. Speaker? When will the NDP actually stand up and support those actions? Mr. Speaker, the NDP, the member talks about undermining the economy. The question I have for the honourable member is, what does she think that $21.5 billion in carbon taxes will do to the Canadian economy? Of course, those $21.5 billion were clearly outlined in the NDP platform in their costing document as a means to pay for some of the extravagant promises that they were making. Mr. Speaker, that type of step, that type of policy plan would absolutely be a disaster for the Canadian economy, and we will oppose that every step of the way.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North on foreign takeovers.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very happy to follow up today on a question I asked during question period a few days ago on the government's foreign takeover policy. This is especially timely now because the Conservative members in this House less than a fortnight ago voted down an opposition motion that would have made the review process for foreign takeovers more transparent. They voted against the motion to hold public hearings into the proposed $15 billion takeover of Nexen by Chinese state-owned, communist Chinese state-owned, China National Offshore Oil Company. They voted against all this, Mr. Speaker, barely 2 years after the same Conservative members voted unanimously in favor of a similar motion in this House introduced by Jack Layton that called for those same public hearings and transparency on foreign takeovers. I asked the members on the other side of the House what has changed in the last 2 years. In just a couple of years, the Prime Minister has changed from accusing China of industrial espionage and deplorable human rights, and he refused to attend the Beijing Olympics as a result. Now, he's trying to bulldoze northern British Columbia's pristine forests so we can ship raw, unprocessed bitumen on tankers to Communist China as fast as possible. As I mentioned earlier in this chamber, this fire sale of Western Canadian natural resources comes at a time when Eastern Canadians, like my constituents, are importing much more expensive foreign oil to heat our homes and put gas in our tanks. Mark Carney has been raising this issue repeatedly, talking about why do we sell low in the West and buy high in the East. So instead of shipping raw resources abroad, having a pipeline from Western Canada to Eastern Canada, which would help stem the loss of $19 billion a year from the Canadian economy. Will this strategic interest be helped in any way by selling CNOOC to China's CNOOC, by selling Nexen, rather, to China's CNOOC? There is even an existing natural gas pipeline route from west to east, going through Thunder Bay Superior North, and no reason why we couldn't lay another pipeline along the same route to bring petroleum and value-added processing jobs, perhaps to a Thunder Bay refinery, for example. Even former Bank of Canada Governor David Dodge is calling on Ottawa to prioritize a west-to-east oil pipeline to mitigate Canada's growing energy-fueled economic balance. Mr. Speaker, most Canadians likely think that our own energy security interests would be part of any foreign takeover review, but they would be wrong. The net benefit criteria in the Investment Canada Act are so fuzzy that national security isn't even defined in it, and energy security isn't mentioned at all. The industry minister's answer to my question can basically be summed up with 2 words: trust us. How can Canadians trust an opaque, backroom review process based on criteria that are poorly defined, or where key considerations like our energy security are missing altogether? How can Canadians trust a government that seems to make energy policy decisions more on the basis of political ideology instead of practical strategic interest? Instead of hiding behind an Investment Canada Act that even the government has admitted needs updating, I'm hoping to hear tonight and ongoing more substantial answers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Honourable Member for the question. I'm happy to respond to this question. Of course, the question posed earlier regarding the proposed investment by the China National Offshore Oil Corporation in a Canadian oil company. First of all, I'd like to reaffirm this government's commitment to welcoming foreign investment that benefits Canada. The fact is, foreign investment is crucial to the Canadian economy and prosperity in Canada. It introduces new technologies and practices that promote growth, employment, and innovation here at home. Foreign investment brings some of the most productive and specialized firms in the world to Canada and results in some of the highest-paying jobs for Canadians. It also connects Canadian businesses with new markets and offers them a place in global supply chains. This government also recognizes that Canadian businesses must compete in a globalized economy, and we are committed to creating the right conditions for Canadian businesses to succeed internationally. Canada has signed foreign investment promotion and protection agreements, or FIPAs, with numerous countries, including a recent agreement with the People's Republic of China, which help connect our firms to the rest of the world and create a stable, secure environment for two-way investment between Canada and other countries. FIPAs accomplish their objectives by setting out the respective rights and obligations of the countries that are signatories to the treaty with respect to the treatment of foreign investment. FIPAs seek to ensure that foreign investors will not be treated worse than similarly situated domestic investors or other foreign investors. They will not have their investments expropriated without prompt and adequate compensation, and in any case, they will not be subject to treatment lower than the minimum standard established in customary international law. As well, in most circumstances, investors should be free to invest capital and repatriate their investments and returns. We will continue our work to secure access to foreign markets in order to ensure, Mr. Speaker, the success of our own Canadian businesses abroad. Mr. Speaker, with respect to foreign investments, our government has a sound process in place to ensure they benefit Canadians. We have made targeted amendments to the Investment Canada Act that will provide greater transparency to the public, more flexibility in enforcement, and an alternative to costly and time-consuming litigation. Our government's review process will be used to conduct a careful review of the proposed acquisition that the honourable member mentions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Thunder Bay Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for his comments, but there still remains a lot of questions about the government's position on this takeover. Will there be reciprocity? Will Canadian resource companies be able to buy Chinese ones, or will they stay shut out? Then there's Iran. In 2008, CNOOC signed a $16 billion investment deal with Iran. CNOOC's extensive business there becomes very relevant now that the government has just suspended diplomatic ties. A bold move. This follows trade sanctions against Iran that this government has imposed. If companies operating in Canada must abide by Canadian law, including trade restrictions on them from these sanctions, will a CNOOC-owned Nexon be exempted? Or can the member explain the Canada-China Foreign Investment Protection Agreement, which apparently grants more investor-state protections to foreign companies operating in Canada than Canadian companies themselves have? This includes the ability to sue the Canadian government if it introduces new safety, health, labor, or environmental laws that threaten the Chinese company's profits.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under this government, Canada has been and will continue to be open for business. We welcome foreign investment that provides net benefit for Canadians and helps grow the economy. We will continue to provide an economic climate that allows Canadian firms to prosper. We will not go down the path of protectionism. Canada cannot afford to fall behind, and that is exactly where protectionist policies will land us, Mr. Speaker. Instead, this government takes a responsible approach to foreign investment, and to that end, the proposed transaction will be scrutinized very closely to ensure that it represents a net benefit to Canada. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.